I thank you for your advice, Your Highness. Cain clasped his hand and bowed toward the collapsing lightning duke for his words. The collapsing lightning duke nodded before staring into Cain's eyes for a while and finally raising his index finger, generating a drop of blood. He began to charge a massive amount of black lightning into it, and once it reached its zenith, he sent it toward Cain. Cain's eyes widened when he saw that drop of blood flash toward him, and it was so fast that before he could do anything, it landed on his shoulder, generating a strange rune in the form of a lightning arc before vanishing beneath his skin. He could not help but frown since even if he detected no danger from the drop of blood, he did not like people doing things to his body without asking. Bloodsea had never been a simple place, and right now, the dangers for an outsider like you could not be more serious. When the time comes, the rune will act on its own. If you were lucky, you might not need it. The collapsing lightning duke's face was pale, making it clear that generating that drop of blood came at a great price. He saw the inquisitive gaze in Cain's eyes but was not in the mood to answer questions and signaled for Luther to take the young man out. Luther bowed to the collapsing lightning duke and brought Cain to the teleportation matrix. Once they were back on the first floor, he began to speak as they walked toward the exit. Major Lorifer, there is a reason why the collapsing lightning duke did not give you an explanation about the rune on your shoulder. You should forget it exists and depend only on your power for the trial that would come in the future. Cain's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He understood the meaning behind the words of the bald man, and while he nodded, he was not the type that would let things slide. Once Cain was out of the Titan Tower and dashing back to his residence, he spoke to the system in his mind. System, what is the current state of the AI chip module? Unlike the other modules, the AI chip module would evolve alongside his soul force and would not need his direct intervention. AI chip module has evolved after the breakthrough of Vessel's soul force to the Wave Champion rank. AI chip module, cellular analysis, data gathering and analysis. Virtual simulation, scan, force field hacking. Cain saw that, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes. Although the only difference in the description was the lack of the word basic, he knew that the power of all the tools had evolved immensely. System, analyze the foreign energy left inside me by the collapsing lightning duke. Cain did not think that the collapsing lightning duke had done something to harm him, but leaving things without an answer was not his style. Analyzing. The AI chip module can detect the energy left inside Vessel, but its complexity is at a level beyond the module's current capabilities. A complicated smile appeared on Cain's face as he heard that. The AI chip module should be able to analyze anything at the level of apotheosis. Still, the phenomena that the collapsing lightning duke could give birth to was at a level much greater. Since there was no way to learn its true purpose, Cain followed Luther's advice and forgot about it. He would not expect anything from the rune and would rely on his own power to face anything that would come in the future. Using Sonic Dash, Cain was able to reach his residence very fast, and once he was inside, a somber expression appeared on his face. The trip to Bloodsea would be one full of danger, and he would be dragged into the machinations of a Titan. Although the Blood Duke saved his life, he was not so naive as to think the two had a special relationship. He would not expect this one to be of help, and the only thing he could trust in Bloodsea would be his personal power. Cain adopted a meditative stance in the center of his room and closed his eyes before commanding the system. System, activate the next module. The instant he shouted that command, Cain felt a sharp pain in his mind that was soon replaced by a heaviness so massive that it made it hard for him to even think. If Cain's soul force were still that of a wave warrior, the pressure of unlocking the third module would have been so much that he could not even think. Luckily he was at the level of Wave Champion, and after a few minutes, the unbearable pressure on his mind vanished, and he regained his cognitive abilities. The first thing Cain heard after that was the system telling him the name of the new module. Gluttony module activated. Unlike the case with the AI chip module and the genetic coder module that existed in a place he could not find and had no visualization of them, the instant he obtained the gluttony module, he saw a strange dimension inside his soul. It manifested like a dot of light not larger than a grain of rice, but the space inside it was immense, enough to hold a 300-meter tall building, and in its center, there was a multicolored flame. Luckily for Kane, he did not have to wait for long for an explanation about the flame and dimension, since the system soon gave him a thorough description. Gluttony Module. Module meant to grant the vessel the ability to transform all things into power for his growth. Tools. Earth Fiend Flame. Capable of devouring matter and energy, it can send 5% of all it consumed into the vessel. 10 points of Destiny Force can be used to increase the Earth Fiend Flame's devouring speed by 10% for 24 hours. It can be stacked up to 100 times. 100 points of Destiny Force can be used so the Earth Fiend Flame drives the energy and vitality it generated directly into the vessel's body and energy pool. Training speed is 75% slower than if the vessel takes active control over the energy and vitality. Devourer Dimension. Dimension meant to hold food for the Earth Fiend Flame. It can hold anything with an energy level beneath the apotheosis rank. To send living entities into it, they must be paralyzed and unable to resist. The description of the Gluttony Module was tricky at times, like the fact he would only get 5% of everything the Earth Fiend Flame consumed. From a certain point of view, it did not make sense. There was always a loss in the energy of the things we consume, like, for example, when Kane used wave crystals. Kane could focus and try to send every single iota of energy into his rebirth heart to transform into astral wave, but it was impossible to consume 100%. There was always a loss, but it was small, around 7%. Still, that meant that Kane would get 93% of the energy from the things he consumed, something much higher than the 5% the Earth Fiend Flame would give him. However, unlike him, which could only consume certain things, the Earth Fiend Flame's description had the words energy and matter, making a wild idea appear in Kane's mind. System. Could I use the Gluttony Module to devour an entire mountain? The idea of consuming a mountain was crazy, but there was a reason why its name was Absolute Life Form System. As long as vessel can send it into the Devourer dimension and its energy level is beneath the apotheosis rank, nothing stops you from consuming an entire mountain. Kane showed a large smile as he could not contain his excitement. Regardless of their strength, all cultivators were constantly searching for resources, and he just got a tool that completely solved the problem. Kane began to fantasize about the future. There might be a time when his strength reached such a divine level that he could use the Gluttony Module to consume stars and maybe even suns. Those wild dreams did not distract him for long, and after a few moments, he was able to concentrate again and immediately tested the efficacy of the Gluttony Module. He took several wave artifacts from his space ring meant for wave warriors. None of them had any use for him, and most people in his place would either sell them back or give them as rewards, but now there was another path. A red force field covered all of the artifacts, and the next second, they were teleported into the Devourer dimension. The Earth Fiend Flame expanded the instant they appeared, covering them with fire. Kane closed his eyes and saw how the artifacts melted, generating a stream of energy that he could use to improve his cultivation. The amount of energy he got from those wave artifacts was not much, but the speed with which the Earth Fiend Flame managed to consume all of them was shockingly fast. It made sense since the Gluttony Module should be at a level according to his soul force, meaning for a wave champion. Since that was the case, it should be easy to devour bronze wave artifacts meant for wave warriors. The Earth Fiend Flame left nothing of the more than a dozen bronze wave artifacts in less than 3 minutes. Although they did not give much energy individually, all of them added up to a large amount. There were many things Kane wanted to try with the Gluttony Module, but there was something he needed to do first. Now that he had unlocked the new module, it was time to evolve the old one. System. Evolve the Genetic Coder Module. As soon as Kane gave that command, he heard the robotic voice of the system in his mind. The evolution of the Genetic Coder Module requires 1000 Destiny Force. Does the vessel desire to carry on with the command? A yes. Evolving the Genetic Coder Module. Kane once again felt a sharp pain in his mind that was soon replaced by a feeling of heaviness. Luckily, it did not last long, and he was good as new in a few seconds. Genetic Coder Module has evolved. Proceeding to display new tools. Genetic Stimulation, Genetic Suppression, Genetic Enhancement. Just like with the case of the AI Chip Module's tools, the only difference in the name of the new ones was the lack of the word basic. but Cain knew that their power must have reached a whole new level. Cain analyzed genetic stimulation and saw he could now evolve his lightning lupus lineage to the pseudo-wave king level, the maximum theoretical purity, but what truly drew his attention was the genetic enhancement tool. The previous version generated serious drawbacks that he was unwilling to accept, and he hoped the new one would be better. System: display the capabilities of genetic enhancement. Displaying available genetic enhancements. Due to the genetic coder module's current capabilities, there are no adverse effects on genetic enhancement, but Vessel's current genetic map can only endure one. For a new enhancement, there needs to be an evolution of the genetic sequence. The projected outcomes are specific to the lightning lupus bloodline. Different bloodlines will generate different outcomes as the effect on the genome will vary. Enhanced genetic strength. Enhance genes focused on physical strength. Projected outcome: increase strength by 9%. Enhanced genetic speed. Enhance genes focused on physical speed. Projected outcome: increase speed by 5%. Enhanced genetic vitality. Enhance genes focused on vitality. Projected outcome: increase vitality by 10%. A wide smile appeared on Cain's face as he saw what he could do with genetic enhancement. He found it hard to believe there could be an improvement in his strength, vitality, or speed of nearly 10% without any drawbacks. The only bad news was that Cain could only endure one as a wave warrior and would need to become a wave champion to do another, since his genetic sequence would evolve during those cultivation breakthroughs. Part of Cain wanted to immediately take advantage of the tool's power and get an improvement of 10% in his vitality, but he was able to see things with a clear head. The current genetic enhancements were related to the lightning lupus lineage, so there should be even better ones if he got an even stronger bloodline. Cain's abilities had already reached the 3-star grand genetic coder level in Blade Mountain, and he felt that the evolution of the genetic coder module improved his abilities even more. That should be enough for him to fulfill a dream he had for a very long time: the creation of a new lineage for himself. As for what lineage Cain dreamed of, it was exactly the one that allowed Iris to escape from Sahara City and overwhelm an enemy that was much stronger than her less than 2 months ago. Cain had studied Morgana's notes and the information gathered by Apex from the experiment done in the Scions. Thanks to the AI chip module, he already knew the genetic chain of the lineage and could now create it. There were still 3 weeks until someone would come to bring him to Blood Sea, and Cain planned to have his new lineage before that. Using the military interface, Cain brought all the material required to generate the wave virus. As he waited for the material to arrive at his residence, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Creating this lineage would require extreme effort, so Cain needed to be in peak condition. He opened his eyes 4 hours later and saw that the materials were already in his room. Not wanting to waste any more time, Cain began to work. The first thing he needed to do was the generation of a grand vector, and it could not be any type. Cain needed to create a grand golden vector with 0% flaws for a wave virus that would engrave a bloodline in his genome. That was easier said than done, since there were some 4-star grand genetic coders who had already taken a step into the Saint genetic coder realm and had never made one. Cain cleansed his mind of all distractions before starting to work. He failed again and again, but his skills improved a little with each try. The hours went by, and after an entire day of working non-stop, he finally did it. There was nothing but exhaustion on Cain's mind, but that did not erase his smile as he saw the grand golden vector that had 0% flaws. Now came the creation of the genetic chain, and if the vector were hard, this part would be near impossible. Cain did not push through and instead chose to rest, as he needed to be at his peak if he wanted any chance of creating the lineage's genetic chain. Right before going to sleep, Cain sought to test the abilities of the gluttony module. He sent dozens of Deathwave champion beasts into the Devourer dimension, where the Earth Fiend Flame set all of them ablaze, generating streams of energy and vitality. The speed at which the Earth Fiend Flame consumed them was fast, but not so fast as with the Bronze Wave artifacts. Clearly, the higher the level of the resources, the more it would take to consume. Cain spent 100 Destiny Force to improve the devouring speed by 100% and another 100 points so the Earth Fiend Flame would drive the energy and vitality into his rebirth heart and body. That way, he could train even if he was sleeping. With everything in order, Kane went to sleep, and there was a relaxed expression on his face as he felt his astral wave and body growing stronger. Kane slept for 7 hours, a lot considering that his vitality diminished the amount of sleep his body needed. He immediately began to work on the creation of the genetic chain. The genetic chain of that lineage was so complicated that Kane had to buy another batch of materials. He worked entire days and only went to sleep once he felt the exhaustion was diminishing his abilities. That carried on for 1.5 weeks and more than a dozen new batches of materials. Kane was wealthy even by the standards of wave champions, but he burned over half of his money for this. Nevertheless, all the effort and resources spent were worth it for Kane once he saw the perfect genetic chain. He managed to create it, and after combining it with the flawless Grand Golden Vector, he obtained a wave virus capable of engraving a new bloodline into his genome. "I did it!" Kane could not help but shout as he saw the capsule with golden liquid before him. After taking a moment to calm his heart, he focused. System: analyze the Grand Wave Virus. Although the Grand Wave Virus in his possession seemed to be at a level above the Wave Champion realm, he hoped that the system would be able to analyze it. Analyzing Grand Wave Virus. The analysis was taking longer than Kane expected, and just as he thought it could not be done, he heard the robotic voice in his mind. Analysis of Grand Wave Virus completed. Lineage corresponds to an entity that reaches the apotheosis realm upon maturation. There is a focus on strength and a disposition to the element of shadows and the force of darkness. Expected growth in all areas upon implantation. Name of the lineage unknown. Kane showed a large smile, and the thrill in his heart was hard to describe. His lineage had lagged behind lately, but now he could implant a new one whose power would enhance his power and talent. Kane wanted nothing more than to use the wave virus immediately. Still, he was exhausted and understood that the generation of a new bloodline would put his body under immense stress. The Grand Wave Virus would do all the work on its own, but it would demand a massive amount of vitality and energy, so it was better if he was in peak physical and mental condition for the job. Haste makes waste, and he had put too much and spent too much money into the Grand Wave Virus for a mistake to happen now. Kane spent another 100 points of destiny force for the Earth Fiend Flame to fill his body with energy and vitality before sleeping. Kane allowed his body to wake up independently after it had enough rest. He then sent 25 corpses of Wave Champion Beast into the Devourer dimension, before making a pile of hearts appear before him. Energy and vitality would come from the Earth Fiend Flame and his revolution of the blood refinement art. According to the AI chip module, that would be enough for Kane's body to generate the new bloodline. Kane took a deep breath, allowing his mind to grow sharp in case of any problem, before taking the capsule with the Grand Wave Virus and injecting it into his chest. At first, nothing happened, but 2 minutes after the golden liquid entered Kane's body, he began to tremble. A fever assaulted him so intensely that an average wave warrior would pass out and suffer brain damage, but luckily his high vitality prevented any sort of damage. Kane immediately began to circulate the blood refinement art and his sonic blade fusion cultivation technique so a powerful torrent of vitality and energy would course through his body, granting it all the nutrients it could need for the creation of the new bloodline. It was a very slow and painful process. Still, Kane's eyes burned with red light as he felt the lightning lupus bloodline taking a secondary role as a new and more powerful lineage took the primary role in his body's physical constitution. Kane began to experience physical changes after the first hour, with his bones and muscle fibers growing stronger, denser, yet at the same time more flexible. Cracks. That sound emerged from Kane's skeleton as his bones grew larger and thicker, increasing his height to 1.90 meters. He was just 17, and his body had yet to mature fully, so it was likely he would reach over 2 meters in the near future. There was not a part of Kane's body that was not improving, and even his energy pool was increasing, allowing him to hold more astral wave. No dream came to Kane this time since this was not a bloodline he awakened but one artificially generated inside his body by a Grand Wave Virus. Finally, after 6 hours of great pain, the bloodline had fully taken over Kane's body, and the changes were over for the time being. His face was pale due to the immense stress and exhaustion, and he was sitting over a pool of his own sweat due to the high fever. System: scan me. It took all that was left of Kane's strength to shout that command, and he kept his eyes open as he wanted to see just how strong he had become. The absolute life form system did not make Kane wait and immediately carried on with the task. Scanning vessel. Scan of vessel completed. Name: Kane Lorifer Race, Godslayer Humankind Path of Power, Astral Rebirth, Level 8 Wave Warrior. Lineage: Wave Talent, Middle Tier 7, High Tier 7. Stats: Strength, 10.0 to 12.1 Agility, 7.9 to 8.1. Vitality, 13.1 to 14.1 Wave, 8.1 to 9.0 Blood Energy, 11.8 to 12.5. Marrow Washing, 96% completion. Note: Wave Virus Inside Vessel enhanced Wave Talent by 19.7%. Shock, awe, and thrill filled Kane's heart when he saw the improvement in his stats after the generation of his new lineage. His strength increased by over 20%, and there was also a considerable improvement in his vitality and energy pools. The only stat that did not obtain massive improvement was his speed, but that made sense since the Lightning Lupus lineage's forte was its speed. One of the most significant improvements was his wave talent, which managed to rise to the high tier 7, which meant that from now on, his cultivation speed would be several times higher. Kane noticed the lack of a name for his lineage, and as he attempted to come up with a name, he remembered that Morgana referred to the experimentation as Project Olympus. Olympus, shadows, darkness. There is no more fitting name than Avernus lineage. Established, Kane heard the absolute life form system confirm the new name of his name, and before Apex could bother him about his taste for names, he fell asleep. He woke up after a few hours. By then, all the exhaustion was gone, replaced by a feeling of immense strength that coursed through his veins. Other than strength, Kane felt an affinity to a particular element and force. He still had an affinity with lightning but was weaker than his domain over the element of shadows and the force of darkness. Although they might sound similar, the elements of shadows and the force of darkness were different. The first one focused on silent and unpredictable movements, while the second had a corrosive and destructive nature. There were two new skills that the Avernus lineage granted to Kane, and they went by the name of Shadow Constitution and Darkness Fusion. Kane first activated Shadow Constitution, and immediately streams of shadows emerged from his body. If he pushed it to the limit, the shadows would cover every part of him. He moved from one corner of the room to the other at surprising speed and could deploy shocking gymnastic skills as if his body were made of rubber. A sharp light appeared in Kane's eyes as an idea came to his mind, and the next second he used Sonic Dash. A boom. A sonic boom echoed inside the room, and since this one was not more than 50 meters in diameter, Kane appeared in front of the wall in a fraction of a second. Before, he would have been forced to stop his body, but thanks to Shadow Constitution, his body was able to twist right before reaching the wall and then move in another direction. Kane smiled as he saw Sonic Dash and Shadow Constitution work flawlessly together. He stopped after a few minutes and then took a piece of silver wave artifact from his space ring. The first thing he did was transform his right hand into a blood gem and punch the chest plate, leaving a large indentation. Next, he took a deep breath and used Darkness Fusion, which allowed a dark aura to cover his fist. Kane punched the silver wave artifact again, and this time the damage was so great that it left the entire chest plate full of cracks. He was surprised by the increased destructive power that the dark aura granted to his attack was phenomenal. The darkness had a corrosive impact, affecting the particles of both organic and inorganic matter. Kane threw the chest plate up, and as it fell, he took Slaughter out and covered it with the dark aura before hacking. The silver wave artifact offered little resistance as the machete cut it in half. The abilities that his new lineage granted him were superb. Not only did his Shadow Constitution work perfectly with his Sonic Blade fusion technique, but it would also work perfectly alongside his assassination tactics. As for Dark Fusion, it was very powerful but consumed a lot of astral wave, so he would only use it in life and death battles. Ultimately, the new lineage increased his overall strength and granted incredibly powerful techniques, but there was still room for improvement. System. Display the Genetic Enhancement tool. Displaying available genetic enhancements. Due to the genetic coder module's current capabilities, there are no adverse effects on genetic enhancement, but Vessel's current genetic map can only endure one. For a new enhancement, there needs to be an evolution of the genetic sequence. The projected outcomes are specific to the Avernus bloodline. Different bloodlines will generate different outcomes as the effect on the genome will vary. Enhanced genetic strength. Enhanced genes focused on physical strength. Projected outcome. Increase strength by 20%. Enhanced genetic speed. Enhanced genes focused on physical speed. Projected outcome. Increase speed by 9%. Enhanced genetic vitality. Enhanced genes focused on vitality. Projected outcome. Increase vitality by 15%. Kane showed no hesitation in his choice. There was no point in being average in everything, and pushing your forte to the limit was always better. System. Activate enhanced genetic strength. Cost of enhanced genetic strength is 1000 destiny force. Vessel wish to continue? Kane was a little surprised by the number since it was much higher than the 100 points the previous version demanded, but he carried on. Yes. As soon as Kane uttered that word, he felt how a force began to act over his genes, and then his muscles and bones grew stronger. It did not take long, and once all of it was over, a sense of immense strength coursed through Kane's body. Vessel's strength, 14.5. Kane clenched his fist as he saw that number since it was simply overwhelming strength for a wave warrior. It was a strength that matched that of some wave champion that evolved after Flawless Marrow. With his current strength, Kane was sure he could take late wave champion head-on without the need to use assassination skills. I have grown much more powerful over these last few weeks, now that I have Gluttony module, and the improvement of my body done by Sunseed and then Avernus lineage. I am much more confident in handling anything that could happen in Bloodsea. It is time to look at Silver Wave artifacts. Kane's current energy pool was high enough for him to drive wave artifacts meant for wave champions, so he used the military interface to lose for one. It did not take long before a black set of armor caught his attention. Berserker armor. That was the name of the armor set that caught Kane's attention and consisted of a chest plate, gauntlets, and boots. It did not have special abilities, and it only focused on protection. Kane had no problem with the artifacts not providing skills since he no longer had any need for them since his repertoire of spells and techniques covered all of his necessities. The entire set was worth 300.000 military credits, expensive even for wave champions, but Kane did not hesitate to buy it as it would be of great help and would not need new armor until his astral wave could drive gold wave artifacts. After all his training and experiments, there was only 1 week left for his journey to the Bloodsea, and Kane was trying to figure out the best way to use that time. Standard cultivation would not do much, but then an idea came to his mind. There was something in his space ring that had a massive amount of vitality and energy and could devour with the help of his Gluttony module. Kane waved his hand, and the corpse of Alexander Martel appeared in front of him. He had devoured all the blood in the body, but there was still a lot of energy left in his skeleton, tissues, and sacred organ that he could drain through the use of the Earth Fiend Flame. The ethical and moral dilemma of using the bodies of his own kind as a source of nutrients was something Kane overcame a long time ago. He would never do it with a friend but had no reservations about devouring an old bastard that attempted to kill him. Kane covered the body of Alexander Martel with his ego wave, and once the red force field completely encompassed this one, he was able to send it into the Devourer dimension. Once Alexander Martel's corpse reached the Devourer dimension, the Earth Fiend Flame immediately set it ablaze. Still, unlike wave artifacts and the corpses of wave champion beast, it did not immediately start generating streams of energy and vitality. Kane was not surprised, as he still remembers how hard it was for him to pierce Alexander Martel's chest to extract his blood. Despite being an essence wave cultivator, the middle-aged man's body was harder than most silver wave artifacts. Although essence wave cultivators cannot compare with astral wave cultivators at the same rank regarding body refinement, thinking they had a weak physique would be naive. Those with powerful lineages and trained powerful auxiliary techniques could deploy impressive physical strength. At this rate, it will take 2 months for the Earth Fiend Flame to consume this Wave King's corpse completely. 2 months was too much for Kane since he only had 7 days left, so he had no other choice but to spend 5,000 Destiny Force to improve the speed at which the Earth Fiend Flame consumed the corpse by 500% for the next 5 days. As soon as Cain did that, his eyes widened due to the sudden burst of vitality and energy that flooded his body. It was extremely dense and immensely pure and could almost effortlessly transfer into his flesh, blood, and energy pool. The quality of the energy and vitality Cain could attain from a Wave King's corpse was easily 10 times better than the ones from Wave Champion Beast's corpses. Cain's eyes burst with red light as he pushed his mind to its peak and made sure to suppress all exhaustion so that he could train for the next 7 days without stopping. He used his astral wave as a mantle beneath his skin, ensuring no energy or vitality could escape his body as he activated the blood refinement art and sonic blade fusion cultivation technique. The vitality soon fused into his flesh and blood, making his body stronger and more resilient, improving his stamina and vitality. As for the energy, it made its way into the rebirth heart, where it was transformed into more astral wave that helped the growth of the meridians, making this one move deeper into the brain. Cain could feel how the meridians expanded through the corpus callosum and the thalamus, immediately enhancing his cognitive abilities. Still, the most significant improvements were in his spatial awareness, along with the ability to receive sensory information and react to it. After the 3rd day, Cain managed to jump from the middle stage of level 8 into the late stage, initiating the improvement of his hypothalamus. That impressive cultivation speed was partly thanks to the incredibly pure energy and vitality Cain got from Alexander, but was also the result of his new wave talent. The cultivation speed of someone with a high tier 7 was almost 3 times faster than someone with a low tier 7. Cain began to feel exhausted after the 4th day of cultivation, but he did not need to rest since a unique weapon in his arsenal could handle that. Sunseed. Cain only had to think of his alter ego, and this one acted on its own, flooding the inside of his veins with golden flames that washed away all the body and mental fatigue. A smile appeared on his face since Sunseed was able to recover from all the exhaustion and could keep cultivating. Of course, using Sunseed's power only delayed that need for sleep and did not erase it. Cain did not lose focus and carried on with his cultivation, driving his meridians deeper into his brain. They were now improving his hypothalamus, and he immediately felt the changes in his body. There was a massive improvement in his hemostasis and the regulation of his various bodily functions, along with enhanced control over his hunger, thirst, sleep, sexual behavior, and emotions. Finally, the end of the 5th day arrived, and the energy and vitality that emerged from the Devourer dimension into Cain's body diminished considerably. The 500% increase in the power of the Earth Fiend Flame was over, and Cain would not spend more destiny force in it since there was very little left, and he wanted to save it for an emergency. The Earth Fiend Flame continued consuming Alexander's corpse, and with its current speed, it would do it for the next 1.5 weeks, when nothing would be left. Cain could feel that his meridians had already wrapped around 90% of his brain, and he was close to evolving into level 9. I doubt that the ascendance of the blood moon will immediately start after I appear, so there is still time. I must be at the peak of level 9 by then to use the lucky chance in that event if I want to achieve Void Marrow. Being so tired that he could barely open his eyes by the time the envoy of Blood Sea arrived, it would not be good, so Cain went to sleep. Cain woke up the next day and spent this time creating new wave viruses that could help him improve his wave talent and survival skill. On the 7th day, as he was still working, he heard a knock on his door before this one opened on its own. 2 people crossed the door, and one of them was someone Cain already knew. "Good day, Major Lorifer. I see you really do work non-stop." Luther smiled at Cain as he guided a 3-meter-tall bald man with white skin covered with black armor into the room. Cain nodded to Luther, but his eyes could not leave the pale giant next to this one. It was not the man's imposing body that disturbed him but the feeling of immense danger this one generated in him. He felt no different than a mortal in front of a raging bear, knowing there was no way to survive if this one decided to attack. Luther saw the severity in Cain's eyes and nodded since that was the perfect response in front of the man by his side. Even he had a hard time keeping calm. "The gentleman by my side is Bloodless number 1. He will bring you to Blood Sea." Cain stared at the man named Bloodless number 1 for a moment before clasping his hand and performing a small bow. He did not know anything about the man, but it was clear this one was a powerhouse and strength deserved respect in the Godslayer humankind empire. Bloodless nodded toward Kane, and he began to look at the young man in detail. He noticed an impressive physical constitution, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes when he noticed the soul force of this one. Just like the collapsing lightning duke, Bloodless #1 was surprised to see that someone so young as Kane had evolved his soul force to the realm of wave champion at level 8. So you are the one His Highness sent me to bring to Blood Sea. Your current abilities are remarkable for someone so young. Let's go. Bloodless #1 said nothing else before turning around and walking out of the residence. Kane was a little surprised by the overbearing attitude of the man, but he was not bothered too much since all powerhouses had extravagant personalities. He had already packed all his belongings in his space ring, so there was no need to delay things. As for Luther, he just smiled and did not really care about Bloodless #1's attitude. He just followed Bloodless #1 and Kane, and then the three got in a military vehicle. The military vehicle moved at an impressive speed, nearly supersonic, but that was too slow for someone like Bloodless #1. He could have easily risen into the sky and reached the exit of the Imperial Lightning Fort in a few seconds. However, no matter how overbearing Bloodless #1 was, he was not crazy enough to ignore the rules of the collapsing Lightning Duke. Soldiers saw the vehicle moving across the fort's streets at supersonic speed, and some could recognize Kane inside it. Seeing the greatest geniuses of the Imperial Lightning Fort in a vehicle alongside someone so striking as Bloodless #1 generated wild ideas in those young soldiers, which would surely evolve into even wilder gossip. Kane couldn't care less about the rumors that could spread about him, since only those with too much free time on their hands would pay any attention. His mind was not on the bald, pale giant before him. The only thing Kane perceived from Bloodless #1 was an immeasurable physical strength and nothing more. There was no aura or density of astral wave that could suggest a certain cultivation level. For all Kane knew, this man was a titan. How long will it take us to reach Blood Sea? Kane did not feel the need to remain quiet the entire journey, so he asked a question that had been bugging him for the past few days. He had a map of the entire collapsing lightning sector in his AI chip module, but special locations like Blood Sea were not in it. Even with the military clearance of a major, he had no access to that information. Of course, he attempted to use the hacking tool to learn about it, but he only got a broad estimate. Bloodless #1 had closed his eyes once he got into the vehicle and did not open them even after hearing Kane speak, but he did answer. How long we take to reach the Blood Sea will depend on you. That was not a very useful answer, but there was nothing Kane could do about it other than nod. The rest of the trip was silent, with neither of the three speaking to the other until they finally reached a massive gate that led to the outside. Just as Bloodless #1 and Kane exited the military vehicle, Luther spoke toward the last. Major Lorifer, before you go, I must convey a message from the collapsing Lightning Duke. Kane stared at Luther for a moment. There was no reason for a military order from the highest commander of the Imperial Lightning Fort not to be delivered directly through the AI chip. Unless you want other people to hear it. Bloodless #1 also understood the meaning behind Luther's actions, and there was no expression on his face, but he did focus on the bald man. The collapsing Lightning Duke orders you to return to the Imperial Lightning Fort within a year. If you do not comply, the first pillar will go after you. I advise you to come back, since the leader of the collapsing lightning pillars is a madman who makes havoc wherever he goes. Luther spoke to Kane, but he glanced at Bloodless #1 when he mentioned the first pillar, and there was a clear intent in his eyes. The Imperial Lightning Fort will respect the right of the Blood Duke to summon Kane toward Blood Sea, but they should know that if their scheme resulted in the young man's death, there would be consequences. Bloodless #1's eyes narrowed when he heard the name First Pillar. If there were two people he would really not want to fight, those would be the collapsing Lightning Duke and the First Pillar. He did not say a word and just walked toward the fort's exit. I will make sure to remember the words of the collapsing Lightning Duke. Kane clasped his hand and performed a small bow toward Luther before going after Bloodless #1. Luther saw the duo leave and commanded the vehicle to take him back into the Titan Tower. There was nothing he could do other than wish Kane good luck and hope to see the young man again in the future. Kane exited the fort and searched for Bloodless #1's ship, but there was nothing, and before he could even ask what kind of vehicle they would take, the man pointed to the northwest. Blood Sea is 44.210 kilometers in that direction. Bloodless number 1 calmly began to walk in that direction. Cain stared at bloodless number 1, and then a light of realization appeared in his eyes as he understood what was happening. We are going to walk all the way. The distance that bloodless number 1 just described was larger than the circumference of the old world, so walking all the way was crazy. Not walk, run. Not walk, run. Bloodless number 1 said nothing else before flashing forward, immediately reaching a speed of over 200 meters per second. Crazy bastard. Cain shouted in his mind, but there was nothing he could do other than start running. 200 meters was fast, but he was able to keep that speed without too much problem. Unfortunately for Cain, bloodless number 1's speed just kept increasing, and it was not long before a sonic boom appeared. A boom. Bloodless number 1 broke the sound barrier, and his body began to move at supersonic speed. Cain was fast and strong, but moving at supersonic speed was impossible by only relying on his physical prowess, so he had to rely on sonic dash. Bloodless number 1 stopped improving his speed after breaking the barrier of sound, which was good for Cain since he was running at full speed. If you were to look at the duo from the sky, you would see two figures moving at supersonic speed in a straight line to the northwest. As for all the trees, rocks, and wave beast, too slow to get out of their way, they were shattering to pieces. Bloodless number 1 was like a train, breaking everything in his path without losing momentum at all. None of the branches, dust, and blood that might result from those clashes touched bloodless number 1's body. It was like a force field around him, keeping him immaculate. Cain was right behind bloodless number 1, and there was a sense of awe when he saw how this one shattered everything in front and never used even an iota of astral wave. There was no way to describe bloodless number 1's strength other than overwhelming, and the difference between him and Cain was so much that the last one could not even measure it. 2 hours of running at full speed, relying constantly on sonic dash and a bursting wave cloak, made Cain feel that the muscles on his legs were shattering. He was exhausted and could not continue for much longer unless he rested. Or that would have been the case had he not awakened his visualization technique. Sun seed. As soon as that thought crossed Cain's mind, the alter ego inside his soul dimension began to glow, and the next second golden flames coursed through his body. The power of the alter ego washed away the fatigue and healed the muscles while recovering stamina, helping Cain keep running at supersonic speed. Bloodless number 1 noticed how Cain seemed to recover from the exhaustion and could keep running without a problem. He was not impressed by the young man's supersonic speed, but the fact that one could keep it for several hours was remarkable. The duo continued running at supersonic speed for over 4.5 hours until finally, bloodless number 1 decided to stop after reaching the foot of a small mountain. He could carry on non-stop until reaching Blood Sea, but the same could not be said from the young man following him. Cain's breathing was rough, and he almost fell to the ground once they stopped. Sun Seed's energy was not endless, and it used his ego wave as an energy pool. Even if he had the willpower of a wave king, there was a limit to the power of his alter ego. Although Cain had the urge to throw himself into the ground and rest there, he used what little strength he had left to adopt a meditative position. He knew nothing about bloodless number 1 and would not show any sign of weakness in front of this one. It took a few minutes, but Cain was able to regulate his breathing. The damage to the muscles on his legs would need a few hours to heal, but his mind was in perfect condition, so he would use the time to cultivate. However, before Cain could start, bloodless number 1 threw him a red orb the size of an apple and a starry gem. Cain caught them and immediately understood what they were. One was a source of immense vitality, and the other could not be anything but a saint technique. Each of them would greatly help Cain, but this one did not use any and stared at bloodless number 1. There was no such thing as a free meal in this world, especially from someone you had never met before, so Cain wanted to know the price of the saint technique and the blood orb. Bloodless number 1 saw Cain's stoic heart and nodded. The core emotion that drove humans was greed, and while it allowed us to make great things, it could also lead people to their doom. True cultivators must know how to use it for their benefit and not succumb to it. Good, I like your emotion control. The stronger you are, the more useful you will be for the Blood Duke. The blood orb can be considered a gift. As for the saint technique, use it freely, but you must return it to me once you leave Blood Sea. Cain nodded after hearing that. Whatever machination the Blood Duke had for him required him to become stronger. That meant he was not a disposable pawn, at least not for the moment. The first thing that Cain did was send his ego wave into the starry gem to see what type of saint technique was inside it. A name immediately reached his mind and was one he was very familiar with. Blood refinement art. A smile appeared on Cain's face since this was just what he needed. He needed a body refinement technique to help him unlock his body's full potential during the Wave Champion rank and into Wave King. Cain had already reached the peak of the second level of the blood refinement art, and the information he got from the Skull's AI chip provided a description from the third and fourth levels, but the starry gem had the whole technique. Blood runes and blood core. Those were the names of the third and fourth levels of the blood refinement technique. Just like when Cain sent his ego wave into the starry gem that held Blood Hand, an illusion appeared in his mind, and he saw a man standing on top of an ocean full of blood. What surprised Cain was the fact that the man was Bloodless number 1. It seemed that the powerhouse was the one that engraved the technique into the starry gem. For a moment, Cain wondered if he engraved his understanding of a saint technique in the future, whether people would see a picture of him going over the technique. Those thoughts did not last for long as soon his focus returned to Bloodless number 1 as this one went over the blood refinement art. Bloodless number 1 started from the beginning, devouring the blood beneath his feet and using it to nurture his flesh. Then came the formation of blood energy. Those were the first and second levels of the blood refinement art, something Cain knew very well, but the next part was completely new for him. Once the blood energy in the body reached its peak and you could not hold any more of it inside, it was time to create blood runes. A blood rune was the crystallization of blood energy, each very small but capable of holding massive amounts of energy. Creating a single rune meant the evolution to the third level of the blood refinement art. The process of creating each blood rune was extremely complicated, but Cain could gain a basic understanding and tap into the experiences that Bloodless number 1 engraved in the starry gem. As you advance to the third level, the amount of blood runes inside your body will increase. The final number was determined by your constitution, with those with a strong physique able to hold much more than others. In the end, the number of blood runes inside your body will reach its apex, and at that point will come the fourth level, the creation of the blood core. If generating a blood rune was complicated, the birth of a blood core was nearly impossible to decipher. Cain's cognitive abilities were superb thanks to his soul force and ego wave, but even he had difficulty figuring out how to evolve from the third level to the fourth. Seeing the wonders that the body could achieve was beyond amazing for Cain. The essence evolution path of power deciphered the mysteries of the world and nature, tapping into the power of the laws. Yet, the way the astral rebirth path of power analyzed and modified the body was not any less wonderful and intricate. Cain's eyes regained focus shortly after the illusion showed every part of the third and fourth levels of the blood refinement art in detail. He stared at Bloodless number 1 before bowing, expressing his appreciation. After that, Cain did not lose time and used the blood orb to increase the amount of blood energy inside his body. His constitution had already reached the Wave Champion level a long time ago, allowing him to attain the peak of the second level of the blood refinement art. It was still a little too soon to evolve into the third level since Cain's body could still hold more blood energy, but he could practice the creation of blood runes. That way, as soon as his current capacity for blood energy reached its limit, he could instantly advance to the third level. Bloodless number 1 focused on Cain, and his eyes grew sharp. He wanted to see with his own eyes the body domain of the young man, and he was immediately satisfied when he saw the superb blood control of this one. Cain was able to divide his mind into two tasks. One was improving his cultivation, and the other was his mastery over the blood refinement art. After 4 hours, Cain halted his cultivation as he saw Bloodless number 1 turning to the northwest, and he understood that they needed to continue their journey. The duo returned to continue their run, moving at supersonic speed. Bloodless number 1 was in the lead, shattering everything in his path, while Cain followed him silently. 4.5 hours of running later, Bloodless number 1 stopped since the young man behind him could no longer carry on. Cain's breathing was rough, but he kept a composed expression on his face as he adopted a meditative stance on the ground and renewed his cultivation. After another 4 hours, Cain stood up since he noticed that Bloodless number 1 was doing the same, but to his surprise, instead of immediately flashing forward, this one adopted a battle stance. Bloodless number 1 raised his arms, protecting his face, while tucking his elbows in and putting one foot in front of the other while slightly bending the knee. Cain recognized that stance as one prevalent among the fighters of the old world's Muay Thai, a martial art known for its brutality as it focused on breaking bones and doing lethal damage to the opponent. This is the battle style most of the Bloodless Force practice and goes by the name of Bloodflow Fury. As you can deduce, it draws inspiration from Muay Thai, but the true key behind its power is a profound understanding of the body's blood flow. Through manipulating blood circulation, we can enhance our skills to an impressive level and unleash devastating strikes. During ventricular ejection, meaning the moment your heart ejects the blood inside it to the rest of your body, you extend your extremity to carry on with the attack. And during ventricular filling, the moment your heart fills with blood, you retract your extremity and prepare for a new attack. This style allows you not only to express an immense power with each attack but also to save your energy, diminishing the speed at which your stamina depletes. Bloodless number 1 spoke with a profound voice, and there was a sharp light in his eyes, making it clear how important this technique was and how much effort he put into perfecting it. Cain noticed the importance of the lesson, and he made sure to erase everything else from his mind other than Bloodless number 1. There are two fundamental components of Bloodflow Fury, and the first one is blood activation. Its essence is the stimulation of blood circulation, increasing your heart rate and improving your strength and speed. However, you must go even further to unlock the full power of the technique. You must control your blood flow to the point your ventricular ejection and ventricular filling are no longer automatic processes and are under your command. From what I have learned from my brother's reports, you already have a skill that allows you to increase your blood flow. And since you are at body over mind, the only thing you need to control your ventricular filling and ejection is practice. Bloodless number 1 stopped speaking, and his eyes grew sharp as he began to unleash a barrage of attacks that combined punches, kicks, along with elbow and knee strikes. Cain's pupils dilated as he focused on Bloodless number 1. Every attack was followed by another with even greater strength, leaving no openings. Bloodless number 1 heart rate increased along with the speed of his and strength of his strikes. The attacks were growing so profound and fast that Cain could only see a blur and was not able to decipher the power behind them. The way Bloodless number 1 deployed those kicks and punches was amazing and so complex that not even supercomputers of the old world could analyze them. After demonstrating just how complex Bloodflow Fury could become, Bloodless number 1 slowed the speed of his attacks until they stopped. The second fundamental component of Bloodflow Fury is vital pressure point. It refers to our ability to land precise strikes to the vital pressure point along with the body's meridians, exploiting the interconnectedness of blood flow and energy pathways. By targeting these points, we disrupt our enemy's blood flow, temporarily weakening them or inducing temporary paralysis. It allows for efficient and precise strikes that maximize the effectiveness of our attacks. There are 4 basic strikes on Bloodflow Fury: Flowing Fist, Crimson Knee and Elbows, Tempest Kick, and Vessel Strike. Bloodless number 1 extended his arm forward and relaxed his shoulders before unleashing punches that moved like lighting and shadows, fast and unpredictable, in patterns that left no opening and could break any defense. Flowing First. You must channel your blood flow into your fists, enhancing the impact and speed of their punches. After that, Bloodless number 1 retracted his arms and moved his right leg forward and his left leg back. Right after adopting that position, he unleashed a barrage of kicks with overwhelming strength that could extend way further than the fists. Tempest Kick. You channel your blood flow into their legs to deliver powerful kicks capable of devastating impact. They have a lesser speed than Flowing Fist but greater strength and range. Cain's made sure to engrave every moment and word that came from Bloodless number 1 since what he was learning was superb. After Tempest Kick, Blueless number 1 took a deep breath, and his heartbeat grew even more potent as a red glow emerged from his elbows and knees. He then began to unleash strikes with them that carried so much strength that giant gales formed due to their momentum. Cryman's Knees and Elbows. By channeling my blood flow across my knees and elbows, you can deliver bone-crushing blows that can incapacitate opponents and are especially good at breaking defenses and armor. Cain instinctively nodded as he doubted a bone, armor, or shield could endure those strikes. Finally comes Vessel Strike. It is the essence of the technique and the hardest to master. I form a fist with my hand before making the middle and index fingers protrude. Bloodless number 1 adopted that hand position and began to strike with a strength and precision that defying logic. Instead of a hammer-like flowing fist and tempest kick, Vessel Strike was a nail aimed at a small point and doing horrible damage. Vessel strikes allow me to obstruct or redirect blood circulation of an enemy momentarily, weakening his defenses and temporarily diminishing their strength, providing an opening for further attacks. After finishing that last barrage of strikes, Bloodless number 1 lowered his arms and broke his fighting stance before turning at Cain. "Show me what you have learned." Cain's eyes were sharp as he nodded at Bloodless number 1 and closed his eyes. He was going through every move the man did, trying to remember their essence and how to replicate them. Bloodless number 1 did not get upset because Cain made him wait. On the contrary, that was precisely the behavior he expected from someone like the young soldier. Instead of rushing things, taking a moment and preparing yourself was better. Cain kept his eyes closed for an entire hour, but when he finally opened them, there was a bursting red light as he adopted the Bloodflow Fury's battle stance. His heartbeat increased as he activated first gear, driving his blood flow fast enough to carry on with the most basic form of the technique. Bloodless number 1 saw Cain's skin turn red just before this one unleashed a barrage of strikes that combined the flowing fist and tempest kick. He nodded and expected Cain only to unleash that level since the other two techniques required a much stronger blood flow, and he did not expect the young man to have that type of technique. Thump! Bloodless number 1 was wrong and saw with shock how Cain's body turned even redder, his veins bulging and his heartbeat hammering with so much strength that it resembled a bell. Cain activated second gear along with the power of the Sun Seed, balancing the destructive powers of the first with the regeneration of the second. That increase in his blow flow and agility allowed him to unleash Crimson Elbows and Knees and Vessel Strike. A small smile appeared on Bloodless number 1 as he saw Cain's skill and talent. There was nothing better for someone that wanted to teach than a gifted and hardworking student. Raise your shoulders, lower your center of gravity, straighten your back. Bloodless number 1 began to guide Cain, correcting the mistakes and slowly improving the young man's technique. There were times simple words would not be enough, and he would demonstrate before asking Cain to do it again. The complexity of Bloodflow Fury was so high that calling it a saint technique would not be wrong since it was impossible to learn it by relying on mere words. After 2 hours, Bloodless number 1 raised his hand, indicating that the training was over and telling Cain to rest. Half an hour later, the duo flashed to the northwest at supersonic speed. For the next couple of days, Cain only did 3 things. He ran at supersonic speed for several hours before improving his cultivation and mastery over blood refinement art, and finally, he honed his skill over Bloodflow Fury. After 5 days, Bloodless number 1 and Cain managed to reach the peak of a mountain, and what they saw generated a profound sense of awe and wonder in the young man's heart. Cain's eyes widened as he saw in the distance a giant body of water resembling an ocean, full of blood, extending to the horizon. He could still feel the overwhelming vitality in those bloodwaters despite how far it was. Facing that magnificent sea was a large island, and built on it, there was a massive city. Unlike most designs in the Empire, which had a futuristic aura, the building in that city resembled those of an ancient culture of the Old World. Right in the center of that island, there was a majestic pagoda whose might did not fall behind that of the Imperial Lightning Fort's Titan Tower. As soon as Cain put his eyes on that pagoda, he felt 2 sets of eyes focusing on him. One was familiar, and he deduced they belonged to the Blood Duke, but the other was new. The second set of eyes were dark and had a viciousness in them, which only grew once they focused on Cain. Cain's eyes burst with red light as his ego wave instinctively burst with power, protecting his mind from the dark intent emanating from the pagoda. The dark eyes, full of viciousness, did not focus too long on Cain and soon vanished along with the ones from the Blood Duke. A severe expression appeared on Cain's face since it became clear to him that the enemy of the Blood Duke was inside that pagoda. According to my knowledge, you have a saint cultivation technique and should be aware of blood rebirth. Cain was taken aback by the words of Bloodless number 1 and stared at the man for a moment before nodding. Yes, it is described in my sonic blade fusion technique. It is the key to building my foundation through the wave champion rank, which is similar to marrow washing for wave warriors. It is the process in which the blood inside my body evolves beyond the realm of mortality, granting me incredible speed, strength, and vitality, along with a supernatural resistance to toxins and diseases. Blood rebirth has 4 stages: red blood stage, blue blood stage, golden blood stage, and mercury blood stage. Each stage is countless times harder to achieve than the previous one, and upon reaching the golden blood stage, my vitality and energy would be high enough to evolve into a wave king. Cain did not hide anything, since there was no way a powerhouse like Bloodless Number 1 would have less cultivation knowledge than him. Bloodless Number 1 stared at the city surrounded by that sea of blood as he talked to Cain. You are correct. There are 4 stages, and you can evolve beyond peak wave champion upon attaining golden blood stage. However, although you could become a wave king at that point, it would be nearly impossible to advance beyond the early level, and that would most likely be the end of your road. Cain nodded, since that was a piece of information that the Sonic Blade Fusion had already shared with him, but he did not lose focus. That is what theory says, but there is no such thing as absolutes in cultivation. Take me, for example. I evolved to wave champion with borderline flawless marrow, so I should not have been able to achieve mercury blood. Yet, through great effort and the help of my seniors, I managed to fix that flaw and do what the theory says could not happen. Bloodless Number 1 raised a finger to his mouth and bit it, making a small wound, before allowing a drop of golden blood with a silver glow to fall to the ground. A boom. Shock appeared in Cain's eyes when he saw how a single drop of blood fell to the ground with the might of a cannonball. It was so dense that despite measuring less than a centimeter in range, its weight had to surpass 10 kilograms. Cain stared at Bloodless Number 1 with pure awe as he wondered what kind of strength the man's circulatory system had. As you can see, there is no flaw that cannot be mended with enough effort and hard work, but the same goes the other way around. You must never grow complacent about your current achievements, no matter how high they are, since that is the key to failure. It would be easy for a genius like Cain to fail to understand the meaning of those words, since it already became routine for him to stand up above the rest of the people his age, but the solemn light in his eyes made it clear he paid attention. Bloodless Number 1 nodded as he saw that Cain did not let his current achievement cloud his judgment. Very good. The Blood Duke is waiting for you in the Blood Pagoda. Do not make him wait. Those were the last words that Bloodless Number 1 said before vanishing. Cain was a little surprised to see Bloodless Number 1 disappeared just like that, but immediately regained his focus as he stared at the Blood Pagoda again. One way to reach the island would be by swimming, but Cain was not dumb enough to jump into a sea full of blood. There was no way to know what kind of wave beasts were there or if the blood itself was toxic. Luckily, a large city was built on the shore. Unlike most cities built in the Godslayer humankind empire, there were no walls around it. That would be deadly in most cases due to wave beasts hiding in the forest, but the place was completely barren of such vegetal life. Humans focused on keeping a stable balance with the ecosystem but did not go out of their way to create forests or the like. Usually, no large settlement would form in such barren terrain, but it was clear to Cain that the sea of blood proportionated all the energy and vitality that people and cultivators could need. There were other problems, since mortals could not survive without the proteins and vitamins given by vegetables, but those were easily fixed by either pharmacologic technology or commerce. Cain did not bother too much with how such a city could thrive and instead focused on the bridge connecting to the island, which he could use to reach the Blood Pagoda. Things would probably not go so smoothly, but there was no point in delaying things. He descended the mountain and used Sonic Dash until reaching close enough to the city. People were going on with their lives, but just as he was about to get near them to learn a little more about their lives, he noticed a strange expression on their faces. Most people saw Cain with a mixture of curiosity and caution. There was nothing wrong with that, especially if this was a place that did not receive many outsiders. Yet, there was a small percentage of the population whose gazes made Cain frown. He could feel their hostility and disdain, which made no sense since he had never seen those people. What was even weirder was that some of them were much lower than Cain in terms of power and status. Still, they dared to look down at him with contempt and did not even bother to hide their emotions. People looking at him as if they were superior was something Cain was used to since he had seen it many times in science, but the gazes of disdain came from commoners. All that brought great confusion to Cain, as their behavior was irrational, but he soon got an answer. Racial prejudice. Cain heard Apex's voice in his mind and could not help but frown as he remembered an ideology of the old world. Racism. It was true that the Godslayer humankind empire indoctrinated people on the idea that humans were superior to wave beast and the dark races, which is why they were allowed to kill them without remorse. The idea that some humans were better than others just for the colors of their skin was no longer present. There was also the fact that the people living in this place did not share any common racial characteristics. It is not as vain as the color of their skin or the form of their eyes. From what I can see, they formed some sort of racial identity based on their bloodlines. Cain's eyes narrowed. He used his invisible ego wave to analyze the people in the city and detected the same bloodline in every man, woman, and child. There were some minor variations and differences in purity, but the essence of the bloodline in each of them was the same. It was not weird for noble families to have the same bloodline, but it was highly unusual for that to happen in a city with a population in the millions. The idea they were all related was ridiculous, so the most likely answer would be that something in this place generated that bloodline in the people. Although all of it was fascinating, that was not why Cain came to Blood Sea, and there was no reason to get into problems, so he avoided everybody and simply made his way to the bridge. Of course, the fact that Cain did not want trouble did not mean people would not make them for him. Some began to walk in his direction, and their expressions made it clear what they wanted. However, before they could even get near him, Cain would look at them with red eyes. None of those people could endure the pressure of a Wave King's willpower and immediately back down. HMPH. Cain sneered, and they were lucky that was all he did. Looking down on others just due to the way they were born was beyond stupid for him, especially if that person surpassed him in every conceivable measure. Not wanting to waste time, Cain hurried up to the bridge, and as he reached the shore, he saw hundreds of youngsters and people in their early 20s line up. All of them wore red robes with the words "Outer Disciples" on their backs, a common terminology in some martial sects. Seeing that attire made Cain understand a little more about Bloodsea, but what really drew his attention was how all those disciples were in a meditative position in front of the shore and seemed to be drawing the blood into their bodies. Even more interesting was that the disciples were all exactly 10 meters away from each other. That was clearly with the intent not to disturb each other during their training, but Cain could not help but feel they were making a defensive formation. They use the blood that reaches the shore to cultivate while, at the same time, forming a barrier that protects the city from any form of aquatic life that might try to attack. What a practical mechanism. Cain could not help but feel admiration for the person who came up with such a practical method to cultivate their disciples and simultaneously protect the people. Just as Cain focused on the disciples, many opened their eyes and turned toward him. He immediately felt the hostile gazes in around half of the disciples, a much more significant proportion than the one in the city. That told Cain that the ideology of racial superiority based on their bloodlines came from the island and was stronger in the disciples than in commoners. That was not good news for him since it meant he would find himself in a place where half of the population would hate him just because of the blood running through his veins. If there was one thing that Cain was not in the mood to handle was bigotry and ignorance, so he just ignored the gazes of the disciples and continued to the bridge. However, before he could get a foot in it, two disciples got in his way. "We are the Blood Bridge's guard, and we do not allow people like you to enter Blood Island." Cain stared at the duo, whose appearance could not be more typical. Both had large bodies with bulging muscles but were just level 9 wave warriors, and neither had a particularly good foundation. There were many ways in which Cain could handle them, with the most straightforward being crushing both of them using brute strength, but there was a reason why Bloodless Number 1 left him on the mountain and made him walk to the Blood Pagoda alone. Cain needed to prove how he could handle a situation where the answer was not brute strength. It was true he could crush the duo in a second, but that would only give the people he hated an excuse to throw him in jail or maybe even worse. A more subtle way would be to use hypnosis, and he was sure no one of the people present would even notice it, but there were extremely powerful individuals watching every move he made. Using the name of Bloodless Number 1 or the Blood Duke would also not work, since even if they believed him, that meant he needed to rely on them for something so simple as reaching the Blood Pagoda, proving that he lacked in terms of wisdom. Luckily, there was another path Cain could take, which relied on no one else but his own status. He waved his hand, taking a small card from his space ring and showing it to the duo. As soon as the two disciples guarding the bridge saw it, the expression on their faces changed, and they were not alone, since the rest on the shore were also surprised when they read the words on the crystal card. Imperial Lightning Fort Division, Major Cain Lorifer. Even if they were racist garbage, there was no way a few mere wave warriors would dare to look down on the Imperial Army. I am a major of the Imperial Army. I came from the Imperial Lighting Fort to speak with someone in the Blood Pagoda. Anyone in my path will consider an interrupting military affair, and I have the right to report their crimes to the capital. The two guards looked at each other when they saw Cain's military identification. Their behavior was typical of bullies. Valiant against those they believe themselves superior but afraid of the ones with strength. Never would they dare to disrespect the Imperial Army, the strongest force in the entire empire under the command of the current emperor of humankind. Resentment and rage appeared on the duo's faces, but in the end, they only sneered before moving away from Cain's path. We would never dare to obstruct a major from the Imperial Lightning Fort during a mission, but I must warn you that the bridge is in repairs, and there could be problems with the force field keeping wave beasts away. Cain stared at the guard that spoke those words before focusing on the bridge. It was over 5,000 meters long, with large pillars every 100 meters generating a sky blue veil that covered the road. Since it was a straight path, with nothing obstructing his view, Cain could see all the way to the other end of the bridge. There were no problems with the pillars or the sky blue veils, but he noticed someone stopping people on the other edge of the bridge. There could be actual problems with the bridge, but the most likely answer was that someone with enough power sent orders to these disciples, ensuring they generated trouble for Cain. It was likely that the sky blue veil protecting the bridge would shut down once he was in the middle of it, leaving him exposed to the attack of the wave beasts living inside the sea of blood. Cain only shook his head at such a foolish trap and simply walked forward. The two guards smiled as they saw Cain walking to the bridge and were ready to send the signal when this one was in the middle of the road. A boom, however, those smiles froze when they heard a sonic boom and saw Cain vanish, only for this one to appear more than 300 meters into the road in less than a second. A bridge over 5,000 meters was long, but someone moving at supersonic speed could cover it in less than 20 seconds. One of the guards was able to overcome the shock and immediately used his AI chip to communicate with someone. He is moving at supersonic speed. As soon as the guard sent that message, the sky blue veil covering the bridge turned off, and not even a second later, the blood around the bridge grew restless. Cain could feel several eyes on him, some belonging to extremely powerful people, but he kept moving forward and did not take his eyes away from the road. He had covered a third of the path when several figures emerged from the sea of blood and lunged toward him. The wave beasts in this part of the sea of blood did not get to enjoy human flesh due to the sky blue veil protecting the bridge and the wall of disciples on the shore, so they reacted like wild and hungry beasts when they saw Cain unprotected. On the island side of the bridge was a tall young man with blonde hair and a red robe covering his body. Unlike that of the guards and the rest on the shore, his robe had the words "Inner Disciple" engraved on its back. A nasty smile could be seen on his face when he saw the wave beasts lunging toward Cain, but the next second all the thrill in his heart was replaced by shock. The first beast that reached Cain was a wave champion beast with the form of a giant shark. Its razor-sharp teeth were about to reach the young man when its body split in half. Confusion appeared in the eyes of the blonde man on the island as he could not understand how wave champion beast perished like that, and complete stupefaction assaulted him when he saw the rest of the wave champion beasts lunging toward Cain suffer the same fate. Cain's face showed nothing, and he kept moving forward, with every wave beast lunging toward him, splitting in half before touching his body. Once Cain was less than 500 meters away, the blonde man could see what was really happening. A sword. No, it is a machete. The one dividing the horde of wave champion beasts lunging toward Cain from every direction was no other than Slaughter. He moved the machete so fast that those with weak cultivation could not follow it with their eyes. A sense of fear and awe appeared in the heart of the blond young man when he saw Kane's red eyes focusing on him. Before he could even move a muscle, he felt the Reaper's scythe on his neck, paralyzing him with fear. A boom! Kane's speed and momentum were so fast that he generated a shockwave as he stopped right in front of the blond youth, pushing the rest of the disciples away. The blond man was told to do all he could to stop Kane from moving forward into the island, and he was more than happy with that mission. Yet, when he saw those red eyes, his instincts screamed danger, and he did not dare to move a single muscle other than to get away from Kane's path. Kane glanced at the blond man before turning his eyes to the rest of the disciples. His eyes were cold and bursting with a red light full of killing intent. Although he made it look easy, taking care of all those wave beasts took all of Kane's strength, and a single wrong step could have ended in his death. There was no way a typical level 8 wave warrior could have survived that, and if they were willing to take his life, there was nothing wrong with him ending theirs. Alas, I must keep a cold mind. The one behind all this must be waiting for an excuse, but I will not give it to him. HMPH. Kane sneered before walking deeper into the island, making his way toward the Blood Pagoda. He kept his bloody machete in the open, ready to handle anything they could send him. That certainly made him look hostile, but he was not in the mood to be friendly right now. As Kane got deeper into Blood Island, he began to analyze his surroundings, and the first thing he noticed was the thin red fog covering the island. Just breathing the red fog made Kane feel energized, and he was sure that a prolonged exposition could affect your constitution and maybe even your genes, especially if you were exposed during your gestation. The mystery about the special lineage in everybody living near the Sea of Blood became a little clearer for Kane. Still, he really wanted to know the origin of the racial superiority mentality. Humans indeed had a tendency to arrogant and narcissistic behavior, but the idea of racial superiority was disdained from the beginning of the Empire when Adam guided people of all ethnicity and ideologies against the dark races. After that, the notion of believing yourself superior for a racial aspect had been considered extremely idiotic. The fact they generated this racial identity behind a lineage made things easier to understand, but still, for a large part of the population to hate those they never saw before, you needed indoctrination. Kane glanced at the people and saw that almost everybody had a red robe indicating their position as disciples, and that around a third of them looked at him with some degree of contempt. The rest of the disciples either ignored him or threw inquisitive gazes, curious about the presence of an outsider on the island. Still, none of them got near Kane, nor the other way around. Kane considered it wiser to reach the Blood Pagoda and speak with the Blood Duke, learning about the situation on Bloodsea, before doing anything that could lead to more problems. Luckily, it seemed that the direct clashes stopped after the bridge. The person behind it saw what he wanted to know or was afraid of generating a clash within the island's boundaries. Blood Island was not very large, so Kane did not take long to reach the Blood Pago. When he stood in front of the massive building, he was surprised by the density of the red fog around it. It was an impressive sight, but he did not waste too much time, instead walking into the Blood Pagoda. As soon as he crossed the gates, a familiar face appeared. Bloodless number 1 looked at Kane and nodded before turning around and indicating for the young man to walk with him. Kane walked with Bloodless number 1 as he looked at the first level of the Blood Pagoda. Unlike the Titan Tower, where there was nothing but the teleportation matrix, Kane saw nearly a dozen people drinking and talking there. There was one thing in common with all of the people here: they were Wave Kings and looked at him with hostility. Seeing the sentiment on the first floor could make someone think that the powerhouses of Bloodsea all hated outsiders, but Kane knew it could not be so simple. If the racist ideology spread so deep into the organization, there would be no point in the Blood Duke asking him to come here. If Kane had to guess, someone in the darkness was acting again, trying to pressure and intimidate him into running away with the leg between his legs. The aura of all those Wave Kings could have crushed the spirit of an average wave warrior, but Kane's willpower was too high to succumb to something like that. He even looked back at those powerhouses, remembering their faces. Bloodless number 1 ignored those eyes and did not bother with the Wave King. Not like any of the present would dare to focus on him. He glanced at Kane, and when he saw the young man's composure, he showed a small smile and nodded before turning to the machete in the young man's hand. "You are using your natural holy weapon?" Cain no longer bothered with the Wave King and turned toward Bloodless number 1. Yes. I developed a domain skill with it, so it is perfect when it comes to handling crowds. Besides, too many eyes are sizing my battle power right now. Before his trip with Bloodless number 1, Cain's skill with his arms and machete were around the same level, so it made sense for him to prefer the latter, but things changed after learning Bloodflow Fury. Yet, Cain still used Slaughter on the bridge, hiding his maximum battle power and hand-to-hand skills. Bloodless number 1 understood all of that, and his smile grew wider. Every action the young man took was calculated. Very good. Let's go. Bloodless number 1 and Cain got into the teleportation matrix and vanished from the first floor the next second. The next second they appeared in the ceiling of a large room, which would not have been a problem if the floor was full of boiling blood. Unlike Bloodless number 1, which could remain in the air as if defying gravity, Cain began to feel as soon he appeared in the room. He had yet to master airwalk, so he could not generate solid platforms of wave he could use to stand in the air. Luckily for Cain, he could use Sonic Dash, generating small shock waves from the soil of his feet that could keep him in the air. Now that he was no longer falling, Cain was able to give a more thorough analysis of the boiling blood. He sent his ego wave into it, and even the red force field felt a searing heat, so it could not last for long inside. My body is stronger than most wave champions, and I have to use blood energy to temper my flesh and blood, yet I could not last a single second inside it. Just as he wondered about the use of boiling blood, he saw a man emerge from it. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, and streams of blood were going into his body through his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Of course, the one rising from the scorching blood was the Blood Duke, the man who managed to kill a Wave King with a single touch. The blood stopped flowing into the Blood Duke's body, and his eyes focused on Cain the next second before a silver force field emerged from his mind. Cain saw that mighty force field expanding across the room like a mighty fog monster, and while it was incredibly powerful, he only shook his head. The young man could not understand the necessity of the powerhouses to only test him with their willpower. Just as the silver force field was about to flood Cain's body, his eyes glowed with red light, and his ego wave formed a thick defensive layer around him. Cain's eyes narrowed as he felt the pressure of the Blood Duke's ego wave was slightly weaker than that of the collapsing Lightning Duke. That could mean the Blue Duke was weaker than the Sector Duke or that he was not unleashing the full power of his ego wave. Trying to figure out who is stronger is a waste of time since I cannot even understand the level of their cultivation rank. Both are like moving nuclear weapons, and any of them can kill me with a single finger. The Blood Duke used his ego wave to test Cain's willpower and inspect this one. He was happy to feel the immense physical strength in the young man and was surprised to notice a new and powerful lineage, along with an extremely robust mental defense. Yet, the true thrill only happened when he noticed Cain's soul force. Less than 2 months had passed since the last time they saw each other, yet Cain had attained a qualitative improvement in every aspect of his existence, from bloodline to mind and finally the soul. You are truly full of surprises, boy. The Blood Duke rose to the ceiling and signaled for Bloodless number 1 and Cain to approach him, which the duo did immediately. Bloodless number 1 only nodded to the Blood Duke while Cain clasped his hand and performed a full bow. Dozens, if not hundreds, of questions were in Cain's mind right now, but he did not open his mouth. He could sense an intricate scheme covering the entire Blood Sea, and while he was already in the middle of it, he would not simply blindly follow the plans put in place by the Blood Duke. The Blood Duke stared at Kai for a minute, and when he saw that the young man would not speak first, he opened his mouth. What do you think about my home? It might seem a simple question, but it would reveal Cain's ideology and how he could handle the current division among the people of Blood Sea. However, what the Blood Duke got was something entirely different. That whoever made this place is unoriginal and really liked the word blood. I mean Blood Sea, Blood Duke, Blood Pagoda, Blood Island. What about the city on the other side of the bridge? Please don't tell me it is called Blood City. Bloodless number 1 showed an awkward expression, and the Blood Duke's eyes twitched as they heard Cain's words since the city was indeed called Blood City. The duo had the power to level cities and burn rivers, but there was little they could do about their ancestors' taste in names. The Blood Duke's eyes regained their focus immediately, and a sharp light appeared as he stared at Cain. the young man was able to defuse the situation and distract him for a moment. Ah! It was clear to the Blood Duke that Kane's scheming mind was not any less impressive than his cultivation talent, so trying to play tricks would be futile. Instead of wasting time, he took a direct approach. I am sure you were able to notice the dichotomy between the members of Blood Sea. That is the result of the ideologies of the purest path spreading across the island and city. I am the leader of the opposite party, the integrationist path. Kane's eyes grew cold as he remembered the scorn with which those people looked at him. So they call themselves purists. What a fancy word for what they truly are. That comment was enough for Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 to understand what Kane thought of the people of the purest path. The leader of the purest path is the High Blood Elder. I have done my best to limit the spread of that ideology, but it is currently gaining power. Kane understood the problems with which the Blood Duke found himself. It is easy to hate and resent someone if the people you trust tell you they are the source of all the problems in your life. Learning to care for and appreciate someone you know nothing about is much harder. The Blood Duke was glad to hear that, as it meant Kane understood it was not inbred ignorance the source of that mentality. Our view of the world is molded by what people around us teach us, and if your brother and father taught you that it was fine to hate a specific group, you would believe it to be true. The purest path was not born out of thin air, but to understand its origin, you must first learn about the ascendance of the blood moon. I am sure you have done some research and understand that it is an event that occurs every 10 years and evolves into something even more significant after 100 years. However, it is more than just trials or a lucky chance. It is connected to the origin of the Blood Sea and the bloodlines running through the veins of everybody in it. The Blood Duke made a pause at this moment, and a serious expression appeared on his face as he stared at Kane. Tell me, how do you think this sea of blood that extends dozens of thousands of kilometers came to exist? Tell me, how do you think this sea of blood that extends dozens of thousands of kilometers came to exist? Kane did not answer immediately and began to think very deeply about that question. The blood sea extended was immense, and the amount of blood full of overwhelming vitality in it was so powerful that even titans could use it for their cultivation. A natural inheritance could have given it birth, but Kane seriously doubted that. The reason was simple: natural inheritances were born after enough world energy gathered in a particular place, and he did not believe something like the Blood Sea could have been born that way since the time and forces needed would have been simply outrageous. After serious consideration and discarding several ideas, only one answer came to Kane's mind. The corpse of several extremely powerful life forms? Extreme powerhouses change their bodies and souls to a terrific degree, and those forces and energy do not simply vanish upon their death. If left alone, it disseminates into the environment, giving birth to all kinds of phenomena. Bloodless Number 1 and the Blood Duke stared at Kane with wonder due to the young man's impressive insight. That level of wisdom could not be born just out of mere intelligence but needed worldly experience that someone so young as Kane should have yet to gain. The Blood Duke stared at Kane's eyes for a moment before softly nodding. You are half right. It indeed came from death but of a single beast. Kane's eyes widened as he heard that, and there was a pure shock in them. The idea that the corpse of a single life form could have made the Blood Sea was inconceivable. If that was really the case, that beast should have been at a level at which even Titan could only look up. There was no reason for the Blood Duke to lie to him, which prompted Kane's mind to figure out where such a beast came out. If the wave beast race had such a mighty champion, then it would have been able to conquer a continent for itself, maybe even the entire ether. Since that was not the case, there was only one possible answer, but the idea shook Kane to the core. He looked up to the ceiling, but his eyes aimed at something much higher. After seeing how Kane reached a conclusion and seeing him look into the sky, the Blood Duke nodded. That is right. We hypothesize that the life form whose corpse made the Blood Sea came from that place. Despite having the strength of a nuclear weapon capable of unimaginable destruction, there was a solemn expression on the Blood Duke's face as he looked to the space beyond the sky. The Astral Sea. Astral Sea. Those were two simple words, but they inspired a sense of respect, awe, and even fear in the heart of every single Titan and god of ether. That was the name intelligent life forms gave to space beyond the limits of ether. Many Titans and gods had traveled into it after reaching the world's limits. Yet, none won, not even the greatest of all, the first Titan, had managed to come back. The idea that a beast came from the astral sea into ether was crazy, but it was also the only thing that made sense since nothing else could have given birth to the blood sea. Cain took a moment to relax since, even for him, the idea of creatures of the astral sea coming into ether was shocking. All that information taught him a lot about the blood sea, but it did not answer his question regarding the rise of the purest path. At the end of each centenary ascendance of the blood moon, there is a chance to gain a drop of that incredible life form's bloodline. 100 years ago, an outsider gained our trust and took it with him, making a fool of all of us. The Blood Duke's voice grew cold as he recalled those events, and even Bloodless Number 1 did not remain unruffled as a flash of killing intent emerged in his eyes. My rage at that time was so great that I embarked on a journey of 10 years, hunting that person, but alas, I was not able to find him. By the time I returned, the High Blood Elder had started the purest path, spreading the idea that the blood sea should not mix with outsiders since that would only lead to flaws in our minds and bloodlines. I immediately tried to put an end to that, but it was too late. The idea had already spread to the young generation and slowly evolved from mixing with outsiders being wrong to anyone outside Bloodsea being inferior. A sight emerged from the Blood Duke as he recounted those events. He had immense brute power, but destroying an idea was much more complicated. Cain felt there was still something that the Blood Duke was not telling him, but he did grow greedy. I understand. What is my purpose here? He knew he would be participating in the ascendance of the blood moon but had very little information about the event and much less about what his role would be in it. For the century ascendance of the blood moon, 20 youths not older than the age of 20 will take the role of blood champions. Your mission would be to protect the blood maiden during her trials before finally marching into the core of the blood sea and witnessing the might of the astral blood beast. There has always been a single blood maiden in every ascendance of the blood moon, but there would be 2 this time. I nominated one of them and the High Blood Elder the other. The number of blood champions had not increased, with the 20 diving in 2 groups of 10. The youth that gained that honor were the ones that excelled in last year's tournament. Cain stared at the Blood Duke with an inquisitive gaze. He had clearly not participated in any kind of tournament in the Blood Sea, so how could he become a blood champion? At that point, the Blood Duke made a small pause as his eyes grew cold. Yet, in that coldness, there was a sense of sorrow. There was a young man by the name of Ivan. He was the son of a woman of Blood Sea and an outsider. The mother perished shortly after birth, and his father left for a mission but never returned. The boy caught my attention, and I took him under my guidance. Despite the harshness of growing up as an orphan where half of the population hated you for no reason other than who your father was, Ivan thrived. He managed to secure 2nd place in the Blood Champion tournament, but someone killed him 2.5 months ago. Every word was like a dagger for the Blood Duke, and he clenched his fists with so much strength that blood came out of them. It was clear that he came to see the boy as his own, and the fact that someone had ended Ivan's life filled his heart with rage and sadness. Cain could not help but sigh as he heard all that. He did not feel too sad about Ivan's death since he never met that person, and the fact they had similar backgrounds did not change things. What bothered him was that the Blood Duke gave him Ivan's position. That would antagonize people in the integrationist path because they would think he did not deserve that position, and the ones that were behind Ivan's murder would try to do the same with him. The Blood Duke's eyes regained focus, and he grew serious as he stared at Cain. As a blood champion, your mission will be to protect the blood maiden during her trials and shine as much as you can to show everybody the might of the integrationist path. And there it is. This century ascendance of the blood moon will not only be about the trials but also a race competition between the integrationist path and purist path. He was tasked to protect the blood maiden, which he would do with his impressive skills and by drawing attention and making him a target. Cain only nodded and did not bother to express any complaints. And whom am I supposed to protect? The Blood Duke waved his hand, making a portal appear, from which a young woman emerged. Cain felt his heart racing as he saw her small face, sky-blue eyes, and short white hair. Every part of him wanted to protect her no matter the cost. The reason for those feelings in Cain's heart was that the one that emerged from the portal was no other than Beelza. However, a red light appeared in Cain's eyes, breaking the illusion and showing him the authentic appearance of the young woman. The Blood Maiden had long red hair, green eyes, a beautiful face, and a well-defined body. Yet, none of that mattered to Cain since, right now, the only thing in his mind was rage. You dare! You dare! Cain's rage exploded as a red force field full of killing intent emerged from his brain, focusing on the young woman he was supposed to protect. Very few things could incite Cain to lose control of his feelings. One of them was insulting the memory of his late father, the man he worshipped more than anyone else in the words. The other was someone using the image of the only woman who showed what true love meant and gave her life to save him. Beelz's face as he held her in his arms still appeared in Cain's mind from time to time, and every time it hurt. Time had slowly closed that wound, but it remained and might never fully disappear. The Blood Maiden's expression when she appeared in the room was one of disinterest since she did not expect much from a wave warrior, but it was not her place to question the Blood Duke's decisions. However, right now, Cain was like a ruthless monster, and those red eyes would not rest until her head was in a spike. The red force field was about to clash with the Blood Maiden, drowning her, when the Blood Duke acted. HMPH, it only took a sneer from the Blood Duke to shatter Cain's ego wave, making his body tremble and puke a mouthful of blood. Cain cleaned the blood from his mouth as he turned toward the Blood Duke. His eyes were cold, but he managed to get his emotions under control. Ah! The Blood Duke could not help but sigh since he did not want this to happen, but he did not get too angry with Cain. He had an idea of what had just occurred and could not blame the young man for his enraged behavior. Shura's lineage tends to generate an emotional response in people when they first meet her, making them see in her their deepest desire, the one they longed for more than anyone else in the world. It is an innate ability, and she has no control over it. Focus returned to the Blood Maiden as she recovered from the initial shock of Cain's killing intent. She frowned as coldness appeared on her face. Why is there a need to ask for forgiveness? He should be the one imploring my mercy for his unruly behavior. Shura's heart was full of rage as she stared at Cain, and it seemed she was ready to fight. Yet, as soon as the Blood Duke looked at her, she immediately calmed down. Cain gave one final glance to the young woman before turning toward the Blood Duke. In those eyes, there was no sense of friendship or anything resembling that, only pure pragmatism. I will protect her and kill anyone at the Wave Champion rank that intends to harm her. However, I will prioritize my life if we face Wave Kings. A Blood Champion's sole purpose was to protect the Blood Maiden, giving their life for her if needed, but Cain just made it clear that he would not go to those extremes for Shura. The Blood Duke would not have allowed anyone else that dared to utter those words, immediately taking away their spot and giving it to someone else. Yet, he only looked at Cain before nodding. I accept. Bloodless number 1 will take you out of the pagoda. All the information about your residence and the trials has already been sent to your AI chip. In case you want to buy or sell, there is also a channel to access the Blood Seas network. Shura was shocked to see how the Blood Duke compromised to a wave warrior, and she looked again at Cain, trying to see what made him so unique. Cain did not care about Shura's shock and just walked with Bloodless number 1 toward the teleportation matrix. Right before stepping into it, he turned his head to the Blood Duke. I understand the weight of my debt with you, and I intend to pay it, but make no mistake, I don't care how extensive your chessboard is, I am not a pawn. A sharp light appeared in the Blood Duke as he stared at Cain, and his impression of the young man advanced several levels. Shura frowned as she looked between the Blood Duke and Cain, not understanding what type of chessboard they were talking about. Of course, Cain would not explain it to Shura and just stood into the teleportation matrix, returning to the first floor. Uncle, what was that rude man talking about? Shura could not contain her curiosity and finally made that question to the Blood Duke. The Blood Duke turned to the girl and could not help but wish she had the same level of wisdom that Cain did, although that would make everything harder for him. You don't have to worry about it. You should only focus on completing all the trials to perfection and showing the might of the integrationist path. Shura nodded, erasing the doubts in her mind, leaving only a deep sense of focus. Cain frowned as he left the Blood Pagoda and headed to his residence. The details of the century ascendance of the Blood Moon were all already in his AI chip module, and he understood that he still had a month before the trials started. There were festivals and carnivals to celebrate the ascendance of the Blood Moon over the next few weeks, with the Blood Maiden and Blood Champions taking an important ceremonial role in them, but Cain was not in the mood for it. If there was free time, he preferred to use it to raise his strength. Cain's residence was near the Blood Pagoda, resembling a small building. His room was on one of the upper floors, and while he noticed many people on the way, he was not in the mood to talk to any of them. He entered the building and headed to the teleportation matrix, vanishing from the first floor and appearing in his room the next second. The room was not very large, with a bed on one side and a small table on the other. It was minimalistic but had all Cain could need, so it should be enough. However, Cain had only taken 2 steps into the room when a message appeared in his mind. Warning! A warning! There is an individual in the right corner of the room. He is hiding his presence with a high-level technique, but Vessel's ego wave should be able to detect him if focused on that point. Interference stops the AI chip from doing a correct scan of the target. A jamming signal has been put in place. There is no way to communicate with the outside world. Just before his pupils could enlarge and his heartbeat increased as the body started the fight-or-flight response, Cain used his immensely powerful willpower to block it. An assassin? So fast? They did not wait a single day before sending someone to take my life. For my senses not to catch him, that person must be very powerful and have mastered the art of assassination to a level even greater than mine. Cain's mind worked at a shocking speed, trying to decipher every path he could take right now. Moving back into the teleportation matrix would not be wise since he would be in extreme danger if the assassin interfered somehow with it. No one would come to help him, so he had to take care of the assassin alone. The only silver lining was that the assassin did not know Cain had already discovered him. Cain continued walking forward, not losing any momentum, as if nothing had happened. He reached his bed, waving his hand and taking several objects from his space ring. All of the things that Cain took out of his space ring were common necessities, but just as his hand was out of the hidden figure's field of view, slaughter appeared in it. When facing an assassin, you must assume they had extensively researched you. That meant they would know all your moves, but also that the shock and surprise they would feel if you showed them something new would be much greater. Cain remembered the words of his assassination military specialization teacher as the grip of slaughter tightened, and a red light appeared in his eyes. A red force field flooded the room, showing Cain the assassin's exact location as his astral wave burst, and he activated second gear. A figure covered in shadows materialized in the corner of the room, and his eyes were sharp as he saw the machete coming his way. He did not run away and instead used a small dagger to answer the machete. Cain could not hide his surprise when he saw how the figure covered in shadows managed to parry every attack he made with his machete. Those emotions only grew stronger in Cain's heart when the figure covered in shadows pushed forward, using a super dagger technique to push Slaughter out of his grasp. There was utter shock on Cain's face as the machete was sent away from his grasp, but as the assassin came closer, a cold smile appeared. His heartbeat grew even stronger as he pushed second gear to the limit, ensuring Sunseed flowed his body with golden flames so it would not crumble under pressure. Cain's hands and wrists turned into blood gems as dark energy covered his extremities, and then he adopted the battle stance of Bloodflow Fury. Clank! The sound of steel clashing against steel echoed inside the room as Cain pushed the dagger out of his path before unleashing Flowing Fist and Tempest Kick against the man covered in shadows. Immense surprise appeared in the assassin's eyes when Cain hit his dagger with so much strength that it nearly sent it flying away, just like he had done with Slaughter. According to his knowledge of the young man, this one did not excel in strength and definitely did not possess a top-tier melee close-range technique. Yet, the assassin could not negate what he was seeing as the barrage of punches and kicks pushed him back toward the corner where he came from. Cain's eyes were full of killing intent as he pushed himself to the limit, and all his attacks were aimed at vital points. He felt his muscle tearing due to the effort but could not afford to slow down since a single breath would be enough to diminish his momentum, something the assassin could take advantage of. Despite Cain's speed and technique, the assassin could dodge every single attack, never once having to block, but things changed when he was finally pushed back into the corner. Such narrow space would limit your attack speed, but Cain only changed to crimson knees and elbows, making them glow as he sent a knee strike toward the assassin's groin. That knee could break steel walls, so the damage it could do to a person's crotch would be no joke. Cain was sure his attack would generate enough damage and pain to incapacitate the assassin long enough he could use blood revolution. That was his killing blow, and the strength he could unleash with it now was enough to kill a peak wave champion. However, just as Cain's knee was about to land, the assassin melted into a puddle of shadows. Before Cain could overcome the shock, the assassin appeared right behind him. Wave King. That feat was something no wave champion could do, so the only explanation would be that the assassin was a wave king. Your counter-assassination techniques have improved a lot, young man. Just as Cain's mind worked at full power, trying to figure out a way out of this problem, he heard the assassin's voice, and there was a mixture of surprise and relief in his eyes. Shadows slowly dissipated, showing the figure of the assassin, and it was no other than Jonathan, the assassination military specializations teacher. Cain turned around and looked at Jonathan with confusion as he deactivated second gear, blood hand, and darkness fusion. There was no rage in his eyes for the pseudo-assassination attempt. If Jonathan had truly wanted to kill him, there was no way he would not have lasted more than 3 seconds. Teacher. Cain clasped his hand and nodded toward the man. Jonathan smiled as he saw the rational light and composure in Cain's eyes, not jumping to conclusions. Long time no see, young man. You have grown really powerful and have gained a lineage that enhanced the shadow element and darkness force. Those two will be of great help during your future assassination mission. Cain only nodded toward Jonathan but kept looking at this one with an inquisitive gaze. There must be a reason why the man was here. I am here due to an assassination contract, but not yours. It is in the name of Shura Bloodriver, the blood maiden of the integrationist path. Although an assassin should never reveal his target, Jonathan showed no hesitation in sharing that information with Cain. A frown appeared on Cain's face when he heard that since no matter his personal feelings for Shura, he was her blood champion and had to protect her. Is the Aegon family taking the contract? Cain had learned a lot about Beelz's family and knew they were professional assassins. Although he did not want to antagonize them, neither could he just do nothing as they went after Shura. Jonathan stared at Cain for a moment before shaking his head, relaxing the young man. The contract reached the Aegon family, but after learning about the Blood Duke saving your life and your trip to Blood Sea, I used my influence to reject it. However, it is an open contract, so anyone can take it, meaning more assassins will be coming for her. Luckily, those will be mostly wave champions since no sane wave king would take the job. Cain understood the meaning behind Jonathan's words. No matter how great the reward was, it had no value if you were dead, and the Blood Duke would hunt down anyone that dared to kill the Blood Maiden. Wave champions could take the contract since they were either old people with very little time left or were secluded from civilization, making it easy to hide. However, there was no wave king that was not at least a little bit famous in the empire, making tracking them down very easy. The only ones in the entire collapsing lightning sector that would not have to hide if they took the contract on Shura would be the Aegon family since they did not fear the Blood Sea or Blood Duke. Luckily, he would not have to worry about them since Jonathan already took care of it. I wanted to test your skills and initially planned to advise you to stay away from the Blood Maiden, but I can see by your abilities that you at least should be able to survive. Facing wave champion beast and assassins were very different things, and Jonathan wanted to see how well Cain would fare against them. The outcome of their clash told him all he needed to know. Cain clasped his hand and, this time, bowed to Jonathan since this information would make protecting Shura easier. Now he knew what kind of enemy he would have to be on the lookout for. I appreciate the information. Oh, a warning is not all I brought with me. Jonathan smiled as he waved his hand and took a starry gem from his space ring. Here is the complete void state technique, including the 4th and 5th levels that raise its tier to a saint technique. A flash of desire appeared in Cain's eyes as he focused on the starry gem. He had reached the limit of the 3rd level a long time ago, and his assassination skills had stagnated. The 4th and 5th levels of void state could really help him improve Cain's assassination skills, and the fact they were categorized as a saint technique meant they were truly superb. Cain stared at the starry gem for a while before looking at Jonathan. Assassinations. Nothing was free in the world. No matter how good the relationship between Cain and Jonathan was, the void state saint technique belonged to the Aegon family, and they would not just hand it over without expecting something in return. Cain learned the art of assassination to take care of his enemies, not to make a job out of it. After all, he had easier ways to make money, like hypnosis or selling wave viruses. We have more than enough assassins in the Aegon family, many of them much better than you. We were hoping you could use your influence on the Blood Duke to facilitate a deal between the Aegon family and Bloodsea, so we can purchase some unique cultivation resources that grow in this area. Of course, we are not expecting you to do it right now since your words have little weight in the Blood Duke's decisions, but things would change if you do well in the century ascendance of the Blood Moon. Jonathan went straight to the point, explaining what the higher-ups of the Aegon family hoped to get in exchange for the same technique. A trade deal? Cain smiled as he heard what the Aegon family wanted. Although he had never done one, it was all about relationships and influence, something he would have if everything went well. He did not hesitate before accepting the proposition. The best way of handling a group of assassins was to have better technique than theirs, so he needed the Void State Saint technique. Jonathan smiled and threw the starry gem toward Cain before his body melted into shadows again, only to vanish from the room the next second. Cain could not help but feel awe at the might Jonathan could unleash through the use of the laws. They are truly an unfathomable power. They are truly an unfathomable power. Although the essence evolution path of power lacked the force to transform your body at a molecular level, the power someone could attain through the use of the laws was incredible. Cain felt really tempted by them, but he did not waste time on useless thoughts and focused on the task at hand. Before deciding how to allocate his time over the next month, he sent his ego wave into the starry gem to see just how strong Void State was. Like with his other saint technique, when Cain sent his willpower into the starry gem, his mind was transformed into an illusion. However, this time there was not just a person but a small city with a road full of people. The setting confused Cain, but he was able to find the man that engraved the technique into the starry gem. He was 2.5 meters tall with a muscular body, long white hair, and pale skin that seemed never to have touched sunlight. Despite that striking appearance, the man could walk by the side of the road, not calling the attention of anyone who did not stand directly in front of him. That was a flawless display of void breath, but the next part truly drew Cain's interest. The man's eyes began to glow with silver light as he unleashed his ego wave, covering himself with it before taking a deep breath and completely shutting down his vital signs. Next, he began to walk among the crowd. Since the road was so full of people and the man's body was so massive, not bumping into someone was near impossible. He did not even make an effort to avoid it, but that was where the shocking part came. Even after bumping into his massive body, the people could not see him. The man stood before them, but they frantically looked around, trying to find the person they clashed with. Cain's eyes widened, and he understood that the fourth level of Void State required more than just superb body and energy control. You needed a mastery over free ego that even he found hard to attain. Void State did not have a requirement over your cultivation base, but the difficulty was greater than any of Cain's techniques, including Blood Hand. After meddling among the crow, the man walked forward, and even after unleashing his astral wave, he was still invisible to everybody around him. Cain could not take his eyes off the man, and he noticed how this one walked to a small group 200 meters ahead. His eyes widened when he focused on the group since it was a wave king surrounded by an entourage of peak wave champions. The astral wave that the tall man with white hair unleashed made it clear to Cain that this one was a peak wave champion, yet it seemed he was ready to assassinate a wave king in plain daylight while nearly a dozen people surrounded this one. No one would believe that an assassination would be possible under those circumstances. Still, Cain saw clearly how the man's presence vanished to an even higher degree, and now the people that got in touch with him were also covered by his cloaking aura. Just as he was less than 2 meters from the Wave King, the man made his astral wave explode before concentrating everything on his index finger and attacking. The Wave King's eyes widened as his instincts reacted, but it was too late since the man's finger had already pierced the back of its head, right on the soft spot where the skull connected with the spine. After the man finished the job, he took his finger from the Wave King, letting the body fall to the ground while the cloaking aura still lay on it. All that the entourage of peak wave champions saw was that the Wave King suddenly vanished. They even trampled over the body of their leader while looking for this one since they could not see it. Cain could not hide the shock and awe he felt in his heart, since that level of assassination technique was divine. It was not just void state, but the man was able to hide every trace of killing intent and kept a cold mind the entire time. That is the essence of the void state. Your presence becomes so weak that people's senses are unable to detect you, tricking their minds into believing you don't exist. A cold voice appeared behind Cain, and he turned around, seeing that the giant man had also managed to trick his senses. The next second the illusion ended, and he got access to all the knowledge on how to practice and master void state. Cain opened his eyes, and there was admiration as he remembered the white-haired man. He seemed to be in his mid-20s and had already mastered void state to its absolute peak. What a monster! Even if he did not have to protect Shira from a horde of assassins, Cain would have definitely made the mastery of void state a priority. 4 weeks from now, Shira will leave to undergo her 4 trials of purity. No one will be dumb enough to go after her inside the Blood Sea, with the Blood Duke looking after her, so I don't need to worry. I will divide my time between Bloodhand's 4th level, Blood Refinement Art's 3rd level, Void State's 4th level, and my Sonic Blade Fusion cultivation technique. Cain put his body and mind in a state of embryonic breathing to enhance his cultivation and reduce his need to sleep. After that, he ignored everything else and made sure the system only interrupted him if it was a message from the Blood Duke. While Cain used every second he had to train, a massive festival encompassed the entire Blood Sea. From the young to the old, everybody had fun as the Blood Maiden and Blood Champions walked around the city and island, saluting people and improving their mood. It was a truly joyful time, but everything had to come to an end, and after 4 weeks, it was time for the Blood Maidens to start the 4 trials of purity, starting with the purity of body. There were 2 dragon-like wave champions beasts outside of Blood City, each holding several youths on their backs. Thousands of people had come to see the Blood Maidens leave, and dozens of powerhouses were in the sky looking at both groups. Everything was ready for their trip, or at least almost everything. Unlike the Blood Maiden from the purest path, Shira only had 9 blood champions behind her since the last one had yet to arrive, delaying her departure. The Blood Maiden from the purest path was a young woman with long black hair, blue eyes, a beautiful face, and a petite body full of vitality and energy. She focused on Shira and the blood champions before showing a friendly smile. "Sister Shira, is there any problem with your blood champions?" Although the young woman smiled, Shira could see the mockery in her eyes. "HMPH, Emetria, I do not need your help. Since you are ready, then leave." Shira felt a great fury against Emetria, but the one she was outraged against was no other than Cain, who had yet to arrive. "I don't want people to think I am taking advantage of your situation. I will wait with you." Emetria delaying her departure made things even more embarrassing for Shira, and she knew it. The argument did not limit only to the Blood Maidens. There were 2 people high in the sky whose strengths allowed them to stand above everybody else. One of them was the Blood Duke, and the other was an old man with bloody eyes, long white hair, a short body, and wrinkles all over his face. Despite the seemingly weak appearance of the second, his strength was high enough to crush mountains with a movement of his hands. "Your judgment is flawed. An outsider cannot be trusted." The High Blood Elder spoke toward the Blood Duke, and there was a disapproving light in his eyes. The Blood Duke stared back at the old man, and while he showed nothing on his face, he was furious on the inside. This damn brat. He had made many concessions to Cain, but that did not mean he would allow a wave warrior to act as this one pleased and ignore his words. A message was sent 2 hours ago, informing Cain about the departure, but this one was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the Blood Duke and the High Blood Elder looked toward the Blood Island as they felt a presence approaching their location at supersonic speed. Cain finally appearing did not erase the Blood Duke's rage, since this one was arriving 2 hours late, but as he focused on the young man's body, a large smile appeared on his face, and all the anger was gone. On the contrary, the High Blood Elder, who had shown no interest in Cain before, focused on the young man with cold eyes. The reason for the reaction of both supreme powerhouses was that they could feel Cain's marrow washing percentage, and it was over 99%. Besides the high marrow washing percentage in Cain, both men also perceived his level 9 cultivation and the slightly chaotic state of this one, meaning he had just advanced recently. Cain was amid his breakthrough when the message of the Blood Duke arrived, and he could not interrupt it as it was imperative to take full advantage of it. As soon he stabilized the bursting astral wave running through his meridians, he immediately flashed to this place. The Blood Duke and High Blood Elder were the first to perceive him, but it did not take long for others to hear the sonic booms and see a figure flashing to their location. A boom. He landed right in the middle of the two dragon-like wave beasts, raising a cloud of dust. It soon dispersed, showing a young man with pristine skin and a vibrant life force. A red robe covered his body, but unlike the other disciples, the engraving on his back did not depict his position in Blood Sea. Instead, it had the emblem of the Valentine family. The Blood Duke had asked Cain to wear it to ensure everybody knew about the young man's background. Cain's purpose in these trials was to prove to everybody in Blood Sea that cooperation and integration were the right path forward. Although the Valentine family was a relatively new noble family, the fame of Zarok Valentine had already spread across the collapsing lightning sector as the youngest of the 9 pillars. That also clarified that Cain's background included the Imperial Lightning Fort, the strongest power in the entire sector. Cain knew that all of that would only increase the focus on his person, but he did not care. After learning about the assassination contract on Shura, he understood that no matter how bright the spotlight shone on him, the one they were truly after would be the young woman. Instead of wasting his time focusing on the machinations of the Blood Duke, he made it his mission to keep Shura alive. That would be enough to repay his debt to the Titan. Although he did not want it, Cain attracted a lot of attention, but he kept a composed expression as he turned his eyes toward the wave beast of the purest path. The first one to catch his attention was the Blood Maiden. She was around the same age as he and Shura and was already an early wave champion, and it seemed she rose to that level with a very high marrow washing percentage. As for her beauty, that mattered very little to Cain since there was no way he could feel attracted to a woman that looked at him as if he was garbage. Cain then turned his eyes toward the Blood Champion and saw that each was very strong, with a high cultivation and solid foundation. None of them would be easy to defeat, but only once his eyes reached the man at the end of the wave beast, a sense of danger assaulted him. The last of the Blood Champions was a tall young man with short black hair and a handsome face, but the most striking part was his eyes, which had red pupils. Zima saw Cain looking at him, but unlike the rest of the Blood Champion, he did not show disdain and simply nodded. The way Zima looked at Cain was not of someone that believed himself instantly superior to the others just due to their bloodlines, but there was a clear intent of apathy as if they should not meddle in each other's path and stay separated. As the duo stared at each other, golden light appeared in Zima's eyes, making a red one emerge from Cain's. Cain could not hide his surprise when he felt an ego wave in Zima that surpassed the wave champion rank. Although it was not as high as his that already reached the middle wave king, it was not that far behind. For someone so young as Zima to have that type of willpower, there was only one answer. He also had an inborn ego eternal matrix. An inborn ego eternal matrix was extremely weird, but it was not unique to Cain. He had never met someone like him before, and now that he did, the young man was his enemy. Not wanting to waste any more time, Cain turned toward the Integrationist Path's wave beast and began to walk toward it. Unfortunately for Cain, while he had no intent of interacting with the people of the purest path, that did not mean they felt the same way about him. "You, outsider, how dare you arrive so late and not even offer an apology to all of us who were forced to wait for your irresponsible behavior?" Emetria began to sput accusations toward Cain with a loud voice so everybody could hear her. She did not hide the disdain or disgust on her face, making it clear just how she felt about the young man. Cain heard Emetria's voice but did not waste his time with her. If he were to apologize, she would only raise the stakes, making things look even worse than they truly are, and if he reacted forcefully, then the young woman would only brand him as a brute and adjust her accusations. Since there was no way to win an argument with someone who saw you as an inferior being, there was no point in talking to them at all. Of course, ignoring Emetria would also generate troubles, but Cain expected that the Blood Champions of the purest path could see the solemn state of the events and would not make a scene. He was wrong. "You dare to ignore Miss Emetria, you foreign trash. It seems I have to teach you some manners." A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes jumped out of the purest path's wave beast and moved toward Cain. He was just 20, yet his cultivation had already reached the late-stage wave champion. Kane turned around and stared at the man walking toward him. He noticed how this one was similar to the person who attempted to stop him on the bridge. However, what really mattered to him was the response of the powerhouses in the sky. Those of the integrationist path were not happy with the blonde man's behavior, but neither were they fond of Kane right now. Ultimately, they did not interfere, maybe considering it would be below them to meddle in a dispute among young people. As for the powerhouses in the purist path, all of them were happy to see the fight since they believed the young man would teach Kane a painful lesson. Ah! What an annoyance! Kane felt frustrated when he saw the blonde man walking toward him. The fight would not be easy, but he trusted his abilities. What bothered Kane was that winning would not make things better for him or the sentiment toward the integrationist path. The only thing people would see would be an outsider striking down one of their own. When they were 100 meters away from each other, a red light covered the young man's leg, and he flashed at supersonic speed, appearing in front of Kane's in a quarter of a second. A cold smile appeared as he sent his hand forward, intending to grab Kane by the neck. The blonde man was very fast, but just as his hand was about to reach Kane, this one flashed away, putting some distance between each other. I am not interested in involving myself with people that see me as inferior, nor do I desire to fight with any of you. It is best to keep our paths separate unless you want to establish a meaningful conversation. Kane immediately attempted to defuse the situation, making clear the reason for his reluctance to interact with people on the purist path. Of course, while his logic made sense, some stared at him as if he was a coward too afraid to fight. The blonde man heard Kane's words but did not care about them. The only thing in his mind was that a level 9 wave warrior managed to escape from his grasp, and everybody saw it. A sense of shame assaulted him, making his hatred and rage toward Kane grow even stronger. Come here and fight, the blonde man shouted in rage as he flashed toward Kane, but this one managed to keep the distance between them. Kane was faster than the blood man, but his movements had a certain rhythm that made his presence vanish from time to time. That made it very hard for the late wave champion to follow him. The people of the purist path that were all smiles in the beginning, could not help but frown when they saw how one of their blood champions could not catch an outsider, despite the massive difference between their cultivations. High up in the sky above everybody else, the Blood Duke saw that scene with a smile since Kane's behavior was what he wanted. A boom, finally, a blast occurred, but it was not due to a clash between the blonde blood champion and Kane. It happened when a young man with short black hair dived toward the ground between them. The newcomer had short black hair, green eyes, and an impressive 2-meter-20 centimeter stature. He came from the dragon with Shura in it, and his cultivation was the same as the blonde blood champion from the purist path, but the physical pressure he unleashed was much greater. Surin, the blonde man chasing after Kane shouted, and he adopted a solemn expression, raising his guard and moving back. It is enough, Jeremy. Go back to your group and stop making a fool of yourself. If you want to keep delaying things, the one you will have to face is me. Surin's blue eyes glowed with a golden light, deploying willpower at the peak of the wave champion rank. Jeremy stared at Surin for a moment but did not dare to fight against this one with so many people watching over them and simply sneered before turning around and returning to the purist path's wave beast. Kane saw how Jeremy left and then turned towards Surin before nodding. Thanks for that. Although he was not in danger, Jeremy was becoming a problem since Kane could not solely focus on defense in a situation like that. After all, his opponent's energy pool was much greater than his. Surin turned around and glanced at Kane with cold eyes before speaking in a stern voice. If you cannot fight, your presence will only become a hindrance to Lady Shura. Not wanting to waste any more time, Surin jumped out of the ground, landing softly on the wave beast right behind Shura. Kane noticed the animosity in Surin's eyes. Still, unlike Jeremy and the rest of the people in the purist path, the young man's feelings targeted him, not his ethnicity or bloodline. Well, at least he hates me for the content of my character nor for the blood running through my veins. That thought nearly made Kane burst into laughter as he trashed such an iconic slogan from his old world. He did not want to waste time either, so he jumped to the wave beast and sat in the back, away from the rest of the blood champions. Emetria glanced at Cain with disdain and loath for a moment but did not keep trying to make a scene and patted the wave beast's head, making this one rise into the air and fly away at supersonic speed. On the other hand, Shira could not help keeping her eyes on Cain. She remembered clearly how that young man managed to speak back to the Blood Duke and how his willpower seemed capable of shattering everything on his path. Someone like that could not possibly be a coward that was too afraid of fighting a wave champion. Was his bravery with my uncle all a facade? Shira could not help but think as she stared at Cain, trying to decipher just what kind of person the young man was. My lady, Surin's words brought Shira back to reality, and she shook her head, erasing all those thoughts and focusing on her mission. She tapped the wave beast's head, and this one rose into the sky, leaving Blood Sea. As soon as both dragons vanished from their sight, people on the ground began to disperse, but the same could not be said about the powerhouses in the sky. The Wave Kings from the purest path look at the Wave Kings from the integrationist path scornfully. The division between the groups had risen so much that hostility was already present in their hearts. Blood Sea was one of the strongest forces in the entire Godslayer humankind empire, but its internal division weakened them significantly. Both sides knew that, but the clash in their ideologies was not something they could fix with just words, at least not anymore. The members of both paths believed they were in the right and that their way would help the Blood Sea, with the integrationist path considering that expansion and exchange were essential for the safety and growth of their people. However, members of the purest path had the firm idea that the only way for the Blood Sea to rise was to reject any foreign influence, not allowing outsiders to taint their minds or bloodlines. Isolation usually led empires to crumble, regardless of their size, since even the Godslayer humankind had to make alliances to face the dangers of the Dark Race. Yet, the purest path considered that they did not have to rely on others for anything since that would only open the door to problems. In all fairness, the fears of the purest path were not unfounded since many powers across the empire wanted to take the Blood Sea for themselves. A lesson that was still vivid in their minds after the events that happened 100 years ago. The Blood Duke stared at the High Blood Elder for a moment before turning around and flashing toward the Blood Pagoda. Any diplomatic way to fix their problem vanished when Ivan was assassinated. The High Blood Elder glanced at the Blood Duke before turning his eyes toward the Wave Beast bringing Shira out of the Blood Sea. Despite the beast being over a dozen kilometers away, he could see everybody in it as if they were right by his side. He had a contingency for every possible problem, but Cain's arrival was a wild card. Of course, he was not concerned by a mere level 9 wave warrior, but the people behind Cain were the type he could not simply ignore. There was no way that the Imperial Lightning Fort would simply ignore if one of its most promising stars were to die due to the actions of the purest path. Everything is already in motion, so I cannot stop it even if I wanted. A sharp light appeared in the High Blood Elder's eyes as he flashed toward the Blood Pagoda. Regardless of how things turned out, he had to be in peak physical and mental condition for what would come next. Cain stood at the back of the dragon-like wave beast as this one coursed through the air, moving at Mach 4, reaching a speed that surpassed 1,000 meters per second. The pressure of the wind at that speed was like a hammer, but Cain could ignore it thanks to his strong body and powerful mind. All the blood champions were chatting among themselves, but it was clear that the center of their attention was Shira, and they were ignoring Cain. Cain did not care about the relationship of Shira with those men, but he could not help to stare at them for a moment and felt that something was odd since every one of the blood champions was a man. Since a tournament chose them, it made sense that at least a woman managed to gain a position among them, but it was not the case. It was clear that it was not simply coincidence, involving secrets about the ascendance of the blood moon he was unaware of, but he did not really care about it. As for the fact the blood champions were ignoring him, that was something that Cain preferred since he had many things to do, with the first being the analysis of his body and cultivation. The Blood Duke's summoning arrived amid his breakthrough, and as soon as he stabilized his cultivation, he flashed to the outside of Blood City. System, scan me. Cain's thoughts were all the absolute life form system needed to act, and soon the information appeared in his mind. Scanning vessel. Scan of vessel completed. Name: Cain Lorifer Race, Godslayer Humankind Path of Power, Astral Rebirth, Level 9 Wave Warrior. Lineage: Avernus Lineage Wave Talent, Middle tier 7, high tier 7. Stats. Strength, 14.5 to 16.7. Agility, 8.1 to 9.2. Vitality, 14.1 to 15.8. Wave, 9.0 to 10.4. Blood energy, 12.5 to 12.9. Marrow washing, 99.07% completion. Note: Wave virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 20.1%. Kane smiled as he saw his stats. He had felt the surging power in his body after the breakthrough to level 9, but it was even better than he expected. The one that did not obtain a massive improvement was his blood energy, but the reason for that only made Kane's smile grow wider. His body finally reached saturation, and he could raise his blood refinement art to the next level. Rising to the third level meant the generation of blood runes, which was an extremely complicated process, but Kane had already mastered it during his journey with Bloodless number 1. Not wanting to waste time, Kane took a deep breath and adopted a meditative position before closing his eyes. He took control of the blood energy in his body, redirecting it into his rebirth heart, where it began to condense. 30 minutes later, Kane's body trembled as a glowing crimson rune was now inside his heart. Shura, Surin, and the rest of the blood champions were talking calmly when their eyes widened, and they looked to the back of the wave beast. Shock appeared on their faces when they felt the burst of blood energy coming from inside Kane's body. Kane did not want to draw attention, but the generation of the blood rune generated a qualitative change in the blood energy running through his body, and he could not avoid its radiation from being noticed by the others since they were so close to each other. The blood champions focused on Kane, as they could not believe what they just saw. All of them trained in the body refinement art and were familiarized with the change in their blood energy upon the generation of blood runes. Still, reaching the blood refinement art's third level while being a wave warrior was someone only one of them managed to achieve. Surin remembered just how hard it was for him to develop the blood rune, and unlike Kane, the lineage running through his veins was tailored to improve the skills based on blood. Despite having that advantage over the other, Kane still managed to equal his feat. Kane noticed the eyes of all the blood champions but did not care and carried on with his training, taking the blood orb that Bloodless number 1 gave him from his space ring. He had generated the Prima Blood rune, which contained the totality of his blood energy, and now it was time to create secondary blood runes to increase his energy pool. The blood orb contained a massive amount of vitality and blood essence, helping Kane generate secondary blood runes much faster. The first secondary blood rune emerged in just 10 minutes, and the second came even quicker. After creating 5 of them, Kane felt that he reached his limit. I need to improve my cultivation and the strength of my body to continue generating more secondary blood runes. System, show me my blood energy. A second after that command, a virtual screen appeared in Kane's sight. Blood energy, 12.9 to 15.1. Such a massive improvement made Kane smile. An energy pool of 15 points was something usually reserved for wave champions. Yet, he managed to get it while being a level 9 wave warrior, meaning it would only grow larger upon his breakthrough. Focus returned to Kane's eyes as he calmed the excitement in his heart. He had indeed grown stronger, but the assassins that would come for Shura would not be weak, and if he grew complacent, they might take his life. My cultivation has already stabilized, and I can increase it again. Kane sent several corpses of wave champion beasts and silver artifacts to the Devourer dimension, so the Earth Fiend Flame could generate a stream of energy and vitality to his body while at the same time taking wave crystals from his space ring. He adopted a meditative position and closed his eyes while making the wave run through his meridians, ignoring everything else. The expansion of his meridians through his brain was complete, so Kane now had to focus on the next step. Level 9 was quite straightforward. You need to reforge your meridians, increasing their thickness, flexibility, durability, and the number of branches emerging from them. Ultimately, you needed to expand your meridians to the point they could extend into every corner of your body, directly nurturing all the muscle fibers in the entire nervous system and coating all the bones in the skeletal system. While this level was not as complex as the previous ones since the meridians did not need guidance and would extend on their own, it did require an overwhelming amount of energy. If someone with a low wave talent were to reach this level, it might take them decades to finish it, but that was undoubtedly not Kane's case. Shira and the Blood Champions had yet to recover from the shock of Kane's blood runes when they saw the speed at which he devoured the wave from those wave crystals. None of them could accurately measure Kane's wave talent, but it was clear it did not fall behind that of Surin or Shira, two of the greatest young geniuses of Blood Sea. It was not easy for the Blood Champions to accept that the talent of someone they had a bad impression of could be so high. Their previous behavior had been rude to Kane, so approaching him now would be awkward, and they decided to keep things as they were. Shira, on the other hand, only stared at Kane. She had not directly ostracized the young man, but neither did she attempt to establish a relationship since she remembered very well his words during the meeting with the Blood Duke. Since Kane did not really care about her life or the ascendance of the Blood Moon and was here just to pay a debt, she would treat him as the mercenary he was. Kane's impressive talent would not change the way she behaved around him. Kane was happy with how things turned out with Shira and the Blood Champions since he was not in the mood to make friends and wanted to use every second he had to improve his strength. He only opened his eyes when a cold wind crashed into his body, and he knew they had reached their first destination. The first of the 4 trials of purity was the purity of body, which involved Shira's journey into an extraordinary geyser to help her body attain a pristine state. Many of those special bodies of water could be found across the Gaia continent, and the one that the integrationist path chose was one deep inside a frozen mountain range named Ice Crown. Ice Crown earned its name due to the large mountain peaks that adopted a circular formation, generating a cold force field on top of them that could freeze wave kings. The only way to get into the core of the mountain range would be by making their way through the snow in the ground. Shira tapped the wave beast's head, indicating that this one should go down. If it kept flying forward, it would freeze along with all of them. After reaching the ground, everybody jumped out of the wave beast, and this one immediately rose into the sky and flew away to a warmer zone. They would call it back after they finished their mission in this place, and it was time to move to the next destination. Despite all of them having strong constitutions, the cold affected their bodies harshly, especially for Shira since she was in essence early wave champion. She and the Blood Champions immediately activated their armor. Wave artifacts had thermoregulatory properties, so they could keep them warm even in such dangerous terrains, but there was a downside. The artifacts needed to consume their wave to work so that it would drain a small portion of their energy pool during their journey. Of course, a slight decrease in their energy pool was much better than having their bodies react slower due to the freezing cold, so they all did it. All except for one. Kane became the center of attention of the group again, and just as they wondered what he was trying to do, he took a golden capsule from his space ring and injected it into his neck. Shira and the Blood Champions saw Kane's body tremble for a moment before his skin gained a shining glow, and they noticed his sparkling white breath. Was that a grand wave virus? Unlike the Blood Champions, who felt awkward interacting with Kane, Shira did not have those problems and asked the man directly. Kane had noticed Shira's objective attitude and silently nodded since that would make protecting her much easier. Its name is White Heat Breath. It is a 3-star grand wave virus that generates a thick layer of brown fat beneath my skin, acting as a natural thermoregulator. That will protect me from the cold. The virus also generates an enzyme that acts at the level of my lungs, improving my ability to separate oxygen from carbon dioxide in the air I take in, keeping the first inside my lungs and exuding the second. Surin and the rest of the Blood Champion were amazed by the effect of the wave virus, especially the last part. They understand that high places with cold air affect your breathing and drain your stamina. Kane considered things momentarily before focusing on Shira and throwing a golden capsule at her. If she could respond better to threats, it would be easier for him to keep her alive. Shira caught the wave virus and stared at this one for a moment before frowning. She had used her AI chip to scan it, but there was no information in it. All the goods sold through the Empire's network had a certification since there were people in charge of analyzing the products, making sure they were legit. That was especially true for wave virus and drugs. Kane did not get angry at Shira for her words. After all, only an idiot would inject something inside their bodies that a complete stranger gave to them. I made it. I made it. Shock appeared in the eyes of Shira and the Blood Champions when they heard that. Kane had already demonstrated a superb talent in Astral Rebirth Path of Power along with a Divine Wave talent, and now they learned he was also a genetic coder capable of creating 3-star wave viruses. That is impossible. One of the blood champions could not help but shout after hearing Kane's words. He was a tall young man with short blue hair, green eyes, and a small scar on the side of his neck. The name of the blood champion was Radin. He was 19 years old and was also a genetic coder, but unlike Kane's, his abilities only granted him the title of one-star Grand Genetic Coder. It was very impressive for someone so young as Radin to be a Grand Genetic Coder, and it was an achievement that took all his effort and energy, so he could not believe that someone like Kane was already a 3-star Grand Genetic Coder. Kane glanced at Radin but did not offer any explanation to the man and simply focused on Shira. The intent in his eyes was clear. If the woman did not want the capsule, she could return it. Shira stared at Kane for a moment before deactivating her wave artifact and injecting the capsule into her neck. My lady, Surin was surprised by Shira's actions, and he was unable to stop her. He only could wait with worry as her body trembled for a moment before a shining glow emerged on her skin, and her breath became sparkling. Shira felt that the ice crown's freezing air was no longer a problem since her body could endure the cold, and her lungs did a much better job keeping the oxygen in while releasing the carbon dioxide. My lady, do you trust that man so much? Surin asked Shira, trying to understand the motive behind her actions, and that was a question that aroused the interest of all the blood champions. Kane was also slightly surprised by her decisiveness, so he wanted to hear what she said. Shira stared at Kane before softly shaking her head. I do not trust him, but I trust the Blood Duke's judgment. He would not have put someone in my team that would purposely harm me. The blood champion seemed to relax when they heard that, as if they were happy that it was not Kane who she was getting closer to. Kane stared at Shira and was indeed impressed by the young woman's perspicuity. Do you have more? Surin and the rest of the blood champions regained their focus when they heard Shira asking Kane about more of those wave viruses. Although their relationship with Kane was awkward, the white heat breath wave virus would greatly help them in this place, so they really wanted it. Kane waved his hand, revealing 9 more of the golden capsules to Shira, which excited the blood champion since that meant everyone could get one. How much? The moment Shira said that, the smiles in the blood champions froze. Kane was not their friend, but they were working together, so they expected this one to think of the team first and profits later, but it seemed that would not be the case. The market price of white heat breath is 45.000 military credits, and when sold in a location, that price increases by a factor of 1.5. Considering our group's special circumstances, I will sell you the 9 for 450.000. Surin and the rest of the blood champion could not help but frown when they heard that. They understood that generating wave viruses was expensive and did not wish Kane to hand it for free, but they did not expect this one to seek profits from this. It would not have been a great problem for Kane to simply hand over the wave viruses since the amount of wealth this deal gave him would not really make a difference, but he wanted to create a distance between him and the blood champions. He could not afford Shira to be weak since that would make his job much more complicated, but if the rest of the people refused the wave virus, it would be fine. The reason Kane wanted distance between himself and the blood champions had to do with his plan to take care of the assassins going after Shira. Shira did not hesitate before taking a wave crystal and red orb from his space ring and sending it to Kane. The combined price of those two should be more than enough to pay for the wave viruses. Kane caught the wave crystal and red orb and saw they were a mid-quality wave crystal and a blood orb similar to the one Bloodless number 1 gave him on their journey. He smiled before throwing the capsules to the blood champions. None of the blood champions said any word of thanks toward Kane as they felt no gratitude toward him due to his attitude. They stopped sending astral wave into the wave artifact, deactivating their armors before injecting the capsules into their necks. Once that was over, the blood champions looked at each other and nodded before adopting a battle formation around Shira. The one at the lead was Surin, whose eyes glowed with golden light before he released his ego wave. Surin was a late wave champion, and due to his talent, it made sense he had managed to enter mind over body already. The golden force field he unleashed was able to extend for over 500 meters, making it clear his willpower already reached the peak wave champion and was making strides into the wave king rank. After Surin, the eyes of 4 other late wave champions glowed as they unleashed their own ego waves. Their names were Sebastian, Rorik, and Martin. and while their force field could only cover 400 meters, they were still impressive. Søren, Sebastian, Rorik, and Martin did not simply superimpose their force field one over the other. Instead, they displayed superb teamwork by spreading their ego waves in different directions. The force field spread in the 4 cardinal directions, generating a domain that could detect any threat in a radius of 850 meters around Shura. After Søren, Sebastian, Rorik, and Martin finished with the force field, the other 5 blood champions positioned themselves as an outer layer of protection. Anyone that saw the movements of the 9 blood champions would understand that it was a battle formation they trained for a long time and had mastered with great effort. The only one that was outside of the battle formation was Cain. He had joined them by order of the Blood Duke in the last month and never met before leaving Bloodsea, and they could not simply add him to the formation. Just as Søren was about to command Cain, he saw the eyes of the young man glow with red light before a force field resembling a blood tsunami emerged from the brain of this one. Cain unleashed his ego wave, generating a red force field that extended 4,000 meters forward, spreading in all directions. It encompassed the combined force fields of Søren and the others, extending for a much larger area. That massive red force field did not remain for long since the next second, it became invisible, and its aura vanished, making it extremely hard for any wave beast to detect it. Søren and the rest of the blood champions were shocked by the massive force field that emerged from Cain's mind, and it was clear that the ego wave of the young man was greater than any of them. Inborn ego eternal matrix. Søren was able to figure out the key behind that ego wave immediately since the mightiest genius of the purest path was also someone born with it. Enlightenment appeared in the blood champions, and they could not help but frown as they saw all Cain's gifts. It would not be a problem if the young man's attitude weren't so aggravating. And if the blood champions did not like him already, their feelings grew even worse when they heard him speak. I will take the scout role, trying to carve out less conflict toward the geysers and warn you about the dangers. However, I will not fight. Some of the blood champions grew furious when they heard Cain's words. They could not believe he was so shameless as to declare he would not participate in the fighting. Yet, before they could say a word, Søren stopped them. Søren stared at Cain and nodded before deactivating his force field and indicating Sebastian, Rorik, and Martin to do the same. There was no point in keeping their free ego active if Cain's could cover a much greater terrain than theirs. He then signaled the group to move forward, keeping their defensive formation around Shura. Cain calmly walked behind the group, but a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes for a second as he had detected assassins just as they entered the ice crown. Cain had purposely spread his ego wave through open fields where wave beast would be present and avoided the flank of the mountain range that was perfect for hiding. He did this to generate the impression that he had not noticed anyone when, in reality, his scan force field had already detected the presence of the assassins and even showed him their strength. Although Cain could immediately hide his killing intent and coldness, not blowing away his cover, he still frowned. The fact there were assassins at the beginning of their journey meant they were here before they arrived. Shura's destination for the purity of body should be a secret, yet assassins were already waiting for them, so somebody leaked the information. Cain did not bother with the internal power struggle of Bloodsea and focused his mind on the task at hand. They are not so dumb as to attack Shura when the 9 blood champions protect her. In that case, they must be waiting for an opening, which would present itself on its own due to the powerful and territorial wave beasts in this place. Playing the role of an ignorant scout, Cain followed the group as they headed deeper into the ice crown. Cain's ego wave was so strong that he was able to survey the terrain with extreme efficiency, detecting any group of wave beasts thousands of meters away, allowing the group to move around them in advance. However, there were times when fighting was inevitable since there was only one path forward, and powerful wave champion beasts were in the middle. Once again, Cain's red force field was of help since he could relay the exact location of the beasts and their strength, allowing Søren and the other blood champions to ambush the enemy. Just as he had stated in the beginning, Cain limited himself to his role as a scout and never interfered in the battles, always remaining at a safe distance. The first 2 days went without a problem, with none of the blood champions receiving any form of injury, but things could not remain calm for long. Cain's eyes narrowed as he focused on the left, where his ego wave showed him a small hollow mountain that contained what could only be described as a gargantuan monster. The beast had not detected his ego wave, but it caught the smell of the group, and a killing rage appeared in its eyes. Wave beasts were territorial, so they would react with ferocity to anyone that dared to invade their domains, which would not be a problem for the group if they were facing a wave champion beast, no matter how strong it was. However, the beast coming their way was not a wave champion beast. An ice juggernaut on our left, 2,000 meters, and approaching. Kane's words made the body of the 9 blood champions tense since they knew that an ice juggernaut was a king beast. Surin's eyes grew sharp as he pushed his focus to the limit, focusing on the location that Kane was aiming for and detecting the presence of an immense beast coming their way. He immediately gave orders to the blood champions, ready to face the incoming threat with all their power. Surin, Sebastian, Martin, and Rorik flashed forward, intending to take the king beast head-on as the blood energy inside their bodies exploded. They activated their battle skills, transforming some of their extremities into blood gems, but they did not stop there. In Surin's case, it was clear he used Blood Hand, but he had already surpassed the 3rd level, and his finger grew larger, resembling bestial claws. A boom! The 4 blood champions had just finished their preparations when a massive creature emerged from a mountain. It looked like a mammoth from the old world, but sharp eyes covered the 30-meter-tall body of this one. Wave beast lacked sacred organs, so to grow stronger, they needed more space in their bodies to hold energy, and they achieved that in a very crude way. They simply made their bodies larger, increasing the volume of flesh and blood that could store energy. Despite its massive size, the ice juggernaut was able to move at supersonic speed. Considering its weight surpassed 200 tons, the king beast's momentum and kinetic energy were enough to level a small city, killing dozens of thousands instantly. Surin, Sebastian, Rorik, and Martin knew a single wrong move could lead to death, so they pushed their focus to the limit and made their astral wave explode with all their power and stroke forward together. A boom! A massive shock wave echoed across the ice crown as the 4 humans clashed with the king beast. The snow melted, and the ground beneath their feet shattered due to the immense power of their collision. Each side deployed an overwhelming destructive power, but neither could overcome the other. Surin, Sebastian, Rorik, and Martin could deploy a battle power that surpassed their cultivation. Still, the 4 of them together could only neutralize the ice juggernaut's movement for a second before moving back as a metallic taste appeared in their mouths. The king beast had also received some damage during that clash and could not restart its march immediately, but the group of 4 could not immediately move back into the fray. Luckily, 5 other blood champions were ready to take advantage of that opening. Ah! A scream of pain emerged from the ice juggernaut as 5 attacks landed on the side of its body, shattering the flesh, harming the muscle, and cracking its ribs as it pushed toward the side of a small mountain. A boom! The body of the ice juggernaut shattered the small mountain, and before this one could rise, a 15 meters tall white bestial claw covered in blood aura descended from the sky. Despite the ice juggernaut's massive body, that bestial claw managed to pin it down, allowing the 9 blood champions to attack with all they had. Surin and the rest of the blood champions made their astral wave burst at full power as they attacked. If they reduced the pressure on the ice juggernaut for even a second, things could turn out very wrong very fast. Shira's face was pale after using that bestial claw spell. It took nearly 30 seconds to charge and drained over 80% of her energy pool, but no one could question its power. The teamwork of Shira and the 9 blood champions was so good that they could face a king beast head-on, with none of them suffering any type of severe injury. The only one not pushing himself to the absolute limit facing the king beast was Kane, who looked at the battle from a distance with a calm expression on his face. An old man was looking at the youngsters from a distance as they fought against the ice juggernaut. The name of the old man was Norman, and he was a lonely cultivator with no relation to any of the great powers of the empire, but the one place he was somewhat famous in was the underworld, where he had gained a lot of fame due to his job as an assassin. Norman learned about the contract on the Blood Maiden due to his criminal contacts and immediately decided to take it. The contract not only came with a detailed description of the target but also the people that would be accompanying her in her destinations. Although going after the Blood Maiden of Blood Sea would mean enraging a Titan, the reward was high enough to improve the old man's foundation, pushing him to the Golden Blood stage and granting him a chance to become a Wave King. Norman had already felt his strength deteriorating due to his age, and he could barely deploy the full strength of his peak wave champion cultivation. Since Norma believed it would be easy for him to hide after killing Shura, he decided to take the missions. He had been waiting for a long time for an opening, but the only person he had no information about kept the group away from the wave beasts. Time was not his friend since Norman knew he would lose his chance if the group managed to reach the geysers. Luckily, the ice juggernaut appeared. A sharp light appeared in Norman's eyes as he saw the 9 blood champions pinning down the king beast and Shura's exhausted expression. He also ensured the scout was away from the blood maiden before going forward. Norman was ready to flash toward Shura, performing a killing blow before running away when his eyes widened as his instincts screamed danger. Unfortunately for Norman, he was too late. By the time he detected the attack, a hand covered in shadows had already grabbed his head while an index finger pierced his temple and destroyed his brain. The last thing in Norman's eyes was not fear or regret but admiration due to the superb assassination technique behind the attack that ended his life. Kane's eyes were cold as he took the old man's life. He silently sent the corpse into his space ring before looking into the distance. Norman was not the only assassin since there was a duo of middle-aged men with a cultivation at the late wave champion rank moving toward Shura. Shadows once again covered his body as he made his way toward the duo. The two assassins working together were very much alike, making it seem they were brothers. The one at the lead took a deep breath as he took a small dagger and began silently channeling his astral wave in it. Just as the middle-aged man was about to signal his brother to trigger the cloaking spells, he heard a cracking sound, and as he turned his head, a sense of absolute shock assaulted him. There was a young man on top of his brother whose head was aiming in the wrong direction right now. A life of murder and danger had hardened the middle-aged man's heart and mind, so he kept control even when he saw how the young man shattered his brother's neck. Pure hate and killing intent appeared in his eyes as he changed his target, but before he could even take a step forward, the same young man on top of his brother appeared before him, sending a fist to his throat. Kane's blood fist landed point-blank in the middle-aged man's throat, and if the brute power behind it was not enough, it also generated a shock wave upon impact, increasing the damage. He had not even finished with that attack before he charged the other, taking a deep breath and compressing the air inside his lung. The middle-aged man's throat became a bloody pulp when a projectile landed on his right eye, destroying it before carrying on into the brain. Unlike Norman, the middle-aged man died with an expression of unwillingness on his face. It took him less than 10 seconds to take care of 2 late-wave champions, but there was no smile on Kane's face. Instead, he clenched his teeth as he took a dagger out of his ribs before focusing his blood energy, astral wave, and the power of the sun seed into the wound. Although it was true that Kane managed to take the middle-aged man by surprise, this one still managed to pierce him with the dagger while he landed the blow to the throat. Luckily for Kane, his armor and bones managed to stop the dagger, keeping it as a superficial wound and not receiving any damage to his internal organs. He regulated his breathing as the sonic clone on top of the essence wave assassin faded. Sonic blade fusion was a superb cultivation technique with several techniques that Kane trained diligently. While he had focused on sonic dash and sonic armor, he had also gained a decent mastery over sonic clones, sonic bullet, and sonic fists. Kane noticed that the battle with the king beast was reaching its end, and he returned to his previous location, silently replacing the sonic clone he had left before making his move on Norman. Sonic clones lacked battle power and would fade if an attack were to land on them, but they could remain for a long time, and they could even trick an ego wave, much less your eyes. Surin and the rest of the blood champions were exhausted as they used all their power to take care of the king beast. They managed to kill the best in less than a minute, with none of them suffering any severe injury, a testament to the great power of the group. Of course, if the enemy had been a wave king, things would have been much different since cultivators at that level had gained either incredible insight into the laws or tempered their bodies to a fantastic degree. As the 9 blood champions turned toward Kane, they frowned. Even if they agreed this one would not fight, he could at least lend a hand when they faced such a powerful enemy. Some sneered and chose to ignore him. It would have been easy for Kane to take out the corpse of both assassins, but he did not do it. One of the reasons he was able to take Norman and the two middle-aged men by surprise was that the entire group acted oblivious to their presence, making them lower their guards. Cain did not believe that Shira and the Blood Champion's acting skills would be good enough to deceive the assassins if they knew these were lurking in the shadows, which is why he chose to remain silent. Ultimately, Cain just shrugged his shoulders and sat on the ground, silently recovering from the wound on his rib while analyzing his assassinations and figuring out what he could have done better. Shira headed to the Blood Champions, and the group began to consume the flesh of the king beast. The amount of energy and vitality in it was overwhelmingly high and extremely nutritious for cultivators. Of course, none considered sharing it with Cain since this one did not participate in the battle. Cain would have really liked to consume the meat of the king beast since he had never tasted something like it before in his life, but he did not really care about the group not sharing with him since the amount of energy he could obtain from the three assassins was not any less. He made sure no one was watching as he separated the head from the bodies and sent the decapitated corpses into the Devourer dimension. The Earth Fiend Flame immediately began to act, consuming the corpses and sending 5% of the total amount of energy and vitality in them to his body. That was more than just the one held inside the flesh, it also drained the bones, tendons, sacred organs, and everything else. Cain could not help but show some surprise when he saw how the Shira and the Blood Champions devoured the flesh of the Wave King. They resemble a pack of wolves, reaping large pieces of meat and sending them into their mouths, swallowing them, and taking the next bite the next second. 5 hours was all it took for the 10 members of Blood Sea to consume the Wave King's flesh, leaving nothing else but the bones. It was a truly impressive sight, making Cain wonder if all people of the Blood Sea displayed that kind of ferocious appetite. Cain could have consumed the bones of the king beast using his gluttony module, but the group did not leave it behind since they could use it to make powerful artifacts or as ingredients for cultivation resources. After everybody had recovered their energy, the group began to move deeper into Ice Crown. The geysers were at the center of the mountain range, and there was still a long way to go. Packs of Wave Champions beasts were in their path, but the group was able to dodge most of them and kill the rest. Still, the deeper they go, the stronger the beasts and the more common their encounters with king beasts. The constant battle against the gargantuan beasts with the power to level cities was taking a toll on the Blood Champions' stamina, and wounds were slowly starting to appear on their bodies, but they carried on. On the other hand, Cain kept taking care of the assassins spread all across the mountain range. Some of them were very powerful, and while their battles ended in seconds and did not alert Shira and the Blood Champions, they were very dangerous. There were all sorts of wounds on Cain's body, and he did not have time to heal them, so he just focused on stabilizing his condition before moving on. Only Shira had not suffered wounds since she was protected from the Wave Beast by the Blood Champions and from the assassins by Cain. Of course, that did not mean she did not participate in the battles since her spells were part of the reason why Surin and the other Blood Champions could take care of the King Beast so fast. Finally, after a week of pain and suffering, the group reached their final destination, flat terrain at the center of the freezing mountain range with over a dozen geysers spread around it. Those geysers would be the ones that Shira would use for her purity of body. Although it had a name full of grandeur, the trial was actually using the special water from the geyser to clean her body from impurities that could have compiled on her skin and blood. Shira was an essence wave cultivator, so she did not go through marrow washing as a wave warrior, and now she would use the power of the water to temper her flesh and blood, granting it a pristine state. The water from the geyser was boiling and could burn the flesh of a wave warrior in seconds, but Shira's eyes were full of determination as she prepared for the trial. Shira would not be the only one using the geysers since astral cultivators could also use them to improve the state of their bodies, and that was not all. Other than a purification force, the water in the ice crown had healing powers, which all the Blood Champions could use now after many battles against king beasts. Of course, Shira would not be washing herself with the other men, and she planned to pick one of the faraway geysers to use, but before that, she glanced at Cain. Shira would not lower her guard just because they had finally reached their destination. There was no way to say what kind of beast or danger could be found in this place, and the young man who guided their path to this place was the best to find out about them. Cain noticed Shira's gaze, and his eyes glowed as a red force field emerged from his mind, covering the geysers and everything in a 1,000-meter radius around them. The red force field managed to pierce beneath the ground and into the sky, showing Cain that there were no more threats. It seemed that neither king beasts nor assassins were hiding in this place. It is safe. Shura nodded and then headed to a geyser before waving her hand, taking out a treasure in the form of a crystal dome that covered the area around her. She could see outside, but no one could see inside. It was best if she was naked when using the water, which was why the Blood Duke had already given her a treasure that she could use to keep her privacy. Surin and the rest of the Bood champions could not help but glance at the crystal dome, but they did not dare to keep their eyes for long in it. The next second they deactivated their wave artifacts and moved toward the geyser. All the Blood champions were covered in bruises, with some having cracked bones since the battles with the king beasts had been dangerous. The group noticed Cain moving to one of the geysers, and some sneered since he had not participated in any of the battles and did not need to heal like them. Yet, the moment Cain took out his clothes, the eyes of the Blood champions widened, and there was a sense of shock and awe on their faces. The bruises on Cain's body made the ones on the Blood champions seem like paper cuts, and they were far from the most severe injuries. There were deep cuts on his back and chest, some near the spine and others next to the heart. Shura was about to enter the geyser when she noticed the commotion, and she was also shocked by Cain's wounds, making her wonder what had happened to the young man. She was not the only one asking that since the Blood champions were also perplexed. They could swear that they never saw Cain fight, yet it was clear to all that those wounds had occurred in the last few days. Cain was too tired to care about those stares, and neither did he intend to share the information about the assassins with them. The only reason he did not hide his state was to plant the idea in the group's mind that there was a hidden danger. Initially, he planned to take care of the assassins on his own and never reveal anything, but if the last battles showed him something was that the enemies were stronger than he expected. Although Cain managed to end the fights with the assassins in seconds and silence, he found himself in extremely dangerous situations more than once. Planting the idea that there was something wrong in the mind of Shura and the Blood champions would help them react better in case of a danger he could not stop in time. At the same time, by not revealing the presence of assassins, he prevented they would do something that would alert those people. Cain submerged in the geyser, closing his eyes as the boiling water covered his entire body. It was easy for an astral cultivator with a powerful constitution like him to endure the heat, allowing him to focus on the healing properties of the water immediately. As the boiling water began to close his wounds, fix the broken bones, and recover the torn muscles, Cain remembered all the fight and frowned. The fact he managed to kill over 10 late and peak wave champions did not matter, as he was unsatisfied with his skills. If I had reached the peak of Void State's 3rd level, none of those people would have noticed my presence even after I landed my attack, but it is simply too complex. I doubt I can reach the peak before becoming a late wave champion, much less the 4th level. Cain still remembered the flawless display of assassination skills deployed by the man in the illusions and had to admit he was very far from that level. Practice makes perfect. There is no point in wasting time comparing my skills with that person. I will be fine as long as I keep improving. After calming his mind, Cain focused on his recovery. The water was truly wondrous, and part of him wanted to drink it, but he knew that would not be wise. Although there was no damage from taking it through his skin, the water was unsafe for consumption due to the parasites and bacteria in it. However, unlike the others, Cain had a way to fix that. He encapsulated some of the water with his ego wave, which allowed him to send it into his devourer dimension. Just as Cain expected, the earth fiend flame could set all of it ablaze, transforming even the toxic component of the boiling water into energy and vitality that flowed through his veins. A large smile appeared as he sent more and more of the boiling water into the devourer dimension. It would have been nice to store some on his space ring for later, but the geyser's water would lose its special properties after separating from the main body of water. Cain's recovery speed enhanced exponentially after using the gluttony module to devour the life and vitality of the boiling waters, allowing him to heal from his severe wounds in just 2 days. Not wanting to waste time, Cain focused on Blood Hand. He could already transform both hands, including the wrists, into blood gems but had yet to complete the 3rd level. Blood Fists, the 3rd level of Blood Hand, focuses on pushing the molecular transformation of your hands to the next level. At that point, your hands would be no weaker than silver wave artifacts, and there would no longer be a need to send blood energy to trigger a transformation. Cain managed to train the third level as a wave warrior thanks to achieving flawless marrow, but reaching the peak would be very hard. As for the fourth level, he was confident in his abilities, but trying to enter it before becoming a wave champion would be a dream. 5 days passed until the crystal dome finally vanished, and Shura appeared. Her skin was sparkling, making her look even more beautiful than before. Surin and the blood champions put on their clothes as they emerged from the geyser, and all stared at Shura with dumbfounded expressions. Cain also left the geyser when he saw Shura, but he could keep his composure, unlike the others. It was not that he did not find the woman extremely beautiful, because he did, but his willpower allowed him to maintain control of his emotions much better than the rest. Shura frowned as she did not like people keeping their eyes on her for too long, and the blood champions were wise enough to look away the next second. She then stared at Cain, and a small smile appeared on her face as she saw the calm in this one. "Let's move." Cain glanced at the blood champions after hearing Shura's words, and seeing that they were all ready, he turned to the exit of the geysers. He sent his ego wave into the path they took to this place before moving at supersonic speed. Shura and the blood champions moved behind him, keeping the woman in the center, advancing at supersonic speed as well. It took them a week to reach the geysers, but the path they took should be free of threats since no wave beasts should have migrated to the domain of the dead ones. That allowed them to move at supersonic speed, something they could not do before since it would have drawn too much attention. Cain, Shura, and the blood champions managed to reach the bottom of the frozen mountain range in less than an hour, marking the end of the first of the 4 trials or purity. Shura took a small bell from her space ring, and shortly after waving it, the dragon-like wave champion beast appeared in the distance. Cain, Shura, and the blood champions moved through the sky on the back of the dragon-like wave beast. They were advancing at supersonic speed, and since the location of the next trial was not far, they were able to reach it in less than 2 days. A boom! That thunderous blast indicated the group had arrived. Cain and the others could see less than 1,000 meters away a massive mountain upon which lightning clashed over and over again, covering every portion of it with its destructive power. Unlike regular mountains, the surface of this one was smooth, and the endless barrage of lightning had crystallized some portions. Everybody could see the giant storm cloud above its peak, one that had yet to face even after hundreds of years. Quite fittingly, this mountain had the name Skyfall Mountain. No life forms lived in it, and it was where Shura would take her purity of energy. A human settlement could not survive in that environment, and while there were wave beasts that thrived in the presence of lightning, they also needed another form of nutrients, and no vegetal life forms could survive in that place. Although it was a place of death and destruction, Skyfall Mountain was a place many powerhouses wanted to visit since there was a special force at its peak that could help even Wave King. However, it was under the domain of the Blood Sea, so no one could get near it without first asking for authorization from either the Blood Duke or High Blood Elder. Cain's eyes narrowed as he focused on Skyfall Mountain, and a small smile appeared since he did not feel any dangerous presence in this place. It made sense that the assassins had chosen not to attack here since there was nowhere to hide, and the lightning constantly fell from the sky. Shura tapped the wave beast's head, making this one descend on the foot of Skyfall Mountain since flying directly to the peak would have been suicide. Like the last time, once the youths got down, the wave beast rose to the air and flew away, only returning once Shura rang her small bell. Shura glanced at Surin and the rest of the blood champions, and they immediately adopted a formation. The 10 unleashed the wave cloaks before slowly fusing them into a single one. Cain was surprised by the Shura and the blood champions formation, but while it provided great defenses, it was not suitable for battle since they had to stick together and could not move independently. The defensive power is not its main attribute. Its focus is making the 10 a single massive entity. It was not hard for Cain to figure out the reason for that formation. The group knew they could not dodge the lightning, so they combined their wave cloak, making the power of the lighting divide into 10, diminishing the impact it would have on their bodies. Shura and Surin turned toward Cain, and both of them frowned. She and the blood champions had trained this formation for months, and they could not simply add people since it would bring instability. However, they did not think that Cain could reach the peak of Skyfall Mountain alone. Kane noticed their gazes and showed a small smile before taking a blue capsule from his space ring and, the next second, injecting it into his neck. His body began to tremble the next second, and soon his entire body gained a strong static charge. The wave virus was lightning force, and while its primary use was to augment lightning spells and skills, the electric charge generated across the body was an excellent conductor. It would allow Kane's body to redirect any lightning strike that could land on him to the ground, diminishing the damage he takes. Shira nodded once she noticed the wave virus, no longer looking at Kane and putting all her focus on the mountain's peak. A boom! She and the Blood Champions had advanced less than 20 meters when a lightning bolt fell on them. However, there were smiles on their faces since once the full power of the lightning spread among the 10, it did little to no damage. Kane did not fall behind, but before putting a single foot in the mountain, he unleashed his ego wave into the sky, reaching 4,000 meters into the air. While that was not even a third of Skyfall Mountain, it was enough. Shira and the Blood Champions were confused about why Kane would unleash his ego wave, especially if he would only send it into the sky where there was nothing. Kane did not offer an explanation and did not even look at the group. He was not trying to antagonize them now as he did in Ice Crown, but his mind was too busy to think about anything else other than the task at hand. All of a sudden, Kane's eyes narrowed, and he looked into the sky only to hear a thunderous sound as lightning fell directly on him. A boom! Kane clenched his teeth due to the pain, but just like Shira and the others after facing the bolt of lightning, there was a smile on his face. Thanks to the lightning force wave virus and his lightning lupus bloodline, his body was highly resilient to lightning, so he was able to endure it. Shira kept moving forward but glanced at Kane when this one endured the bolt of lightning. After seeing how well this one managed to take the strike, she kept her eyes forward and started moving faster. Everything was going well, and the lightning strikes were even helping the group since they were tempering their flesh, blood, and even wave. However, all changed when they reached the middle point of their journey. Boom mmmmmm. A lightning bolt so massive that it was better to call it a pillar fell from the sky, landing directly on Shira and the Blood Champions. The group trembled, and blood leaked from the corner of their mouths since the damage they received was high. That lightning had the power of a weak wave king's spell. Shira and the Blood Champions could endure its destructive power since it divided between the 10, but there was one that was not so lucky. Boom mmmmmm. Another of those lightning pillars fell from the sky, and its target this time was no other than Kane. Shock appeared on the faces of Shira, Surin, and the rest of the Blood Champions when they saw that there was nothing left in the place where the pillar of lightning had just fallen. Even though the Blood Champions did not have a very good impression of Kane, that did not mean they wanted him dead. It is too soon to plan my funeral. Shira and the Blood Champions heard that and looked ahead, only to see Kane standing there. The shock in their eyes was even greater since Kane had seemingly dodged the lighting pillar, but that should be impossible. Lightning, with a natural origin, traveled at a speed similar to light, which not even Titans could match. Luckily for the group, it seemed that the storm did not like the fact that Kane dodged that strike and sent another. Shira's eyes widened when she saw how Kane looked into the sky and moved at supersonic speed a fraction of a second before the lightning bolt fell from the sky. It was as if the young man could know when and where the lightning would fall. If Kane were an essence wave cultivator training in the lightning law, it would have made sense he could predict the patterns of those lightning bolts, but that was certainly not the case. Your ego wave. A flash of enlightenment appeared in Shira's eyes as she noticed how the red force field spread into the sky. Kane was surprised that Shira was able to figure it out so fast. There was no reason to hide it, so he nodded. You are right. I use my ego wave to perceive the state of the atmosphere, electrics charges, and several other pieces of meteorological data. I can use that to predict lightning patterns, allowing me to dodge it. The Blood Champions were shocked to hear that. Although it was theoretically possible to do all that, the cognitive abilities needed to predict lightning strikes in such a short time were incredible. However, none of them could deny that Kane was indeed able to dodge the lightning bolts. Can you help us? Shira did not have a problem asking Kane for his help, and neither of the Blood Champions dared to say anything about it. While they could resist the lighting pillars, it left wounds on them. Kane stared at them before analyzing things for a moment, showing a complicated expression. Yes and no, I can give you the information, but by the time I share it, you will all have less than a tenth of a second to react. Since you move as a group, I doubt you would be able to move in time. Kane was not lying, as it indeed would take too long to relay the information to the group. The time window was too small for Shura and the 9 blood champions to move simultaneously. Actually, the one doing the analysis was not him but Apex. The system spirit used the AI chip module to analyze all the meteorologic information before sharing it with Kane. Although the delay from one person to the other was just fractions of a second, it added up. Surin and the other blood champions saw how Kane managed to move less than half a second before the lightning pillar fell, so they were sure he was telling the truth. There was not much they could do, so they just prepared to march forward when they saw Shura exiting the formation. My lady, Surin immediately grew worried when he saw Shura moving away from them. She was an early Essence Wave champion, and her body could not endure the power of the pillars of lightning falling from the sky. Before any of the blood champions could say another word, she raised her hand, signaling them to stop. Now that I am not in it, you will no longer have to protect me, making it easier for you all to face the lightning. Surin and the rest of the blood champions were surprised when they heard that, and awkward expressions appeared on their faces. Although the goal of the formation was to divide the power of the lighting between all of them, the blood champions were actually overexerting themselves in order to enhance the defenses of Shura. Now that the formation only contained Surin and the other 8 blood champions, all 8 wave champions, it would be much easier to face the lightning pillars. The blood champions wanted to say something, but it was clear that Shura did not intend to hear them, and she just stood beside Kane. Since I am alone, I should be able to act fast enough if I follow your instructions. Kane stared at Shura for a moment and saw the determination in the young woman's eyes. We will advance together. Follow my instructions without hesitation, or else I cannot guarantee you can reach the peak. Shura nodded and then felt how Kane established a telepathic link with her before both flashed forward at supersonic speed. Surin and the rest of the blood champions were not happy about leaving the safety of Shura in Kane's hands, but there was nothing they could do other than move forward. Now that they did not have to worry about Shura, the group could advance much faster, and those lightning pillars with the might of a wave king's spells could not do much damage to their bodies. A boom, a boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. Kane and Shura advanced to the peak of Skyfall Mountain. They moved in highly irregular patterns with all kinds of turns, but it helped them evade all the lightning pillars that fell from the heavens. It did not take long for Kane, Shura, and the blood champions to see the mountain's peak, thanks to their improved speed. In it, they saw a sky-blue lightning force field. The name of that sky-blue lightning force field was Life Force Lighting Domain. In it, the aspect of the law of lightning concerning its healing and tempering power reached an extreme. They could rest once they reached the Life Force Lightning Domain, but no one lowered their guards since the frequency at which the lightning pillars fell increased the more they rose. Kane and Shura had just flashed forward, dodging a lightning strike, when the eyes of the first widened. A new lightning arc will fall just where that woman is about to land. Kane heard Apex's frantic voice in his mind and knew he would not be able to warn Shura in time. The new lightning pillar had charged as they moved, so it would fall before Shura could make a move. Although the new lightning pillar would have less strength than the other due to the proximity to the last one, it would still be too much for the young woman to handle. Shura's feet had just touched the ground when a feeling of immense danger assaulted her. She looked to the sky and saw a flash of light, but just as the lightning pillar was about to crash on her with the might to obliterate an entire building, a hand grabbed her shoulder and pushed her to the ground. Shock appeared on Shura's face when she saw Kane appearing, but she did not understand why he would move toward her. It was clear to the young woman that Kane detected the lightning too late, but they were still both in the strike range. Just as the lightning pillar was about to fall, Shura saw Kane's eyes explode with a majestic red light mightier than ever before as he gathered every ounce of blood energy and astral wave into his right hand in less than a second. A boom! Thunder echoed across Skyfall Mountain, and the blood champions saw how a pillar of lightning fell on top of Shura and Kane. My lady, Surin shouted, and terror assaulted his heart when he thought the damage that pillar of lightning would do to Shura, but then his eyes widened with shock and awe. The reaction of the other blood champions was the same, as they could not believe what they were seeing. Kane's right hand had turned into a blood gem bathed in dark force coated with an insane amount of astral wave and blood energy, and he used it as a blade to split the lightning pillar. The amount of destructive power in Kane's right hand was outlandish, but it could not endure the might of the pillar of lightning. Less than half a second had passed since the clash of both forces before the skin of Kane's arm was charred by the lightning's power. Kane felt immense pain, but that only made the red light in his eyes burst with even greater might. Just as he felt that his arm would shatter under the force of that lightning, his astral wave burst with power. The astral wave of Kane increased exponentially, allowing him to split the lightning pillar in half. Silence reigned in Skyfall Mountain as Shira and the Blood Champion were astonished by what they just saw. A young wave warrior managed to split apart a pillar of lightning with power above the wave champion rank. Kane did not say a word before raising Shira from the ground, putting her on his back, and flashing at full speed toward the sky-blue lightning domain on the mountain's peak. Shira's heart was still filled with shock, which is why she was not able to react to Kane's actions. Although staying on the young man's back was undoubtedly faster, she was not comfortable with that type of intimacy, which is why she had not proposed it before. She did not like it, but after Shira saw Kane's bloody and scorched arm, she chose to remain silent. Surin and the rest of the Blood Champions frowned when they saw how close Kane was with Shira, but they were not in a position to speak and simply moved forward, not leaving the duo behind. Kane advanced so fast that it took him and Shira less than a minute to enter the sky-blue lightning domain, putting them away from danger. Shira was about to tell Kane to let go of her when this one fell to the ground, bringing her with him. A cold light appeared in her eyes as she immediately moved away from Kane. One thing was her staying on Kane's back as they rose to the mountain's peak, but laying together on the ground was something completely different. However, just as Shira was about to unleash her rage, she noticed Kane's eyes were out of focus. He felt unconscious. The Blood Champions reached the sky-blue lightning domain a few seconds after the duo, and they immediately noticed Kane's state. It became clear for Shira and the Blood Champions that whatever Kane did to enhance his astral wave in such an outlandish way had some drawbacks. Martin. Shira called one of the Blood Champions, who immediately approached Kane before putting a hand over the young man's chest. Martin's hand began to glow as a red fog extended over Kane's body. A flash of surprise appeared on his face as he turned toward Shira. "My lady, there are severe internal wounds left by the clash with the lightning pillar, but a golden flame inside his body is already healing the damage. That, plus the effect of the life force lighting domain, should be enough to help him completely recover in a few days." Shira nodded toward Martin, and she stared at Kane for a moment before adopting a meditative position next to him. Strange expressions appeared on the Blood Champions when they saw that, but none said anything and just focused on recovering from their injuries. Kane had just opened his eyes when, all of a sudden, an immense pain assaulted his mind. It was like someone was splitting his brain in half and sewing it back together the next second. Luckily for Kane, the pain just lasted a moment, and his eyes soon regained focus. He looked around, only to see Shira sitting less than 2 meters away from him. Shira noticed Kane waking up and gave him a thankful nod before returning to her training. "That is right. I saved her." Kane remembered the events that led to his current state. Just as the lightning pillar was about to fall on Shira, he reacted by instinct as his willpower burst with power, allowing him to concentrate all his energy in his right hand. However, even all his blood energy and astral wave combined could not face the lightning pillar with the might of a wave king's spell. Yet, just as he was about to lose, his ego wave exploded and fused into his astral wave. That allowed his energy pool to grow immensely, giving him the strength to split the lightning pillar in half. After that, his mind was about to shut down in order to protect itself from the backlash of Kane using his ego wave in that manner, so he grabbed Shira and rose to safety as fast as he could before falling unconscious. Mind over wave. The ability to channel your ego wave into your astral wave, allowing the second to grow, was something someone at the second realm of the ego eternal path of power could do, but Kane had yet to achieve that level. It was not odd for someone to deploy abilities of the next realm in the ego eternal path of power if they were close enough and there was a burst in their willpower. Kane had done it many times when he had yet to reach mind over body but displayed techniques at that level. However, there are side effects, and the fact that Kane just passed out was lucky. I should be careful, but it is not like I can use it again even if I want it. Now that everything was in order, Cain rose from the ground and adopted a meditative position as he focused on his arm. Most of the damage was healed thanks to the life force lightning domain and his sun seed, but there were still some charred muscles and nerve damage he needed to fix. Cain sent several of the assassin's headless corpses into the Devourer dimension, so the Earth Fiend Flame could extract their vitality and energy before taking a blood orb. All the vitality he obtained was channeled into his arm, and it did not take long before the damage was gone, and the extremity was good as new. Once his body was back at its peak, Cain could finally focus on the life force lightning domain and use it as intended. He took a deep breath and sent the sky blue lightning arcs into his body, making it course through his bones and muscles, especially into his rebirth heart. The sky blue lightning tempered every muscle fiber and bone on Cain's body, but its effect on the rebirth heart was much more impressive. It refined the astral wave inside his body, making it denser and purer, increasing its power and maneuverability. Shura's purity of energy was actually using the life force lightning domain to temper her essence wave, making it purer. Since Cain's energy pool was smaller than the others due to his cultivation still being at the wave warrior rank, he finished his training around the same time as Shura and the Blood Champion despite starting later. Shura, Cain, and the Blood Champions rose from the ground a week after reaching the life force lightning domain, and their power improved significantly due to the impressive enhancement in their wave. A sharp light appeared in the group as they looked down at the mountain. They would have to make their way past the lighting pillars again. Cain and Shura stood next to each other as the eyes of the first glowed with red light while Surin and the Blood Champions adopted their defensive formation and were ready to march down at full speed. They ran at a fantastic speed, with Cain and Shura dodging all the lightning pillars while the Blood Champions just endured their destructive might and kept advancing. Luckily this time, there were no accidents, and all of them managed to reach the foot of the mountain without many problems. Although there were no severe wounds on anyone, they were exhausted, and it took several minutes for them to regulate their breathing. Only then did Shura take the small bell from her space ring and call the dragon-like wave beast back. Like last time, the wave beast came back immediately after receiving the call and flashed toward Shura and the group. They all got on the beast before this one rose into the sky. A solemn expression appeared in Shura and the Blood Champions since the next trial could be considered the hardest. Yet, Cain's expression was the complete opposite since he knew it would pose no challenge for him. The wave beast's speed was impressive, but the next trial would occur in a faraway place, so it still took half a day to reach it. Shura and the Blood Champions pushed their focus to the limit as they saw a massive forest in the distance. It was full of dead trees stretching for thousands of meters, but the most impressive was the gray fog covering the entire forest and extending into the sky. Its name was Howling Forest, an ominous place almost no one liked to visit due to the gray fog covering it. Shura tapped the wave beast's head, and this one descended to the ground, only to leave immediately after the youths jumped out of its back. This place will pose no threat to someone like you. Cain heard Surin's words and nodded. There was no hidden meaning in the Blood Champion's words since the Howling Forest could not affect someone like him. The Howling Forest was full of wave beasts, but no king beast existed. The true danger was the gray fog, which had hypnotic properties, affecting the senses of outsiders and making them see things. Shura's third trial, the purity of mind, consisted of her crossing the Howling Forest, hardening her mind against the illusion that could appear in her path while facing the Wave Champions' beasts that would attack them. The Blood Champions would also face difficulties with this trial since none of them had willpower at the Wave King rank, and even if they had, it would not be enough since only those at the middle Wave King, like Cain, could resist the power of the gray fog. I will use my ego wave to guide you in a straight line and warn you in case of any wave beast's incursion. However, once again, I will not take part in the battles and will remain at a safe distance from the rest of you. Shura, Surin, and the Blood Champions' eyes narrowed when they heard that. Cain was adopting the same attitude back in the Ice Crown, but the group knew better this time. They had seen his battle power and determination, so it was clear Cain did not stay back due to fear of battle. Something was going on that they did not know about, but no one asked a question and simply nodded. Cain unleashed his ego wave, extending it into a straight pattern over 4,000 meters long. The red force field took the form of a pillar, stopping the group from moving in circles and more than wide enough to warn them about any wave beast's incursion. However, that left the flanks unattended, which would have been fine if they were only facing wave beasts, but Kane knew that was not the case. They are back, and they are many. It made sense since, unlike Skyfall Mountain, this place is perfect for an ambush, and it would be easy to find openings. Kane's assassin training allowed him to detect signs of people hiding in the forest. He purposely made it seem that they could easily hide from his ego wave by staying on the flanks, but the truth was that he had already deployed his scan force field. Although the scan force field could only cover a 500-meter radius, it would give Kane enough time to respond to any assassin coming for Shura. "Let's go." Surin gave the command as the Blood Champions adopted a battle formation around Shura, ready to protect her from anything. That way, the young woman would only need to focus on resisting the power of the gray fog, tempering her mind. Hoa wo 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 wow wow wow. The group had just entered the gray fog when they heard that howl, making their ears ring. Shura and the Blood Champions clenched their teeth as they pushed forward. Kane also adopted a solemn attitude, not due to the fog since this one could do nothing to him, but due to the presence approaching the group. A woman was making her way across the gray fog toward Shura and the 9 Blood Champions around her. She was just a middle wave champion, but the fog did not affect her. She knew that alone would not be enough to go over the 9 late wave champions around Shura and land a killing blow on the young woman. However, she led a group with another 4 late wave champions, and they only needed an opening to reach Shura and kill her. If it weren't for that brat, everything would have been much easier. The woman could not help but think with rage as she stared at Kane, the origin of the red force field that led the group across the howling forest. She and the rest of her group had to stay away from the ego wave since they knew none of them would manage to hide from it. After 2 days of tracking Shura and the Blood Champions, the woman and her group finally got their chance when a horde of wave beasts attacked. Whack! Dozens of wave champion beasts that resembled large ravens lunged toward Shura and the Blood Champions. They were not strong but emitted a screeching sound that should hinder the sight and visions of anyone that heard it. However, to the woman's shock, Shura and the Blood Champions fought back against the horde, showing no sign of sensory impairment. How? Shock appeared on the woman's face when she saw how Shura and the Blood Champions fought back. Her mental defenses were superb, thanks to her cultivation technique, but even she would have difficulty facing those crows. It took a moment, but her eyes narrowed when she noticed how Shura and the Blood Champions did not look at the wave champion beasts before unleashing their attacks. Someone is guiding their moves. Awe filled the woman's heart as she looked to Kane since no one else could be responsible for that. As she stared at the young man, she felt something was wrong. "Alex, Yeremia, Candace, Lambert, report your status." Radio silence was essential during an assassination since you never knew what kind of device your enemy could have, but the woman contacted her group through the AI chip regardless. No answer appeared, and her instincts screamed danger, telling her to run. Sadly, she only managed to turn around when a blood hand grabbed her neck, shattering her trachea. Absolute terror assaulted the assassin when she saw Kane's merciless red eyes and noticed how the young man prepared to send an index finger straight into her right eye. There was no way she could overcome Kane's physical might since she was an essence wave cultivator, but despite the immense pain of having her trachea broken, she clenched her teeth as her eyes glowed. Kane's eyes were cold, and nothing was on his mind even after the woman displayed her willpower, but something happened as he saw that glow. A force attempted to affect his mind. It was similar to hypnosis, with the other party taking control of your senses, but this one did not focus on a clash of wills. Had that been the case, it would have been futile since his willpower matched that of a middle wave king. The assassin's technique focused on sending her essence wave into his brain, allowing her to control what he saw. Unfortunately for the woman, her attack failed since even if she did not have to overcome Kane's willpower, she still had to break his mental defenses, which were too high for her. Blood leaked from the woman's eyes due to the backlash of her technique, but she did not suffer for long as Kane's index finger pierced into her brain, killing her the next second. Kane's eyes showed a meaningful light as he took the woman's space ring before separating her head from the rest of her body and storing both pieces. He silently returned with the group, taking the place of his sonic clone. The woman and her group were not the first assassins that Kane had taken care of. but it was the first time he saw someone use such an interesting technique. It is similar to the technique that Roderick used on me when I clashed with Uriel during the ceremony for cadets. Both methods had a similar effect to hypnosis, but they used essence wave to affect the brain, circumventing the need to overcome the target's willpower. Although hypnosis was much better when it came to helping people, it required much less energy, allowing you to affect hundreds of people at a time and even plant ideas or make them puppets. It required you to put the target in a state of suggestions. Roderick and the assassin's technique did not have that demand, making it better when it came to fighting truly powerful enemies. Shira, Surin, and the other blood champions managed to kill all the wave champions beasts shortly after Cain returned. The group turned toward the young man, and there was a positive light in their eyes. The purity of mind was supposed to be the most challenging part of the 4 trials of purity, but thanks to Cain's help, they faced no real problem at all. Cain noticed their eyes but only signaled the group to move on. There was a resting point not far from their location, and he wanted to inspect the space ring of the last assassin. 2 hours, half a dozen death assassins, and a massacred wave champion beasts horde later, they finally reached a small lake inside the core of the forest. No gray fog could be found around this lake, allowing Shira and the blood champions to rest since they no longer had to suppress the illusion and howling voices affecting their minds. Cain spread his ego wave across the lake, making sure there were no assassins in a radius of 2,000 meters before adopting a meditative position and looking into the assassin's space ring. A smile appeared on his face when he found a starry gem. It should contain the technique the woman used on him. Since there was no danger, Cain took a deep breath and sent part of his ego wave into the starry gem. As expected, he was transported into an illusion. There was no grandeur in this illusion, only 2 people standing in front of each other. One resembled a lord, while the other was a mere commoner. The man with the nobleman's attire focused on the commoner while his eyes released an electromagnetic force that reached the target's body, traveling all the way into the brain. Ah! A scream of horror emerged from the commoner as the nobleman made him see all kinds of atrocities, and he felt like his skin was being peeled away. Cain's eyes regained focus the next second, and he could not help but frown before sighing. Illusion Kingdom. That was the name of the technique, but not only was it required the use of essence wave, but it also demanded the mastery of either the law of illusions or at least the law of electromagnetics. Cain really wanted to train the technique, but there was nothing he could do about it. Even if he found a way to use astral wave to replace the need for essence wave, he had zero mastery over the laws. Although it would have been helpful, Cain did not waste his time with the starry gem after learning that he could not practice Illusion Kingdom and stored it. He considered selling the technique, but he shook his head since that could carry all sorts of problems. Great powers might turn a blind eye to some of their people dying, but they would never allow anyone to have their sane techniques. Ultimately, Cain decided to leave it inside his space ring until he found some use for it. After 6 hours, the group rested enough and continued their journey across the howling forest. Cain kept steering the group through the gray fog using his ego wave, warning them about the hordes and guiding their moves. The wave champion beasts were not a problem, but the number of assassins he found was getting bothersome. Some came alone, and some worked in groups. The latter was more challenging since Cain had to kill the entire group before their comrade would notice that something was wrong. Luckily for him, the gray fog affected their senses, or else there was no way Cain could have taken care of them so fast. Cain had just killed a peak wave champion and focused on closing a wound on his chest when his eyes widened, and his entire body grew tense. The reason for that was that the absolute life form system just sent an alarming message to him. The scan force field has detected a life form at the Wave King rank. Wave King. Even if Cain did not consider Wave Kings as unsurpassable mountains anymore, they were still life forms capable of leveling entire cities. Cain could not stop his body from growing tense since the idea of facing a Wave Kings was something he really did not like, but he was able to calm himself the next second after the system showed him the old man's true strength. That old man is reaching the end of his life, and his cultivation took a great hit. Right now, his battle strength is equal to a peak wave champion. Still, anyone who became a wave king should have all sorts of trump cards under his hands, so underestimating this one would be a great mistake. The scan force field showed Kane how the old man got close to the group but not enough to perform an attack. It appeared that he only was interested in gathering information. A scout. Kane came to that conclusion, but it made him frown. Anyone who could use an old wave king as a scout was extremely dangerous. The level of danger in this mission skyrocketed just now, and Kane's eyes grew sharp as he considered what to do with the old man. Killing the old man was possible, but it would not be easy and could end in a fight. Kane had shown the ability to take the life of peak wave champion, but that was during assassinations, and things would be much different in a direct battle where he did not have the element of surprise. When you lack the certainty of being able to kill the target, the only path left is escaping. Kane remembered one of the most important lessons imparted to him during his assassination military specialization classes, but he knew that was not a possibility. His goal in this place was not to kill the enemy but protect Shira, so he could not simply leave this place. The fact he got so close to Shira to gather information means that the gray fog is affecting his senses. I could use that to my advantage. The best case scenario would have been to trap the old man alive and interrogate him, but Kane did not even consider that. If he were to hesitate for even a second, the one dying could be him. Just as Kane prepared to move, the old man ran away, leaving the range of his scan force field and vanishing in the fog. Kane frowned, but there was nothing he could do about it other than sigh. If he were to chase after the old man, this one would notice his presence immediately. Just what is happening? Kane knew the amount of wealth offered by Shira's head, but he could not help but think there was something behind it. Unfortunately, Kane would not get an answer in this place. He could only keep leading Shira and the Blood Champions across the Howling Forest, warning them about the Wave Champion's beast and taking care of the assassins. 5 days later, the group finally managed to leave the Howling Forest, and what they saw was a barren land. The ground was full of cracks from where a potent heat emerged. Kane, Shira, and the Blood Champion stood on volcanic ground, and while the heat was annoying, all of them smiled since it was time for the purity of blood trial. A few thousand kilometers ahead, a series of caverns led to underground tunnels, and deep beneath the ground, they would find a unique location used for the first Blood Duke as a cultivation abode during his path to power. Shira, Surin, and all the other Blood Champions could use that place to enhance their bloodline, pushing their purity to their peak. Kane did not have a Blood Seas lineage, but that place could allow him to temper his body and marrow, pushing him closer to Void Marrow. Knowing all that, it was no wonder all of them were so happy about this place. Shira did not call the wave beast since they should be able to reach the caverns on their own in the same amount of time, not to mention the dragon-like beast was not very fond of environments with a high temperature. The group nodded, and they flashed forward at supersonic speed. The aura of the caverns kept wave beasts away, so luckily, Kane and the others did not face any of them. Kane kept his invisible ego wave spread, but he did not find any assassin, which only made him frown since that meant they should be waiting inside the tunnels. There was the possibility of calling the Blood Sea and informing them of the danger they were facing, but that would lead to all sorts of troubles. First, the 4 trials of purity were supposed to be done without external help, so if someone came to help Shira, the High Blood Elder would use that as an excuse to disqualify her from the century ascension of the Blood Moon. The presence of assassins was a legitimate concern, but all of them had been wave champions, and they could be considered another part of the trials. Of course, if the assassin was a wave king, things would have been much different, but Kane had no proof of that and knew the Blood Duke would not act unless there were evidence. Kane shook his head as he understood that calling for help before the threat presented itself would not work. After almost 1.5 hours of running, the group finally reached the caverns that led to the underground tunnels. Shira and the Blood Champions were eager to enter, but they stared at Kane before making a move. Shira, Surin, and the other Blood Champions had seen Kane's behavior during the trials and how his abilities adapted to every problem they faced during the last month. At first, they had questioned the decision of the Blood Duke to add a wave warrior to their group at the last moment. But they were smart enough to understand there was a hidden threat and that the young man had been taking care of it. Kane noticed the group's inquisitive gazes, but in the end, he only focused on the caverns, sending his ego wave into the underground tunnels before signaling to move on. The moment they entered the tunnels, powerful and toxic radiation assaulted the group. It was so potent that it could harm Wave Champion, burning their skill and inducing cellular damage. However, that radiation that could be deadly for normal Wave Champion was not a problem for the group. As a matter of fact, they were happy to receive it since the blood energy inside their bodies reacted instinctively to the radiation, devouring it and growing stronger. The place where the purity of blood trial took place was thousands of meters underground, and while there were no wave beasts in this place, they had to look out for the magma, which would burst from time to time. Luckily for them, Kane's ego wave could enter the magma, ensuring they found a safe path forward. The group advanced very fast, but even so, it took them almost 2 days to reach their destination. Kane, Shira, and the Blood Champions found an underground cave under those rivers of magma that glowed with beautiful red light. The light source was the beautiful glowing blood river a few hundred meters ahead at the end of the cave. Its name was Blood Origin Pool. According to the legends, it was once a pool of fire water, a unique element born from the clash of two opposing forces. The first Blood Duke bathed in its water when he trained to recover, and after thousands of years, it mutated into its current form. Shira, Surin, and the rest of the Blood Champions approached the Blood Origin Pool immediately, but before they could get into it, Kane spoke. There is something I need to speak with all of you before we use the power of the Blood Origin Pool. Kane said that before waving his hand, making a large pot and dishes appear from his space ring. Shira and the Blood Champions could not help but frown at Kane's odd behavior as he began to make a meal here all of a sudden. Still, they nodded and sat around the pot. Kane handed Shira and the 9 Blood Champions a plate with food and sat in front of them. Before they could eat, he waved his hand, making a pile of severed human heads appear. Shock and horror appeared in the eyes of Shira and the rest the next instant, with some of them instinctively activating their wave. Please calm down. These heads belong to the assassin that came after Shira's life. I took care of them, and there is no threat in this place, but I am afraid we will face an ambush the moment we leave. Shira and the Blood Champions were still astonished, but they were able to calm down and took a deep breath as they focused on Kane. After the group was able to relax, Kane carried on, and his words sent an ominous aura. If I am not wrong, we will face a powerful Wave King. If I am not wrong, we will face a powerful Wave King. Shira, Surin, and the Blood Champions adopted solemn expressions as they stared at Kane. All of them were geniuses, but a Wave King was on an entirely new level, and even if they worked together, it would be very hard to face such an immense threat head-on. Should we call the Blood Duke? One of the Blood Champions immediately proposed. Although calling the Blood Duke, or anyone else for that matter, would bring a lot of trouble, the most important thing right now was to survival. Everything else came second. No matter how great of a threat, or even if an army awaited them, they would be safe when the Blood Duke arrived. Unfortunately for them, Kane immediately shook his head. I am a master hacker. If my hypothesis is right, a jamming force field should cover the underground tunnels. It is not blocking the incoming messages so as not to arouse suspicion in the people on the outside, but we should not be able to communicate with anyone. Once again, a wave of shock assaulted the group's heart, and as they went through their AI chips, it was just like Kane told them. They could not communicate with the outside world, only receive messages. No one would find it odd that they did not respond to their messages since everybody knew they were on an important mission. What should we do then? Shira was able to calm her heart faster than the rest of the Blood Champions. Since Kane was sharing so much information, he must have a way out. Kane did not say anything and just signaled the group to eat. Although none of them were in the mood, they followed his guidance and consumed the food until there was no more on their plates. After that, Kane rose from the ground and went to the Blood Origin Pool before taking a vial and began to collect some of the liquid in it. What do you think you are doing? Radin shouted when he saw Kane's actions, and he almost jumped toward Kane to stop this one. While his response was a little over the board, the expression on the faces of the other Blood Champions made it clear they had many problems with Kane's taking the liquid. The Blood Origin Pool was a sacred place for the people of the Blood Sea. While they could bathe in it and use its power to temper their bodies and enhance their bloodlines, they could never drink it and much less take it out. First, drinking it was akin to suicide for wave champions since the radiation and forces it in were too high. Most importantly, there was a finite amount of liquid inside the Blood Origin Pool, which had to last for future generations, so taking it out with them was absolutely forbidden. Kane noticed the rage on Shira and the Blood Champions but kept sending the liquid into the vial. Even though it was small, it could hold a massive amount of liquid, and he only stopped once it was full. I can use this liquid to generate a toxin capable of harming the Wave King. That person should be unable to hide from my ego wave, so we can counter his ambush. You only need to generate an opening, and I will make sure to cripple that person. Shira, Surin, and the rest of the Blood Champions frowned when they heard that. It was a great sin to take the Blood Origin Pool's liquid out, but they could compromise if it were what they needed to save their life. HMPH. However, before the group could consider Kane's words, Radin sneered. Your genetic coder's abilities might be higher than mine, but only a saint genetic coder could generate a virus capable of harming a Wave King. You are misleading us, and if you lie about this, then what else is false? Shira and the rest of the Blood Champions were surprised to hear that, and they began to look at Kane with suspicious gazes. Kane's eyes grew cold as he stared at Radin. He stored the vial and began to move to the middle of the underground cave, away from the Blood Origin Pool, before activating his armor. It seems the only way to fix your attitude is to beat some sense in your head. A frown appeared on the faces of Shira and the others when they heard that since a fight was the last thing they should do with such a dangerous threat looming over their heads, but before any of them could say a word, Radin walked toward Kane. Blue armor covered the Blood Champion's body as he stood 100 meters from Kane. I had wanted to punch your face for a long time, so I guess it is now or never. Kane and Radin look at each other, but while they activate their armors, none of them use Wave Burst. Despite their desire to fight, they were still able to keep the bigger picture in mind. In that state, neither would be able to do severe damage to the other, allowing them to fight with all their power against the Wave King once they leave this place. Silence reigned inside the underground cave as Kane and Radin exchanged glances, just for a massive shock wave to appear the next second. A boom! Kane and Radin's fists clashed, generating a powerful blast. That clash was just the beginning, and both unleashed a barrage the next second. Their punches were fast and precise, and a sharp light appeared in each of their eyes since they noticed that both used blood flow fury. A boom! 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 Kane and Radin were around the same level in terms of skill, but the Blood Champion's speed and strength were superior. Yet, the one with the upper hand was not other than Kane since it was as if he could predict every move Radin made. Kane could see Radin's every move and immediately sent a counter, slowly pushing this one back. The reason he was able to crush his opponent was due to virtual sight. The ability's power had evolved along with the capabilities of the AI chip module. Since he had a perfect understanding of blood flow fury, it became even easier for Kane to overpower Radin. It was hard for Radin to hide his rage. The fact that a simple wave champion was touring with him was clearly something that he did not find pleasing, and he clenched his teeth as he pushed forward, with his elbow aiming at Kane's face. Sadly for the Blood Champion, Kane could easily dodge the attack before sending a kick straight into his chin, raising his body from the ground. Kane jumped, not intending to let Radin fall to the ground, and began to send a tempest of kicks that pushed this one higher and higher. A boom! Radin's body clashed against the ceiling of the cave, but he could not afford to lose focus as Kane's fists flashed straight toward his head. He managed to move his head at the last second, making Kane's fist bury itself against the ceiling, but he was not out of danger yet since more punches came after that one. Holes began to appear in the ceiling, but while Radin was being pressured, a sharp light appeared in his eyes as he returned the attack. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw Radin's kick, unable to dodge it this time, and forced to make a cross with his arm to block it. Shira and the Blood Champions were surprised when they saw that. It was the first time since the start of the fight that Radin managed to land a blow on Kane. Radin's eyes grew even sharper as he saw that his attack managed to land, and he flashed toward Kane, sending a barrage of kicks and punches toward Kane. This attack no longer had the super technique of blood flow fury, but they were able to reach Kane. It seemed that Radin was able to figure out that Kane could predict his movements if he used blood flow fury, so he changed to a different technique. Now that Virtual Sight could not flawlessly predict every move of Radin, the tables turned, and it was Kane the one on the offensive. Kane and Radin remained in the air near the ceiling, moving from one side to the other as they exchanged blows. After nearly a minute since the battle started, Kane raised his arm to block a punch, which proved to be a mistake since the attack was a feint. Radin did not send the punch but instead grabbed Kane's chest and pushed this one against the ceiling, burying his figure before unleashing a barrage of punches. Kane did his best to dodge some of the attacks, with Radin's arms burying themselves in the ceiling, but many of the punches managed to land on his body. It appeared that the pressure generated by Radin's attack was too much, and Kane could not free himself. That did not last long since Kane's eyes displayed rage as he made his wave cloak burst with power, breaking Radin's stance. Kane was able to land a direct blow on Radin's chest, sending this one crashing into the ground while puking blood. Coldness appeared in his eyes the next second as he flashed toward the Blood Champion, apparently ready to finish this one. However, before Kane could reach Radin, Surin and the other Blood Champion appeared around their comrade, generating a defensive formation. The coldness in Kane's eyes did not vanish, but he did not push forward as the power of Surin and the other was too much for him to handle alone. What do you think you are doing? Surin's voice contained a great rage as he focused on Kane, ready to attack at any moment. You started this fight to show us your character and abilities, but the only thing you prove is that you are someone who cannot be trusted. Kane frowned when he heard that, and it was clear that using his wave burst was going against the unspoken rules of the fight, but there was no remorse on his face. We face a danger that would push all of us to the absolute limit, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. That man is unwilling to compromise and follow my lead, and leaving him alone is not an option. Surin shook his head as he saw how Kane was behaving, activating his wave cloak, and the other Blood Champions behind him did the same. You are no longer fit to be part of our group. We will handle whatever threat is waiting for us outside without you. Now hand back the vial and get out of my sight. Kane's eyes burst with red light as his ego wave spread across the underground cave. HMPH. If you want to die, go ahead, but I will use the liquid to carve my path out of this place. Surin and the Blood Champions' wave cloaks burst with power as they adopted a battle stance, ready to flash toward Kane. I will not repeat it. Hand me the vial. Kane heard Surin's eerie voice but showed no sign of handing the vial with the liquid from the blood origin pool. A boom. The underground cave trembled due to the intensity with which Kian and the Blood Champion kicked the ground, pushing their bodies forward with incredible might. However, instead of flashing toward each other, they lunged toward a corner of the underground cave. Kane and the Blood Champion charged with all their power. Even Radin, who was supposed to be severely wounded, rose from the ground full of strength. The group behavior made complete sense the next second when a figure appeared in the corner of the cave. Dark wind covered the man's figure, leaving only his blue eyes glowing with red light. The Wave King assassins had been hiding in the underground cave the entire time. The Wave King's assassin could not hide his shock since the group attack took him completely by surprise. He had been waiting until they got into the blood origin pool since they would be most vulnerable during their training. Although he was a little startled by the pile of human heads that Kane took from his space ring, surprised by the young man's skills, he smiled after hearing how they thought he was waiting on the outside. His grin grew wider when he saw the infighting, but he now understood that all that was just a trick. Even if he was a Wave King, he followed the essence evolution path of power, and the combined attack of Kane, Surin, and the other 8 Blood Champions could prove deadly. HMPH. However, the man did not reach his level by luck but rose above the corpses of countless enemies. A dark armor and green feathered gauntlets appeared on his hand, and he pointed both palms toward the youths. A boom. A tempest with the might to raise houses from the ground instantly emerged from the Wave King's palms. The immense power of the Wave King's dark winds sent Kane and several of the Blood Wave champions flying away, but Surin, Rorik, Sebastian, and Martina managed to resist and push forward. Those four were the strongest of the group, and their ego wave exploded as they pushed their astral wave to the absolute limit, ready to beat their life in this attack. Apprehension appeared in the Wave King assassin's eyes, but he did not lose calm, and the power of the law of wind covered his body, allowing him to transform into a dark stream of wind, passing through the Blood champions. Boom mmmmmm. The combined attacks of Surin, Rorik, Martin, and Sebastian made a massive hole in the wall, making the entire underground cavern tremble, but it failed to harm the Wave King. Dread appeared in the Wave King's eyes when he saw the physical might of the four Blood champions, and knew he would have ended with severe wounds had those landed on him. However, now he was out of danger, having gained distance to launch his attack freely. Or at least that was what the Wave King assassin thought, since his instincts began to tremble when he passed beneath the ceiling left full of holes by the fight between Kane and Surin. The Wave King assassin looked up and saw how a shining light emerged from the hole left behind by the punches of the duo. His sight was strong enough to notice the round artifacts embedded into the ceiling, and he immediately figured out what they were. Bombs. Boom mmmmmmmmmmmmmmmm. All those bombs exploded at the same time, generating a blast of fire that pushed the Wave King into the ground. The flames did not do much damage since the might of the explosion spread in all directions, but they were never meant to defeat him. Crack. Awe and stupefaction appeared in the eyes of the Wave King assassin when he saw the ceiling of the underground cave shattering, allowing tons of magma from the upper level to fall on him. Run. That was the only thought that appeared in the Wave King's mind, but before he could make a move, a white bestial claw crashed down on him. Immediately, the Wave King assassins clasped his hands, generating a vortex that stopped the claw from pushing him to the ground. A sharp light appeared in his eyes as he felt the power of the claw and turned to the distance. Shira's eyes were bleeding as she used all her power in that attack. While Kane and the others attacked the Wave King assassin, leading this one to the bombs, she charged her energy and unleashed every ounce of it in that claw. The spell could not harm the Wave King assassin, but it managed to immobilize this one long enough for the tons of magma to fall on him. Shira immediately flashed toward Kane and the Blood champion, using what little remained of her energy. That last attack had drained her completely, and she could no longer fight. The young woman looked at the falling magma with a large smile before glancing at Kane with awe and admiration. She was not alone, since the same emotions could be seen in the Blood champions. All of them remembered when Kane informed them about the presence of the Wave King assassin inside the underground cave. At the same time, he made the pile of human heads appear. The reaction of Shira and the Blood champions was due to the immense hiding inside the cave, not the gory scene of the heads. Kane knew they might be unable to keep their composure, so he made the heads appear, keeping the facade for the Wave King. He then detailed how they would take care of the man. Every step of the plan was made to confuse the Wave King assassin, not allowing this one to know their next step until it was too late. It was very dangerous, and a single wrong step could lead to failure, but they succeeded, making tons of magma fall on the Wave King assassins. Just as the group felt the weight on their shoulder growing lighter, they saw how the magma began to rise. Pure awe could be seen on the youths' faces when they saw how a black tornado emerged from the Wave King assassin's right palm. It was like seeing a volcano clash with a tornado, two forces of nature capable of leveling entire cities, and the tornado was winning. Once the Wave King assassin freed himself from the crushing pressure of the magma, he stopped his dark tornado, allowing this one to fall again, but this time he could move to the side. Coldness and killing intent emerged from the Wave King assassin's eyes as he stared at the youths. Kane, Surin, and the other Blood champions stared at the Wave King assassin with caution, but there was no fear in their eyes. It was clear they would face a natural disaster with a human form, but the scorched left arm and severe burn mark all over his body made it clear that the Wave King was not invisible. They could kill the enemy. Kane, Surin, and the Blood champions made their astral wave explode, putting Shira behind them. The young woman was the assassin's goal, and she could no longer fight, so they had to attack with all they had, ensuring this one could not get to her. Surin and the other blood champions adopted their battle formation, which allowed them to combine their fighting power and cover each other's weaknesses. They would act as the main fighting force. Kane could remain behind, waiting for an opening, ready to land powerful blows if one were to appear. The 10 men were ready to march toward the Wave King assassin immediately, taking advantage of the wounds on this one when they saw a smile appear on his face. An ominous feeling assaulted the ground. The next second the Wave King assassin showed a small bracelet with a small pyramid in it. The pyramid began to glow as 6 figures emerged from it. 4 men and 2 women appeared in front of the Wave King assassin, and each unleashed a powerful pressure, making clear that their battle power reached the peak of the Wave champion rank. Kane's eyes narrowed as he saw that one of the men that appeared was not other than the old scout that he saw in the Howling Forest. He had wondered where the old man went, but he never imagined this one would have been with the Wave King assassin all this time. Immediately the power dynamic took a sharp turn. Even if Kane and the Blood Champions had numerical superiority, that was far from enough to make up for the difference between their cultivation with the Wave King Assassin's group's power. No matter how they look at it, their chances of surviving this battle were not good, and they were even lower when it came to keeping Shira alive. The Wave King's assassin could unleash a spell that could affect the entire underground cave, and Shira would be too weak to resist it. Kane and Surin glanced at each other before nodding. Plan B. Plan B. As soon as Kane heard Surin's confirmation, he sent a red capsule to each of the Blood Champions. Shira grew confused when she heard the exchange between Kane and Surin. She had no idea what those two were referring to with Plan B. That was not an oversight on Kane's part. He had not shared that plan with Shira since he knew the young woman would not accept it. Surin and the other Blood Champions showed no hesitation as they injected the wave virus into their necks. Immediately, their bodies grew red, and heartbeats burst with power as their astral wave erupted with overwhelming might, allowing each of them to unleash a wave burst of 5,000%. That state generated a massive improvement to Surin and the rest of the Blood Champions' battle power, but it would not last long. The effects would be gone in less than an hour, and they would have suffered a severe backlash. Such a tactic made no sense since there was no way they could defeat the Wave King assassin and the other 6 peak wave champions in such a short amount of time. Yet, victory was not the Blood Champions' goal. Kane flashed to the back of the group and threw Shira into his back before running to the exit of the underground cave. What? Shira was shocked and clearly unwilling to run away while leaving Surin and the others behind, but she was too weak to break free of Kane's grip. The young woman was not the only one since the Wave King assassin and his group were also shocked, and soon terror emerged in their hearts. If Kane and Shira were to reach the outside, nothing would stop them from calling the Blood Sea. A Wave King was nothing but an ant in front of the might of the Blood Duke, so they could not allow anyone to escape. Unfortunately for the Wave King assassin's group, Surin and the Blood Champions were faster, flashing forward full of killing intent and determination. For the Blood Sea. For the Blood Maiden. Dash dash dash. Boom mmmmm. Kane had just stepped outside the underground cave when he heard a massive explosion occur inside and knew that an immense battle was going on between the Blood Champions and the Wave King assassin's group. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his fighting spirit, and began to run to the surface at full speed. Go back. We need to help them. Shira shouted, trying to break free of Kane's grasp as she looked into the underground cave. Shut up. Kane shouted at Shira, glancing at the woman with coldness as he flashed forward. They chose to remain behind to give you a chance to survive, and now you want to throw their sacrifice to waste by turning back. Shira clenched her hands with so much strength that they began to bleed as she thought of the Blood Champion's sacrifice but knew that Kane was right and stopped struggling. Kane no longer looked at Shira after the woman calmed down, keeping his eyes on the road. They are not dead yet. As long as we reach the surface, we will be outside the Wave King's jamming signal, allowing us to contact the Blood Sea. If we are fast enough, they might reach before the effect of the wave virus turns off. Shira's eyes glowed when she heard Kane's words, and she immediately began circulating her essence wave. She wanted to regain her strength as fast as possible. Kian silently nodded at the young woman's behavior before activating second gear and pushing Sonic Dash to the limit. He moved faster and faster, jumping through the rivers of magma at supersonic speed. His muscles were tearing up, but he managed to reach the surface in just 20 minutes. As soon as he reached the surface, Kane used his AI chip to contact the Blood Duke, Bloodless Number 1, Zarak, and Luther. The message was simple. I am running away with the Blood Maiden from a Wave King assassin. I am running away with the Blood Maiden from a Wave King assassin. As soon as Kane sent that message, he began to run at full speed toward the Howling Forest. Those powerhouses would take some time to arrive at this place, even if they dropped everything they had and flashed at full speed. Kane counted on Zarak to come to his help but was uncertain about the other three. That was why he planned to enter the Howling Forest, using the fog as his cover. A boom, a boom, a boom. Sonic booms echoed one after the other as Kane pushed his body to the absolute limit, achieving Mach 2. He was running 2 times faster than the speed of sound. Boom mm. Just as Kane was about to enter the Howling Forest, he heard a massive explosion. Looking back, he saw the Wave King assassin blasting open the earth and rising into the sky. The Wave King assassin's left arm was gone, and there were wounds all over his body, the most dire being a claw mark on the center of his chest. Despite all that, he was bursting with power and killing intent. Immediately, the Wave King assassin searched for his target, and his eyes grew sharp as he saw Kane and Shira about to enter the Howling Forest. His essence wave exploded as jets of super compressed air emerged from the sole of his feet, allowing him to move at Mach 10. Kane's eyes widened as he saw the speed that the Wave King assassin achieved, and he understood this one would catch up to them in just a few minutes. He knew there was no way they could outrun the Wave King assassin. Decisiveness appeared in his eyes as he chose his path forward. Shira also saw the Wave King assassin approaching them at a stunning speed, so she was shocked to see Kane stopping after barely going 2,000 meters into the Howling Forest. Before the young woman could say anything, Kane put her down and injected a red capsule into her neck. Shira's skin turned red after the wave virus entered her bloodstream, and her heartbeat burst with power. However, unlike Surin and the Blood Champions, her offensive and defensive abilities did not improve, only her speed was enhanced. The wave virus will improve your speed for 30 minutes. I will try to buy you as much time as possible. Kane did not say anything else before focusing on the Wave King's presence, which was moving closer and closer to them. Shira did not know how to react when she heard that. Kane had repeatedly declared that he would not risk her life for her, yet he was now ready to face a Wave King so she could escape. What are you waiting for? Run. Kane did not allow Shira to finish her sentence before shouting coldly. Shira was startled, but her eyes grew firm the next second, and she nodded before flashing away as fast as she could. Kane made sure Shira had left before taking the crystal vial with the liquid from the blood origin pool. But before he could carry on, he heard a voice in his mind. Are you really going to risk your life for a woman you barely know? Apex's voice did not carry judgment, only curiosity. Kane showed a small smile when he heard that and softly shook his head. I am not saving her. I am fixing a mistake I made a long time ago. Kane's eyes burst with power as he remembered a couple of cold eyes hiding the greatest warmth he had ever felt. There was no hesitation in his heart as he began to drink the liquid, and he immediately felt how his insides began to burn. The liquid was not apt for consumption of Wave Champions, much less Wave Warrior, so it began to generate necrosis of the cells on his stomach and intestines. Despite the pain, Kane kept consuming it until his stomach was full. Then he injected a green capsule into his neck, temporarily allowing his cells to endure the liquid from the blood origin pool. Kane immediately felt a massive burst of his vitality as his astral wave and boot energy burst with power. The feeling was so intense that it made him think he could regenerate a missing arm in a second. There was still liquid inside the vial, but there was no more space inside Kane's stomach. Luckily, there was a place inside his soul that could devour the liquid, flooding even more vitality and energy into his body. Kane sent the vial into the devourer dimension, where it broke, flooding the dimension with tons of liquid from the blood origin pool, which the Earth Fiend flame immediately set ablaze. Since the liquid's grade surpassed the Wave King's level, it was hard for the Earth Fiend flame to consume it, which was why Kane spent 1000 Destiny Force to increase the speed by 1000%. A new burst of vitality and energy courses through Kane's veins, and while this one was not as intense as the one gained by directly consuming the blood origin pool's liquid, it did not wreck his body in the process. Kane's bones cracked, and his muscles bulged as his body grew larger, trying to accommodate the overwhelming energy inside him. There were moments he felt he would explode, but he just clenched his teeth and endured. Once the raging energy and vitality inside him stabilized, Kane activated second gear, pushing his body to its absolute peak. The Wave King assassin was coming closer and closer. Kane's killing intent began to fade as he hid his presence, vanishing inside the fog. There was nothing but rage, resentment, and killing intent in the heart of Landric, the Wave King assassin. He had never wanted to take this mission in the first place, but they made him an offer he could not refuse. Landric waited in the last of the trials since there was no difference for him if someone else killed Shira, but the group managed to carve their path through a sea of assassins, reaching the underground cave. He was then forced to enter a fight with 9 young late-wave champion geniuses who seemed ready to give their life and more than happy to perform near-suicidal attacks. Despite his group being stronger, he still ended up with severe injuries. Although Wave Essence cultivators did not see the foundation of their bodies as an absolute when it came to cultivation, they still had to focus on it since it acted as a vessel for their knowledge of the laws. All the damage Landric suffered would have a negative effect on his cultivation, and unless he wanted to be stuck as an early Wave King for the rest of his life, he needed to kill Shira and claim the reward. That was why he flashed full of killing intent and without hesitation toward the Howling Forest. Since he saw where they entered, it would be easy for the Wave King to find them using his ego wave. Flying above the forest would not work since the fog was too dense, and he needed to be inside for his force field to work properly. Landric pierced the gray fog and flashed forward as he unleashed the full might of his ego wave. They must have warned the Blood Sea already. I need to act fast and kill both. That thought had just crossed the Wave King's mind when his eyes widened as he detected a red figure behind his back. Landric could not believe that someone had managed to hide from his senses an ego wave to the point that he could only perceive them when they were less than 5 meters away from him. The attacker had managed to conceal his killing intent flawlessly until the last second. Pure coldness appeared in his eyes as he sent a punch toward the back of the Wave King's head. Landric could feel the strength in that punch and knew just how much damage he would endure if it were to land. No Wave champion could have responded to that attack, but he was a Wave King. With a single movement of his right hand, an air cannon blasted from behind him, landing point blank in the attacker and sending this one crashing toward the ground. Now that he had a moment to concentrate, Landric was able to identify the attacker and saw it was the same young man that played all those tricks on him. You little maggot. The rage in Landric's heart burst at the idea that a Wave warrior attempted to assassinate him. A black tornado appeared on his hand, and he sent it toward Kane. Unlike the air cannon, the black tornado was much slower, but its destructive power was also in a totally different league, more than enough to shatter every single bone on Kane's body and kill him. Landric showed a malicious grin as he thought of the effect the black tornado would have on Kane. However, that was replaced by shock since Kane bounced off as soon as he touched the ground, dodging the attack. What? Landric could not hide his surprise. Even if the air cannon was an attack that replaced strength with speed, it was still a Wave King's spell, so he could not understand how Kane managed to move immediately after taking the attack head-on. A boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. The shock only increased in the Wave King's eyes when he saw how Kane began to bounce from one tree to the other, moving in different angles, constantly vanishing from his field of view. Usually, the fact his eyes could not follow the target was not a problem for Landric since he could rely on his ego wave, but Kane was able to hide from the red force field as well using what he could only describe as saint-level concealment technique. Landric pushed his focus to the limit as he remained in the air, trying to follow Kane's movements, but it was getting more challenging since this one momentum increased with every bounce. Not even 2 seconds after the first attack, Landric lost sight of Kane before a red figure appeared on his left side. His instincts screamed danger, and he was able to react just as fast as before. A single move of Landric's right hand generated an air cannon that sent Kane crashing into one of the trees. Before the Wave King could send another attack, Kane had already bounced off, reigniting his momentum. A boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. Landrick's eyes burned with rage as he tried to keep up with Kane's movements. He could fly to the sky or exit the howling forest, but that would erase any chance he had of killing Shira. Kane continued his rampage, gaining a massive momentum before flashing toward Landrick, full of killing intent. While the Wave King kept sending him crashing into the ground or the trees, only for him to bounce off the next instant. After 30 seconds, Landrick was able to understand what was happening. It was not that the air cannon did not harm Kane, but the young man healed so fast that by the time he clashed against a surface, he was ready to bounce off. If that were all, everything would be fine for the Wave King since it would only be a matter of time before Kane perished, but there were two significant problems. Not only time was of the essence for Landrick, but Kane was moving closer and closer to him. A boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. A new series of the blast occurred around Landrick, but this time he was not able to counter Kane's attack with an air cannon. By the time he had detected the young man, this one was already on top of him. Kane's hand was like a blade, cutting forward. However, while his aim was Landrick's neck, this one managed to move in the last second, so he could only cut the chest. Landrick clenched his teeth as he felt the deep cut on his chest before raising his hand and making his essence wave burst. Hurricane strike. A massive black tornado emerged from the palm of his hand and began to devastate everything around him. Most of the trees of the howling forest were thousands of meters tall with roots that extended even longer, so Landrick's hurricane strike was able to raise only a few from the ground. A boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. Landrick's goal was to break Kane's momentum, but to his shock, the young man could move around the black tornado and even use the flying trees as platforms from which to jump. What kind of monster is this boy? He could not believe what he saw. In his mind, it was impossible for a wave warrior to perform those kinds of feats, yet they were happening in front of his eyes right now. Kane's eyes were in sharp focus, glowing with red light as he bounced from one tree to the other, and there was only one thought in his head. Faster. Every time he received one of Landrick's air cannons, he felt his bones breaking and muscles shattering, only for the overwhelming vitality and energy inside his body to mend the damage immediately. The liquid from the blood origin pool burning a hole in his stomach had more vitality than a wave warrior could use in a lifetime. Yet, the stress his inner organs were enduring could not be healed so easily, and it was adding up. Landrick did not know, but it was only a matter of minutes before Kane fell into organ failure. Kane was aware of the state of his body, but his mind was in complete harmony as he instinctively adapted to the patterns of the Wave King, searching for an opening. The pain was excruciating, and his body wanted nothing more than to stop, but Kane kept pushing harder, raising his speed higher and higher. A boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. Kane's speed had risen above Mach 10, and every time he bounced from one of the trees, it was like a cannonball. He was bleeding from every orifice in his head, and the light was fading from his eyes, but he finally did it. Landrick had sent one of his air cannons against Kane, but the young man dodged it, and before he could do anything, a hand with the form of a blood gem blade reached his chest. Absolute terror appeared on Landrick's face when the blade landed right where the claw wound was present. That part of his armor was broken, making the blood gem blade a deadly attack. Landrick's fear allowed him to generate an instant spell, triggering an air shield on top of his chest that attempted to repel the blood gem blade. Kane felt a powerful barrier keeping his hand from piercing into Landrick's chest, and if he failed this attack, it would be the end since his body could not perform another. Push forward. That single intent expressed the desire of his willpower as the red light in his eyes burst with power before fusing with his astral wave. A boom. A shock wave spread across the howling forest as Kane's astral wave grew exponentially after being enhanced by his ego wave, allowing him to break through the wind membrane protecting Landrick. The Wave King screamed in pain as the blood gem blade pierced his chest, and he and Kane dived into the ground at a speed above Mach 15. Boom mmmmmmmm. The clash made the earth tremble, generating a cloud of dust covering dozens of kilometers. By the time this one finally dissipated, one could see Kane standing on top of the Wave King, pushing his hand even more profoundly as he looked straight into his enemy's eyes. Shock. Terror and unwillingness appeared on Landrick's face as Kane's hand pierced his heart, killing him. A wave warrior killing a wave king. That was the type of feat that only happened in the legends of the first titan of humankind. It was a feat worth being remembered for hundreds if not thousands of years. Of course, all that fame mattered very little to Kane right now as he took his hand out of Landrick's chest and fell next to this one, using what little strength he had left to breathe. The Sun Seed was working at full power, trying to heal the damage to his inner organs, but it was too severe, and he was going into cardiac arrest. As for the liquid of the blood origin pool, it was still inside him but was only causing more damage since his body could not handle it. Kane was doing all he could not lose consciousness, as he knew that help was on the way, but he was out of luck. Lord Landrick is dead. What? The ones arriving were not members of the Blood Sea or the Imperial Lightning Fort but two of the comrades of the Death Wave King. Kane clenched his teeth as he raised his head. He saw the old scout and a middle-aged woman in the distance. Both of them were severely wounded, but even a mortal could kill right now. Fear appeared in the eyes of the old man and the middle-aged woman as they looked around, trying to find the culprit, but in the end, there was no one else other than the moribund young man. Shock emerged in their eyes as they could not understand how a young wave warrior could have killed Landrick. But soon, it became killing intent. Brat! Die! The old man jumped toward Kane as he made his astral wave explode, but before he could perform his attack, a giant bestial claw appeared out of nowhere and pushed him back. Kane's eyes widened when he saw that claw, and Shira appeared in front of him the next second. Kane was confused to see Shira here. The woman should have been far away since even if the fight between him and the Wave King was short, it lasted roughly 5 minutes. The fact Shira could appear out of nowhere right after the battle started meant she never went far away in the first place. Shira did not look at Kane. Her eyes focused solely on the old man and the middle-aged woman. Her essence wave burst as she stared at the enemies and strengthened her spell. Although the claw was powerful, the old man had not received much damage from it, and there was a sharp light as he stared at Shira and Kane. As for the middle-aged woman, she was nervous since Shira's reinforcements should arrive at any time, but seeing the resolution in her comrade's eyes helped her calm down. Leave now, and I promise Blood Sea will not chase after you too. We already killed your leader, and that is enough for us. However, if you dare to remain here, no matter the outcome, all of you will die. Shira's voice was cold, and there was great killing intent in it, but she failed to persuade the two assassins. Kane saw how the two assassins looked at each other before adopting battle formation and knew things were not good. Shira's wounds had yet to heal fully, and the wave virus he had injected in her was not meant for battle but for running, so it would not be helpful during this fight. Shira was aware of her situation and how dire the fight would be, but there was no hesitation in her eyes as she prepared for battle. Her plan was simple. She would unleash her most powerful attack against the duo before grabbing Kane and running away. Boom. Just as the young woman roared in order to give herself more courage as the Ascene wave exploded, a blast occurred. A figure had descended from the sky right on top of the middle-aged woman, blasting her like a balloon full of blood. The old man's eyes were full of terror and shock as he saw a tall bald man with white skin appear right next to him and felt the warmth of his comrade's blood all over his body. Unlike the assassin, Kane and Shira displayed radiant smiles as they saw Bloodless Number 1 appear. Now that one of the strongest powerhouses of the Blood Sea had arrived, they would be safe. Before the old man could say the next word, Bloodless Number 1 grabbed his head, making him lose consciousness and storing him in a special space ring. Bloodless Number 1 had just taken care of the assassins when another figure fell from the sky. A blue force field around the man seemed capable of affecting space-time. Kane turned to the side, and when he saw his master arrive, his smile grew wider before he could no longer hold on and lost consciousness. Bloodless Number 1 and Zarak Valentine exchanged glances before looking around, and when their eyes fell on Kane and the Wave King, a sense of utter shock and amazement filled their hearts. The battle experience of Zarak and Bloodless Number 1 was enough to figure out how the fight transpired by just looking at the wounds in the duo. It was clear to them that the Wave King had entered the fight with severe wounds but was still able to display most of his battle power. The killing wound was the strike on the chest that pierced all the way into the heart, and the only one that could have been responsible for that could have been Cain. Zerak and Bloodless Number 1 were geniuses and had been able to do all kinds of incredible feats during their youth, but killing a wave king while being a wave warrior was definitely not one of them. Suddenly the eyes of the duo widened when they saw that Cain's heart stopped beating. Zerak acted immediately, raising Cain's body into the air with his ego wave before encapsulating this one into a sky-blue shining river. An immensely powerful life force emerged from the river, and the next second, Cain's heart started beating again. Shira was shocked to see that. Cultivation granted all kinds of power, and it was not hard to gain the power to level cities, but the ability to heal people was much more challenging to attain, even for those trained in the laws. The young woman could not understand how Zerak Valentine, someone who followed the astral rebirth path of power, could gain such an ability. So you have already grasped the power of concepts. No wonder you were able to face a member of the Bloodless Force despite only being a middle wave king. Bloodless Number 1 spoke as he approached the shining water sphere containing Cain. Shira was only more confused since she did not understand what Bloodless Number 1 meant by concepts. However, all that stopped mattering is she remembered something very important. Lord, my friends need help. Although she and Cain were safe, that did not mean the same could be said about the Blood Champions. I know. Bloodless Number 4 already went with them. Bloodless Number 1 had just calmed Shira when his eyes grew sharp, and a monstrous coldness emerged in them for a second as a message arrived through his AI. Chip. Martin and Radin are dead. The others are severely wounded and would need medical attention. Shira clenched her hands so hard that they began to bleed when she heard that. There was rage at the enemy but also at herself since she could not do anything but run as the others were fighting. Go to the blood origin pool and finish the blood trial. Shira was surprised to hear that command from Bloodless Number 1. She only cared about her friends right now, but seeing Bloodless Number 1's cold eyes, she understood something. If she failed to complete the 4 trials of purity, the people that sent those assassins would have won. Shira clenched her teeth and glanced at Cain one last time before flashing toward the blood origin pool. Bloodless Number 1 nodded as he saw the focus on Shira's eyes before turning toward Cain again. His eyes glowed as he inspected the condition of the young man. He saw organ damage along with the liquid from the blood origin pool, making havoc inside Cain's body. The fact that he was able to survive this long was impressive and had to do with the power of his alter ego. Zerak's eyes remained on Cain as he used his own ego wave to analyze the young man's condition, and he had to agree with Bloodless Number 1. The internal damage that Cain suffered was devastating. Allow me to help. Bloodless Number 1 put his right hand on the sphere of shining water and began to flood it with blood energy. The next second, the life force skyrocketed, but that was not all since he also used his lineage to resonate with the blood origin pool's liquid inside Cain's body. Zerak was surprised to see how the raging blood origin pool's liquid calmed down, beginning to revolve around Cain's body, no longer damaging the internal organs and instead healing them. It took 3 hours for Zerak and Bloodless Number 1 to take care of the blood origin pool's liquid inside Cain, helping the young man restore to his peak, but they were surprised to see another stream of energy and vitality flooding his body. The duo was able to detect that the origin of the vitality and energy came from Cain's soul. While they were curious, none of them examined it since it should be one of the many secrets of the young man. Unlike the one from the blood origin pool, this one was not full of chaos and danger. The only thing that would happen if Cain did not control it would be the energy dispersing. Zerak did not hesitate before using the full power of his ego wave, putting Cain in a profound state of embryonic breathing, so the young man's cells could fully use that energy. At the same time, he began to infuse even more of the vitality of his sky blue river into Cain's body. Bloodless Number 1 saw that, and a sharp light appeared in his eyes as he began sending drops of blood into the shining water sphere. The amount of vitality and energy inside each drop was too much for a wave warrior to handle on his own, which was why Bloodless Number 1 guided the process. 15 hours later, the vitality and energy stream from Cain's soul diminished its potency to 1/10 of what it used to be. Zerak and Bloodless Number 1 looked at each other when they saw that. They could choose to stop now, but they felt that the state of Kane's body was in prime condition, so they adopted a meditative position and decided to continue helping with the young man's training. Zarak and Bloodless Number 1 stood in silence as they used their powers to improve Kane's constitution, providing this one all the vitality he could use. At the same time, the energy emerging from the dimension inside his soul overflowed his veins. Hours became days, and days became weeks. The two powerhouses stood in a meditative position, never breaking focus until the 25th day arrived. Kane's eyes opened, but the lack of focus on them told the duo he had yet to fully wake up. It was a response from his body to what would come next. Ah! Along with that roar, Kane's astral wave and blood energy exploded with immense power, generating a dark purple and red blast of energy from his body. Zarak and Bloodless Number 1 saw it and understood it was finally time. Kane was in the process of breaking through to the wave champion rank. There was nothing they could do other than provide energy, and the intensity of the evolution would depend entirely on the foundation the young man had established for the last 3 years. Ah! Kane's roar grew stronger as he clenched his fists and teeth while a foul and disgusting substance emerged from his pores. Every drop took immense effort to be expelled, but his body kept pushing harder. Zarak and Bloodless Number 1 frowned as the smell was truly awful, and they burned the foul substance as soon as it left Kane's body. The marrow washing carried on for 2 hours before stopping. At that point, a new smell reached the duo. Smiles appeared on the faces of Zarak and Bloodless Number 1 as they felt the smell of a newborn coming from Kane. It meant one thing. Kane Lorifer reached void marrow. As soon as the last drop of pollution emerged from his marrow, Kane's vitality exploded before blood began to emerge from every pore and orifice in his body. Losing all of his blood would have been deadly, but the process was done following the astral rebirth path of power principles. As long as there was enough energy, there would not be any damage to Kane's body or foundation. On the contrary, it would only grow stronger. Zarak and Bloodless Number 1's smiles only grew wider as they saw that red blood emerging from Kane's body, since they understood the young man was evolving beyond the red blood stage. He was making his breakthrough, reaching the blue blood stage as soon as he became a wave champion. The duo made sure to provide Kane with all the energy and vitality he could need as he evolved. Kane's evolution took a total of 5 hours before a peaceful expression appeared on his face. Zarak retrieved his sky blue river and left Kane's body on the ground before turning toward Bloodless Number 1. I will take my disciple back to the Imperial Lightning Fort. He killed a Wave King for the Blood Duke, so he already paid whatever debt he had with the Blood Sea. There were 2 reasons why Kane had come to the Blood Sea. To pay the debt he had to the Blood Duke for killing Alexander Martel, and for a lucky chance capable of pushing him to Void Marrow. Kane already completed both goals, and there was no reason to remain in the den of wolves. Bloodless Number 1 stared at Zarak for a moment before sighing and nodding. Kane's departure would make things harder for the integrationist path, but the young man had already paid his debt with interest. I will not leave. Just as Zarak and Bloodless Number 1 finished their conversation, Kane opened his eyes. He rose from the ground as his eyes burst with red light. Zarak frowned when he heard that and was about to speak, but Kane was faster. I know my power is insignificant in battles of such a high level like the one about to emerge in the Blood Sea. However, Surin and the others trusted me, and 2 of them perished, Sashira and I could have a chance. I will not leave before evening the scales. Kane had fallen unconscious, but Apex told him everything that happened, and he was aware of the deaths of Martin and Radin. His eyes were full of killing intent as he looked into the distance and saw Shira approaching them. The young woman's eyes were cold and sharp as her bloodline was bursting with power. Kane only nodded to Shira before turning towards Zarak. His heart and mind had no space for anything other than revenge. Zarak saw the determination and killing intent in Kane's eyes and knew there was no way to change the young man's mind. Fulfill your duty to your fallen comrades and return to the Imperial Lightning Fort. We are waiting for you. There were no more words from Zarak before rising into the sky and flashing away. Bloodless Number 1 glanced at Shira and nodded as he saw that the young woman had completed the last of the 4 trials of Purdy before turning toward Kane. I can delay things if you need more time. Kane shook his head and focused on Bloodless Number 1. There is no need for that. Let's go. Bloodless number 1 nodded before covering Kane and Shira with his ego wave, rising into the sky and flying toward the blood sea. Kane did not have to worry about his speed or stability since he was being held by the immensely powerful force field from Bloodless number 1, allowing him to focus on other things. System, scan me. He did not lose time, immediately asking for the system to give him an accurate measure of his current battle power. Like always, the absolute life form system carried on with the task flawlessly. Scanning vessel. ... Scan of vessel completed. ... Name. Kane Lorifer. Race. Godslayer humankind. Path of power. Astral rebirth early wave champion. Lineage. Awareness lineage. Wave talent. Low tier 8. Low tier 8. ... Stats. Strength. 16.7. Greater than 23.6. Agility. 9.2. Greater than 14.1. Vitality. 15.8. Greater than 21.1. Wave. 10.4. Greater than 16.8. Blood energy. 15.1. Greater than 16.7. Marrow washing. 100% completion. Blood rebirth. Blue blood stage. Note. Wave virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 20.1%. Kane found it hard to hide his surprise when he saw the difference between his current stats and those he had at level 9. There was an increase of over 40% in his strength and vitality and over 50% in his wave. The only one that did not attain a massive boost was his blood energy, but that was because it relied on the amount of blood runes. Now that his body had evolved, it could endure a much greater number. The evolution of his wave talent was also extremely pleasant news since it would help his cultivation speed, allowing him to advance very fast through the wave champion rank. After seeing the current state of his body, Kane took a deep breath as he stabilized his cultivation, bringing under control the raging astral wave coursing through his body. Kane had to be in peak condition for the next part of the ascendance of the Blood Moon. Usually, once the 4 trials of purity were over, the Blood Maiden and Blood Champions would march into the Blood Sea, reaching the lair of the Blood Origin Spirit, but things were different this time. Since there were 2 Blood Maidens, once the 4 trials of purity were over, the Blood Champions of both sides would have to clash until one side prevailed over the other. It should have been a one-on-one battle, but since Surin and the surviving Blood Champions were not apt for combat, Kane would have to fight all 10 fights. The tournament would not have occurred if the assassins had taken care of Shira. However, neutralizing 9 blood champions was undoubtedly a good consolation prize for the purest path and the high blood elder. Kane knew his battle strength had grown immensely after his evolution to wave champion, but he did not dare to grow complacent since the enemy's group surpassed him in number and had higher cultivation. Not to mention he would also have to face Zima, someone with an inborn ego eternal matrix, just like him. It would not be easy, but Kane was determined to take part in it, ensuring justice for Martin and Radin. Of course, the justice he was talking about was an eye for an eye. The trip was silent since neither Kane, Bloodless number 1, nor Shira were in the mood to talk. After 3 hours, the trio could see the Blood Sea in the distance. Although it took less than half an hour from Bloodless number 1 to reach the Howling Forest when he went to rescue Kane, he had overexerted himself and put his body under tremendous stress to achieve such immense speed. There was no need to push himself to that extreme on the trip back. Kane stared at the Blood Pagoda before focusing on the river of blood formed between Blood City and Blood Island. Are there any important matters I must attend to right now? Bloodless number 1 stared at Kane for a moment before shaking his head. There was a lot to discuss about the events surrounding Shira's attempted murder and the deaths of both Radin and Martin, but they could solve that without Kane's presence. Kane nodded before breaking free of Bloodless number 1 ego wave and flashing to the sea of blood between Blood City and Blood Island. Kane! Shira shouted when she saw that. Even though none of the wave beasts in that body of water was a king beast, there were hundreds of wave champion beasts in it, all ravenous for human meat. No matter how strong Kane was, he would not last long fighting against hordes of wave champion beasts underwater. Kane did not diminish his speed and submerged into the river. As soon as he did that, the water grew restless since the wave champion beasts detected the presence of human meat, and they immediately lunged toward this one. Shira and Bloodless Number 1 expected to see a fight and underwater explosions, but just as the beasts were about to reach Kane, they lost their drive. It was not that the wave champion beasts did not want to eat, but they could not find the human anymore. Bloodless Number 1 could see Kane surrounded by dozens of hungry wave champion beasts, but none of those creatures could detect the young man's presence. A smile appeared on his face as he thought of the surprise of the blood champions of the purest path during the tournament. Not wasting time, he continued toward the blood pagoda with Shira. Kane had reached the bottom of the blood waters, and his eyes were calm as he saw the dozen of wave champions beasts around him. It would take a single mistake for the beasts to detect his presence and attack him, making this place perfect to train his void state. Now that he had evolved to wave champion, he found that some parts of the same technique that were extremely difficult to master before had become very simple. The advance to a new rank meant an evolution of the genes and cognitive abilities, so it made sense for Kane's talent and proficiency to have improved so much. The forces from this river are enough to saturate my body's energy absorption. I can improve it by obtaining vitality and energy from the gluttony module as well. Kane immediately sent every single one of the corpses that he still had from the assassins into the Devourer dimension. He would have also wanted to send the Wave King assassin's body, but Bloodless Number 1 took it along with the space ring to perform a forensic investigation. Bloodless Number 1 promised to return the body and space ring once he was over with them, and Kane knew the powerhouse would not lie about it. Ultimately, Kane used quantity over quality, and the amount of energy that the Earth Fiend Flame produced was massive, but it was too slow. System, show me my current Destiny Force. Destiny Force. 3,941. Kane could not help but frown when he saw that number. He had used most of his Destiny Force during his training before going to the Blood Sea, but his destiny grew exponentially during the 4 trials of purity. It is true that he used 1,000 points to increase the efficiency of the Earth Fiend Flame by 1,000% before the battle against the Wave King Assassin, but killing this one should have made it up. Not to mention that his evolution as a wave champion with Void Marrow should have granted a massive amount of Destiny Force. HMPH. Brat, are you forgetting the increase in power of the Earth Fiend Flame all that time you were unconscious? If I had not done it, it would have taken you nearly 2 months to process all the energy from the Blood Origin Pool's liquid. All of Kane's doubt dissipated as he heard Apex's voice and understood what had happened with his Destiny Force. Ha ha ha, then I must thank you. Kane smiled and thanked the system spirit. As for the fact that Apex could make decisions regarding the use of his Destiny Force without his authorization, he chose to ignore that. There are 10 days before the Blood Champion final tournament begins. I must use the time wisely. Trying to improve his cultivation in such a little time would not work, so Kane focused on 4 things. Increasing his blood runes, reaching the 4th level of Blood Hand, advancing to the peak of the 3rd level of Void State, and perfecting Sonic Dash. Each of them would significantly boost his battle power, and the 4 combined would allow him to overwhelm average peak wave champions. System, increase the potency of the Earth Fiend Flame by 200% for 10 days. Task completed. Current Destiny Force. 1941. Kane felt the burst of vitality and energy coming from his gluttony module, and began to train. There was one more card he could use to enhance his power, the genetic coder module. Since his genes had evolved, he could use genetic enhancement again, providing a permanent boost to one of his stats, but he did not do it. If Kane managed to evolve his soul force to the Wave King level while still being a wave champion, he could upgrade the genetic coder module, and the genetic enhancement he would have access to would be even greater. Regarding benefits, Kane was always willing to wait so he could get the best of them. That is everything I know. While Kane was training for the upcoming battles, Shira was in front of the Blood Duke, relating all she saw and heard during the 4 trails of purity, especially the part related to the Wave King assassin. The Blood Duke stared at Shira for a moment before nodding. I understand. You should return to your quarters and prepare for the tournament. Even if you will not participate, you are the face of the integrationist path and must stand straight regardless of the outcome. Shira showed a rueful smile when she heard that and simply shook her head before turning around and leaving through the teleportation matrix, not even saying goodbye to the Blood Duke or Bloodless Number 1. The Blood Duke's eyes narrowed as he saw the young woman's behavior, since it was something he had not seen before in her. Is that boy's influence? Or maybe she is finally seeing through your schemes. Bloodless Number 1 and the Blood Duke looked at each other after that exchange, and there was no need to pretend there was harmony between the two since there was no one else in the room. Everything I do it for the Blood Sea. As he uttered those words, a sharp light emerged in the Blood Duke's eyes. You know where my loyalty is. I can recognize the merits of your actions, but right now, the Bloodless Force is neutral. I will not mobilize my brothers into a civil war. The Blood Duke stared at Bloodless Number 1 for a moment before nodding and signaling this one to take out the duo. Bloodless Number 1 did not waste time and took the corpse of Landrick and the unconscious old man he captured. The duo used the full might of their ego waves to scan Landrick's body and his space ring. They hoped to find some clues that would tell them exactly who sent him after Shira, but after an exhaustive investigation, they came out with nothing. HMPH, cautious bastard. Rage appeared in the Blood Duke's face since the Wave King assassin was truly careful, and they learned nothing about this one. There was nothing the Blood Duke could do about it, and he turned to the old man, ready to use powerful hypnosis to question this one, but he was not hopeful. Assassins were not fond of sharing information, especially with their underlings. Who are you, and what was your role in the assassins group? A powerful intent permeated the voice of the Blood Duke, reaching the deepest parts of the old man's mind. His eyes were still closed as he answered the question. My name is Lorius Samsel. I was the previous leader of the Hawk Assassin group, but due to my age and wounds, my powers decreased. In order to avoid conflict, I gave the leadership to my protege, Landrick, and I took the role of scout. The Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 smiled when they heard Lorius answer. Since this one was once the leader and stood with the group for so long, he must have all the secrets they wanted to learn. Tell me, Lorius, for whom the Hawk Assassin group works, and why did you go after the Blood Maiden of the Purest Path? Once again, the words of the Blood Duke reached the core of the old man's mind. However, just as he was about to answer, his body trembled, and he opened his eyes, showing pure darkness. Lorius was an old Wave King, but even if he were in his prime, he would not have been able to break free of Bloodless Number 1's seal of his consciousness, and much less fight back against the Blood Duke's hypnosis. Yet the duo saw the man open his eyes, which were full of darkness. There was shock and dread in the eyes of the Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1, not at Lorius, but at the power that had just taken control of the old man's body. Stop him! The Blood Duke shouted at him, and Bloodless Number 1 attempted to reactivate the seal he had on Lorius' mind and energy, but it was too late. A boom! All the astral wave inside the old man's body flew toward his brain, blasting it to pieces along with the rest of his head. It was a genuinely gruesome scene that made Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 frown. Despite not having attained an answer from Lorius, the Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 knew that only one power in the Empire had those capabilities. The organization. Bloodless Number 1's voice was cold as he uttered those two words. Despite being one of the strongest powerhouses of one of the mightiest organizations in the Godslayer Humankind Empire, he could not hide the flash of dread in his heart. It would not be wrong to call the organization the shadow of the Empire since they arose at the same time. The 10 Dark Kings were powerhouses capable of leveling entire sectors, and the one that ruled above all others was so mysterious that no one even knew his name or title, but everybody knew they feared him. An assassin group with ties to the organization could mean many things, but it was likely that someone in the Purest Path had already contacted them. What is the stance of the Bloodless Force now? Bloodless Number 1 frowned when he heard that question from the Blood Duke, and there was nothing he could do but sigh. If the Purest Path and High Blood Elder were in bed with the organization, only one path was left. The Bloodless Force will follow your lead when the time comes. After that, Bloodless Number 1 stored both corpses and left the room. There was a lot he had to take care of. The Blood Duke was left alone, and a cold and vicious smile appeared on his face. The organization's presence was something he did not like, but it helped him secure a very powerful weapon. Old bastard, all your plans will mean nothing once I get my hands on your throat. Dash dash dash. As days went by, a colossal structure began to form above the Blood Sea sky. It was a massive amphitheater with space for thousands of people, and above the regular seats were two large auditoriums where the powerhouses were located. On the right side of the amphitheater were the people of the integrationist path, and on the other were those of the purist path. The animosity between both groups had grown very deep, and there was no way in which people from both sides could sit together and not have an argument, which was why there was such a clear division. On the center of the amphitheater was a massive platform, and on the left were 10 youths standing proudly under the gazes of the people. It was finally the day of the Blood Champion Final Tournament, where the champions from each side would clash to decide who would have the honor to march into the Blood Sea. However, while there were 10 people on the purist path side, there was no one on the integrationist path side. Everybody knew that Shira and her blood champions faced some problems during the 4 trials of purity, but they were shocked to see that no one had appeared. The blood champions of the purist path were ordered according to their entrance into the battle, and the first one was no other than Jeremy, the man that attempted to clash with Cain before the departure for Ice Crown. Jeremy had asked to be the first since he knew that there was only Cain left to fight on the integrationist path and did not want anyone else to take his prey. A poisonous smile appeared as he jumped toward the platform at the amphitheater's center, drawing everybody's attention. People of the Blood Sea, my friends and family. I know most of you are wondering what is happening and why Surin and the other blood champions from the integrationist path are missing. Allow me to shed some light on that matter. Silence reigned in the amphitheater as people heard Jeremy's voice since they were truly curious about everything happening. Many of the powerhouses on the podiums on both sides frowned since they had chosen not to reveal that information due to the impact that could have on people, but it was too late to stop Jeremy now. If the people of the purist path were to censor the young man, people would assume they were guilty, and if those of the integrationist path made a move, everybody would think they were hiding something. In the end, both sides had their hands bound. Jeremy's smile grew wider as he saw that no one dared to stop him. A huge tragedy fell on my brothers from the integrationist path as a group of assassins attacked them. Shock appeared in the eyes of the people, and soon their gazes turned toward the auditorium of the powerhouses of the purist path. If there were someone that wanted to take care of Shira, then that would be the High Blood Elder. Jeremy saw that and immediately interceded. Please do not jump to conclusions before knowing all the facts. What if I tell you that despite 2 of the blood champions dying and all the others having suffered severe wounds, the outsider came unscratched? A new wave of shock assaulted the people of the Blood Sea as they found it hard to believe that Cain could be fine after such a calamity. It did not take long for that shock to turn into suspicion since it did not make sense for the outsider to be well when the blood champions nearly perished. I know it is hard to believe, but it is the truth. Actually, the outsider was supposed to fight in this tournament, but it is clear he was too afraid, or maybe he was hiding something. Jeremy's words guide people's minds in the amphitheater in one direction, putting the blame on Cain. Shira was in the auditorium among the powerhouses of the integrationist path. It was her right as the Blood Maiden to be present. When she heard Jeremy's words, her eyes grew cold, and there was killing intent in them. She had seen Cain's condition after the fight against the Wave King assassin, and there was no way you could call all your internal organs shutting down as being fine. Although she did not understand why Cain had yet to show up, she was aware of the young man's bravery and knew that Jeremy and the other blood champion did not scare him. My friends, I ask you, is there any other reason that person would not appear other than a guilty consciousness? Shira was about to rise from her seat when she noticed Bloodless Number One's gaze. The man smiled at her, signaling her to remain calm before looking at Jeremy like a clown. The mockery in Bloodless Number One confused Shira a little, especially when she noticed how all the powerhouses around her looked at Jeremy the same way. Her confusion grew even stronger when she saw the anger and frustration of the powerhouses on the other side of the amphitheater. What is happening? Should the people of the purist path not be happy with Jeremy's actions? Jeremy had not noticed the expressions of the powerhouses in the auditoriums and just kept shouting even louder. My friends, there are only 2 explanations for the outsider's absence. He is a coward or guilty of something and does not dare to show his face in front of us. Shut up and focus. Jeremy's speech seemed like it would never end, but a sharp voice interrupted him. A flash of rage appeared on the young man's face, but when he saw the one that shouted at him, he immediately concealed his anger. Brother Zima, what are you talking about? For what reason do I have to raise my focus? It was not only Jeremy, but nearly everybody in the amphitheater had the same question. HMPH. Your opponent has been standing in the arena this entire time, and you ask me what reason you need to raise your focus. Zima sneered before pointing at the edge of the platform. At first, people only saw Jeremy in it, but as they focused on the point that Zima signaled, they noticed a figure. Jeremy's eyes widened as he saw that the person he had been mocking for not daring to show his face had been here this entire time. Kane's presence became more and more notable as people began to focus on him, and soon, everybody in the amphitheater could see his figure. There was a calm expression on his face as he stared at Jeremy, not bothered with mockery or disdain. Now that he had evolved to Wave Champion, he was capable of physical feats much greater than before, and he could perform Void State to a much higher degree. Jeremy trembled momentarily before a sensation of rage and embarrassment filled his heart. He had been boasting all this time about Kane being too afraid to show up while the man was right in front of him, but he could not see this one. The Blood Champion's face twisted, and he seemed ready to jump toward Kane and shred this one to pieces, but the battle had yet to start. There was a small spherical drone above the platform. It was a simple artifact that would act as the referee of the battle. Since it was a machine, there was no danger of bias, and everybody could trust the result. Jeremy Sampson, are you ready? Usually, the machine would have made the question the moment both fighting entered the platform, but Jeremy did not stop talking. I am. When the machine heard Jeremy's answer, its 100 mechanical eyes turned toward Kane. Kane Lorifer, are you ready? Kane did not immediately answer the question but instead turned toward Bloodless number 1 in the distance. What are the rules about murder in the Blood Champion final tournament? It confused Bloodless number 1 since it was something Kane should have already known. Still, the powerhouses answered. The battles will end when one side surrenders or is unconscious. You can continue attacking until one of those criteria is met. If you murder your opponent before that, then it would not break the tournament rules. Bloodless number 1 did not shout, but his voice echoed across the amphitheater, ensuring everybody would hear it. Kane nodded and turned toward Jeremy with eyes bursting with red light. Jeremy trembled as he saw that red light and almost jumped back like a scared cat. The shame only kept increasing, and thinking about the way people would start to see him made his fury grow even more potent. Ha ha ha, don't worry, little outsider, I will not kill you, but I will make sure your legs never work again. That should send the message that the Blood Sea is not for people like you. Kane did not show anything at Jeremy's words and simply focused on the machine in the air. I am ready. Fight. The machine's robotic voice marked the start of the first fight of the Blood Champion final tournament. My friends, I will demonstrate the might of the Blood Sea and why outsiders are nothing but ants in front of us. Please watch me as I crack. Jeremy was amid his speech to the people in the amphitheater when a cracking sound reached his ears. Confusion appeared on his face since the next thing he saw was the rest of the Blood Champions looking at him with disbelief in their eyes. Wait, are you not behind me? The young man could not understand how he could see the Blood Champions since they were on his back and he had been looking forward. Everybody but Jeremy knew the reason for that. His body was aiming forward, but he was looking back after his neck made a 180-degree twist. The cracking sound was his spine shattering under the pressure. Silence reigned in the amphitheater when people saw such a bizarre and gory scene. Kane's movements were so fast and silent that most people did not see his attack and only saw him standing in front of Jeremy after the neck of this one shattered. There was still light in Jeremy's eyes as his knees bent since they lost their strength. A Wave Warrior would have perished instantly, facing such horrible wounds, but the vitality of Wave Champion was on a whole new level. Kane stared at Jeremy as his right hand turned into a red bestial claw. Stop. That shout came from a middle-aged man on the podium of the purest path, but it did not affect Kane's behavior since the next second, he used his bestial blood claw to rip Jeremy's head off. First battle is over. Cain Lorifer is the winner. Shock filled the heart of everybody in the amphitheater when they heard the voice of the machine declare Cain, the winner. Since the mechanical referee bestowed Cain the victory, that meant he had broken no rule. You disgusting outsider. Of course, that mattered very little for certain people, especially the middle-aged man who shouted for Cain to stop. He was very similar to Jeremy and should be his father or grandfather. The man seemed ready to jump into the platform but did not lose control of his emotions despite the burning rage in his soul. He first turned toward the high-blood elder before clasping his hands. My lord, allow me to get revenge on my grandson. We cannot allow an outsider to take the lives of children of the Blood Sea like that. The man's voice was loud, making sure everybody could hear them and inciting the crow to support him, which half of it did. Yes, punish the outsider. Kill the outsider. Revenge for our brother. Thousands of people belonging to the purest path did not wait before shouting out loud, expressing their desire to take Cain's life. Cain noticed that, but he did not care. If people wanted to hate him, that was their choice. He would follow his heart and fulfill his duty regardless of what others thought about him. What did matter a little was the silence of the people of the integrationist path. While they were not chanting for his head on a spike, they were not supporting him either. It makes sense. After all, I did kill a blood champion. It is easy to hate something and shout your rage, but harder to care for someone and fight to protect him. Cain was not disappointed in the people of the integrationist path since he never expected much from them anyways. He was not concerned about the shouts of the purest path since he did not live in a world where crow's mentality mattered. The reason why Cain acted with such brutality was to pay his debt to Radin and Martin. Although he would have preferred to kill two blood champions of the purest path, he was satisfied with Jeremy, so it did not matter if the tournament ended now. HMPH, pack of hyenas, and the rest of you are a bunch of turtles. That shout came from the podium of the integrationist path, but the one that shouted was not a powerhouse but Shira. She rose from her seat and walked forward before looking at the people in the amphitheater. Where was that thirst for revenge and justice when Radin and Martin, my friends, perished under the hands of assassins sent by those that only dare to act on the shadows like rats? Shira shouted toward the people of the purest path, and the disdain and loath on her face was evident. She then turned toward those of the integrationist path, and the contempt in her eyes was not any less. I can understand those rats' selective memory, but Radin and Martin were our people, yet you remain silent when they try to lynch the one seeking justice for our fallen brother. You are nothing more than a bunch of turtles. Silence permeated the amphitheater after Shira's shout until an old voice appeared. Young lady, you speak harshly but truthfully. What is the point of calling ourselves integrationist if we cannot demonstrate our convictions with actions? An old woman with long white hair walked until she was right beside Shira. Despite her old age, the instant she opened her eyes, a powerful pressure permeated the amphitheater as she focused on Jeremy's grandfather. The pain of losing a grandson is horrible. I still remember when they told me my little Radin would not return. It was like someone had ripped my right arm, but I am a powerhouse from the Blood Sea, so I cannot simply go wild with grief and follow my rage. The old woman stopped at this point as a dark light emerged in her eyes. However, if you make the first move, nothing will stop me from killing everybody I think is responsible. When they heard those words, a flash of terror appeared in the eyes of the Wave Kings of the purest path since they all knew just how dangerous that old woman was. A few moments after the old woman's speech, someone else stood up and positioned himself next to Shira. He was a middle-aged man with a large body, and his physical appearance was very similar to Martin's. No words came out of his mouth, but the killing intent in his eyes made it clear to everybody what he was ready to do. HMPH. A sneer echoed across the amphitheater, making the old woman and middle-aged man tremble, but its greatest effect was on Jeremy's grandfather as it pushed this one 2 steps back with blood leaking from his mouth. Since when the rules and codes of the Blood Sea are something people can choose to obey and break according to their wishes? Bloodless number one's voice was cold as monstrous physical pressure emerged from inside his body and spread across the amphitheater, making everybody tremble except for the Blood Duke and High Blood Elder. The crow chanting a few moments ago for Kane's head found it hard to breathe, a minor punishment for their wild and unruly behavior. Jason Sampson, your grandson understood the danger of the tournament and chose to participate anyway. The only one he could blame for his death was his lack of preparation. I will let it slide this time, but I will take your head if you dare to revolt again. Bloodless number 1 paused for a moment, and he focused on the High Blood Elder. Anyone that dares to break the rules and codes of the Blood Sea is my enemy. A sharp light appeared in the eyes of the High Blood Elder as he waved his hand, bringing Jeremy's corpse out of the arena before staring at Jason, signaling this one to sit down. The people of the purest path looked down since their previous behavior was like that of a wild mob, yet they achieved nothing other than embarrass themselves. As for those on the integrationist path, a meaningful light appeared in their eyes as the words of Shira and the old woman resounded inside their heads. Let the second battle start. Yes, let's secure another victory for Radin and Martin. Kane, you can do it. Defeat all of them. Cheers emerged from the crowd as they shouted for Kane's victory. The shift in the amphitheater's atmosphere made a small smile appear on Kane's face, but it did not last long since he focused on the next blood champions he would have to face. Killing intent emerged from his heart as red light permeated his eyes. Since he had lost 2 people due to the schemes of the purest path, he would kill the same amount. The blood champion that would fight next was a young man over 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall with a muscular body named Orphan. He was a late wave champion, and his battle style focused on defense, but when he saw Kane's murderous intent, he began to tremble and did not dare to jump into the platform. Orphan looked at the rest of the blood champions, hoping one of them would take his place, but all of them looked away since they faced the same fear that assaulted his heart. Jeremy's death had been too gory, and they did not want to suffer the same fate. Just doing nothing was not an option since thousands of people were looking at them, and seeing the fear in their eyes embarrassed the people of the purest path. Kane would have to fight 9 more fights, one after the other, without rest, yet the blood champions of the purest path did not dare to enter the platform. All the bravado and smugness from before were gone, and the talks about the might of the purest path were nothing but a joke at this point. Ha ha ha, look at them. They are too afraid to fight. What is the matter? Why are you not yelling about how an outsider can never defeat any of you? It is just a little outsider. Are you really that coward? The word outsider was used as a derogatory term by the people of the purest path, but now those of the integrationist path were using it to mock the blood champions. Orphan frowned, knowing he was making a fool of himself, but the fear of death was too great. He was a young genius with a powerful background and was unwilling to bet his life on something like the ideals of the purest path. It was true that hating something and shouting against it was easy, but very few dared act on that hate when their lives were in danger. Do not fight to win. Make it a battle of attrition. Focus solely on defense and draining his energy and stamina. I will take the last fight and defeat him. Orphan and the rest of the blood champions from the purest path heard those words in their minds, and they turned toward Zima. The young man's plan was extremely shameless, but they accepted it since it was the only way in which they would dare to enter a battlefield with that monster of red eyes. Orphan took a deep breath as he jumped into the platform, and his eyes grew sharp as he focused on Kane. He would not make the same mistake as Jeremy and would not allow his opponent to escape from his sight. Orphan Astriel, are you ready? The voice of the mechanical referee echoed across the amphitheater, but the blood champion from the purest path did not answer. He made his astral wave burst as blood ice covered his body, enhancing his physical defenses. Only once he was covered entirely in blood ice, and his astral wave burst at full power did Orphan answer. I am Kane Lorifer. Are you ready? Unlike Orphan, Kane did not make his astral wave explode before the battle started and only focused on his opponent before nodding. I am. Fight. A boom. A boom. A boom. A boom. The instant the mechanical referee marked the start of the fight, Kane began to move across the platform at supersonic speed. Orphan saw how Kane was moving around him, and he pushed his focus to the limit, trying not to lose this one from his sight. Since Kane's speed did not surpass Mach 3, Orphan could follow the red figure with his eyes until the noise from the sonic boom suddenly faded. Orphan's eyes widened as he could no longer see Kane, and a feeling of immense danger assaulted him. He acted instinctually, stamping the ground behind him and making a large blood ice wall to cover his back. Crack! The blood ice wall appeared at just the right moment to stop Kane's blood claw from reaching the back of Orphan's skull. Orphan saw how Kane's blood claw had managed to pierce nearly all of the blood ice shield but was stuck at the last portion, granting him a chance to counterattack. Yet, the moment the blood champion saw the red eyes full of killing intent focus on him, any notion about fighting back faded, and the fear made him jump away. Kane noticed his enemy's lack of fighting spirit and rearranged his astral wave, focusing fully on the offensive. If the enemy was too afraid to fight back, there was no need to pay attention to defense. Boom, crack, boom, crack. A game of cat and mouse began between Kane and Orphan. The blood champion kept running away, using the blood ice shields to stop Kane's attack. However, now that Kane focused solely on the offensive, that blood ice shield could not resist his attacks, and a break appeared immediately. More than once, Kane could connect a direct blow on Orphan, but the blood ice defenses of this one allowed him to resist. Kane's battle power allowed him to fight head-on against Peak Wave Champion and overwhelm this one, but he had yet to reach the level where he could defeat them in a single strike, so the battle lasted for 2 minutes. Boom! Another of Kane's blows had landed on Orphan's body, and this time all the blood ice covering the chest was destroyed, leaving a direct path for his blood claw to the enemy's heart. Orphan saw the burst of killing intent in Kane's eyes and how that blood claw aimed for his heart, so he immediately shouted, "I surrender. Second battle is over. Kane Lorifer is the winner." Kane's blood claw was about to lunge into Orphan's heart when he heard the mechanical referee's voice. A few more seconds and Orphan would have died, but there was nothing he could do other than lower his hand. People of the integrationist path cheered for Kane's victory, while those of the purist path showed ugly expressions on their faces. The battle had been one-sided from the start, with Orphan not daring even to raise his hands against Kane. Kane did not lose focus and stared at his next enemy as this one reached the platform. The next blood champion was even taller and bulkier than Orphan, and his skin had a metallic glow, most likely due to his cultivation technique. Kark James. Are you ready? Like Orphan, Kark burst his astral wave and activated his battle skills before answering. Red iron plates began to form around his body, making him resemble a giant metal humanoid. Kark's impressive stance gave the audience the thought that they would witness an exciting battle, but the young man clenched his body and raised his guard. It was clear that his battle style would not be offensive. "I am ready," Kark shouted after adopting what could only be described as a turtle stance. Blood iron covered every part of his body, and he was curled up, making fighting back impossible. Clearly, the blood champion only intended to act as a punching bag. Kane Lorifer. Are you ready? Kane could not help but frown as he stared at the blood champion, trying to figure out just what kind of strategy the enemy was using, but he could not see a way in which total defense could defeat him. "I am ready. Fight." Instead of wasting time, Kane focused solely on the battle. A boom. A boom. A sonic boom echoed across the amphitheater, and less than a second later, an explosion was heard when Kane's blood claw landed on Kark's chest, raising this one into the air. The blood iron giant should weigh several tons, but Kane's punch raised this one as if he was a feather, but things did not end there. A boom. A boom. A boom. Kane followed the blood iron giant into the air and began to blast this one from one direction to the other. All of his punches had immense power, and he also mixed them with his elbows and knees, which could rip the metallic armor to pieces. Kark did not break his defensive stance this entire time, but his internal organs trembled due to the overwhelming power behind each of those attacks. His eyes widened with terror as he felt an elbow strike shattered the blood iron on his back. "I surrender. Third battle is over. Kane Lorifer is the winner." Kane's blood claw had nearly pierced into Kark's spine when he heard the mechanical referee declare the end of the battle. There was nothing he could do other than stop his attack. Boom. Kark fell to the ground, and since he still had most of his armor, he made a small blast upon impact. After such an embarrassing fight, the man did not dare to remain on the platform for long and immediately left. There were not many cheers from the crowds. Even if the people of the integrationist path enjoyed Kane's victory, the battle had been truly underwhelming since the opponent did not attempt to fight back. Kane returned to his original position as the new blood champion entered the platform. The next opponent was a young man with a skinny body. Zarif Sanber. Are you ready? Like the other two, Zarif made his astral wave explode as a powerful red tornado covered his figure. I am ready. Kane Lorifer. Are you ready? I am ready. Fight. A boom. The mechanical referee had just declared the start of the fight when a potent sonic boom echoed across the platform. It was not generated by Kane but by the blood champion of the purest path. However, it was not a battle move since the direction Zarif took was the sky, getting farther and farther away from Kane. When Kane saw Zarif's behavior, his eyes narrowed. 1 was a mistake, 2 a coincidence, but 3 was a pattern. All the blood champions were focused solely on defensive strategies. Although that meant that Kane would receive no wounds, it also extended the battles, forcing him to burn more energy and stamina. Kane glanced at Zima and knew that it was his plan. It was an extremely shameless behavior that would gain the disdain of many, but it was clear that it did not matter to the young man. From a certain point of view, Kane was impressed. Even though everybody would mock him, Zima did not care and chose the path with the highest probability of success. Being able to face ridicule and stand straight demanded great willpower and determination. There were many ways in which Kane could handle this fight, and he chose the most brutal one. Thump. Kane's skin turned red as he activated second gear, and his eyes focused on Zarif, who was already thousands of meters up in the sky. Zarif kept pushing his body higher and higher as a jet of super compressed blood wind emerged from the sole of his feet. He did not have a powerful defensive technique, so he avoided the battle entirely. His goal was to force Kane to chase him into the sky and drain the energy of this one that way. He was confident in his speed and was sure he could keep some distance between the two. Thump. All that confidence shattered when he heard a powerful heartbeat coming closer and closer to him, and before he could even look down, 2 hands grabbed his ankles. Zarif could not hide his shock as he felt that Kane managed to catch up with him in under 5 seconds, and just as he was about to open his mouth to surrender, the blood claws tightened their grip. Ah! A scream of pain echoed across the sky. Kane's grip on Zarif's ankles was so strong that he shattered every bone. Crack. Zarif's ankles were not the only ones broken since Kane pulled the blood champion down before raising his knee. The strike broke the blood champion's spine. Despite the pain and agony, Zarif clenched his teeth and shouted. I surrender. 4th battle is over. Kane Lorifer is the winner. A fraction of a second more, and Kane could have landed a kick in the back of Zarif's skull with enough strength to cut the spinal cord, but he was forced to stop his attack since the battle was over. Kane let go of Zarif, and both began to fall to the ground. The first one did not have a problem since he could use airwalk, but Zarif had already lost consciousness. Luckily for the blood champion, an invisible force grabbed him and brought his unconscious body to the podium of the powerhouses of the purest path. Kane's eyes narrowed since a fall from this high could have done the trick on Zarif, but since the battle was over, there was nothing wrong with the high blood elder taking the blood champion away. Kane descended gracefully into the platform, but the cheers for his victory were not that loud once again. He did not blame the people for their reactions since these battles were truly dull, but he could do nothing if the opponents did not dare to fight against him. 5th battle. Kane Lorifer vs. Inber Klain. Fight. During the 5th battle, Kane faced a young man bathed in red blood fire. The blood champion generated a river of burning blood around his body, but Kane managed to pierce it after suffering minor burn wounds. Just as Kane's blood claw was about to cut Inber's neck, this one surrendered. 6th battle. Kane Lorifer vs. Throne Sinner. Fight. Kane's next opponent was a young man with a small body that could use shadows. The blood champions could fuse with them, moving around the platform like a specter. Unfortunately for Throne, Kane's lineage granted him an even greater mastery over the element of shadows. The blood champion was able to surrender in time but now without first losing his right leg. 7th battle. Kane Lorifer vs. Felix Korn. Fight. This time the blood champion's battle style was truly shameless. He covered his body with rock armor before fusing with the floor, transforming into a small 3-meter-tall blood mountain. Felix let Kane attack him until no more rocks covered him, and he immediately surrendered. 8th battle. Kane Lorifer vs. Astro Lamber. Fight. For the first time, one of the blood champions dared to attack Kane. Astro generated massive waves of blood before sending them against Kane. However, it soon became clear the true intent of the attack. The blood waves lacked offensive power, and their only use was to push the enemy back. It made sense that a long-range spell would have such weak offensive power if the user were an Astral Wave champion. Kane broke through the waves of blood, and just as he was less than 5 meters away from Astro, this one gave up. Ninth battle. Kane Lorifer vs. Vega Stein. Fight. The ninth blood champion also used Blood Wind as part of his battle style, but unlike Zarif's explosive moves, his style focused on agility and dexterity. Of the 9 battles up to this moment, this was the hardest for Kane since it took a long time for him to catch his opponent. Although he managed to break Vega's shoulder, this one surrendered before the wounds could evolve into something more serious. All 9 battles were crushing defeats for the integrationist path, but no one was cheering. Even those on the right side of the amphitheater who supported Kane remained silent since no matter if they loathed the people of the purest path, they were still members of the Blood Sea, and their behavior was simply too embarrassing. As for those on the purest path, their expressions were even more sour. They liked to brag about the power of their lineage, but 8 of their greatest geniuses did not dare to do anything else but run away or hide when they faced an outsider that was younger than them. Ninth battle is over. Kane Lorifer is the winner. The mechanical referee shouted those words, and a second later, the last of the blood champions of the purest path flashed toward the platform. Zima seemed eager to fight immediately, which made perfect sense. While the other blood champion did not hurt Kane, the fight did drain a significant portion of his energy pool and stamina. The High Blood Elder and Blood Duke exchanged glances as they saw Kane and Zima on the platform. Although the integrationist path won 9 battles, they only had 1 fighter, so the purest path only needed a single victory. Of course, everybody would mock them, and the stance of the purest path would certainly grow weaker, but they would still be the ones that would carry on with the final and most important part of the century ascendance of the Blood Moon. There was nothing the Blood Duke could do about the unfairness of this situation. The rules that allowed Kane to kill Jeremy without repercussions also forced him to win all 10 fights. Powerhouses of the purest path and integrationist path were not the only ones analyzing the battle between Kane and Zima. Blood Sea was an extremely important power in the collapsing lightning sector, so factions across the Empire were using different methods to watch the fight. In the Titan Tower of the Imperial Lightning Fort, a room with a large mirror showed Kane and Zima. There were 6 people. 5 were collapsing lightning pillars, and the last was Luther. Of course, among the pillars was Zarak, and there was a flash of disdain in his eyes. HMPH. They really know no shame. Despite forcing Kane to fight 10 consecutive battles, they do not give him any time to rest. There is no reason for the mighty people of the Blood Sea to give leeway to an outsider. Luther spoke those words before showing a mocking smile. I am sure those cowards justify their actions with those words. I am surprised that the Blood Duke is not interfering on Kane's behalf and allowing things to carry on. Zarak's eyes narrowed as he heard that last part. He was also confused by the actions of the Blood Duke. His suspicion began when he saw that this one had not shown up to rescue Kane and Surin. As a Titan, the Blood Duke should be much faster than he and Bloodless number 1, yet this one never appeared. Many have forgotten, but the reason the Blood Duke was able to rise to his current position was not his brute power but his schemes. I am sure that man is planning something, and he clearly doesn't care about the safety of Kane. Olivian, the second collapsing lightning pillar, spoke calmly, but there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. The collapsing lightning pillars present began to look at each other, and there was a murderous light in their eyes. Kane Lorifer was a divine prodigy that saw the Imperial Lightning Force as his home and the army as his family, so it was only a matter of time before he became one of the pillars. Although they might have differences and sometimes fight with each other, when it came to external threats and dangers, the collapsing lightning pillars could act as a single unified force. Luther saw the aura in the room and knew he needed to intervene. If the 9 pillars were to march together, then they could unleash a massacre on the Blood Sea. While it was true that the Blood Sea was a formidable power with two titans, the first pillar of the collapsing lightning sector was a killing machine that had already murdered more gods than you could count with both hands. The collapsing lightning Duke has forbidden our movements. Cain chose to return to the Blood Sea and knew the dangers. Unless Major Lorifer explicitly asks for our help or the tournament rules are broken, we are not allowed to mobilize our forces. Zarak sighed and nodded. It was Cain's decision to return to the Blood Sea, and he should face the consequences of his actions. Far from the Imperial Lightning Fort, in a remote corner of the collapsing lightning sector, there was an immense castle. In a room of that magnificent structure, two men were watching a crystal species that showed Cain and Zima. One of the men was Jonathan, and the other was someone Cain would have recognized as the person from the Saint Void State technique. The man that managed to perform that flawless assassination of a wave king in broad daylight in the middle of a crown when he was just a wave champion was looking at the crystal sphere with sharp eyes. So this is the boy that has my daughter's corpse. I must admit his assassination skills are very high for a neophile. No ill will or disdain could be heard when the white-haired man spoke about Cain as a neophile. Besides, he was right. Unlike members of the Aegon family, who took assassination as the main path of their battle and lifestyle, Cain only used it as a tool. Yes, my lord, although he doesn't have the heart of an assassin, there is no hesitation in his mind when it comes to killing. Other than young lord, I am afraid that no one in the Aegon family's young generation can compare with his talent in Void State. The man silently nodded. He saw how Cain performed a flawless assassination during the first tournament battle, so there was no question about his skills. Anyway, we must be ready. If I am right before the century ascendance of the blood moon ends, we will have a lot of work. Jonathan's eyes widened as he understood the hidden meaning of the man's words. He turned toward the crystal sphere, and there was focus on his eyes as he did not want to lose anything. Millions of kilometers away from the collapsing lightning sector, a young man watched the battle between Cain and Zima. Unlike the powerhouses from the Aegon family and Imperial Lightning Fort, he did not really care what would happen with the Blood Sea, and his only focus was Cain. Magnus Hellblazer's eyes were cold as he stared at Cain's figure. Very few people in the world could match his talent, but Cain was one of them. He did not need to prove himself superior to others, and a good relationship could have grown between the two, but Levi's past and Amos's actions made it inconceivable. If he perished in the incoming turmoil, everything would be great. However, if he manages to rise above, I will have to start looking for ways to handle things quickly. The sound of a moving door drew Magnus' attention, and saw a middle-aged man walking toward him. It was the same Wave King that attempted to force his way into the unique dimension of Blade Mountain. Young Lord, by order of the Hellblazer Duke, I bring you the Divine Fire Lotus as a reward for rising to Blood Champion with Void Marrow. The Wave King kneeled before taking a small red chest and presenting it to Magnus. His eyes showed a flash of greed since he knew that the Divine Fire Lotus was an incredible treasure, even for a Wave King. Still, he immediately erased that emotion since he was aware of what had happened with the enemies of the young man. Magnus smiled as he stored the small red chest and waved his hand, signaling the Wave King to leave since he did not want company while looking at Cain's fight. The Wave King stood up but did not immediately leave since he had another task. His Highness is asking whether or not you will attend your brother's funeral. Ha. Magnus burst into laughter as he heard that question before shaking his head. Don't you think it would be in bad taste if the murderer attended the funeral? The Wave King trembled when he heard that. It was a surprise since everybody knew what happened but could not believe that Magnus would just say it out loud. There were only two reasons someone would confess such a crime. They were stupid and did not understand the risk or know that nothing would happen to them. Either way, the Wave Kings erased those words from his mind since he could not survive the schemes and tribulations of the fight for power among the young generation of the Hellblazer family. I will tell His Highness you cannot attend due to your cultivation, young lord. Magnus shrugged his shoulder and signaled the man to leave, which he did immediately. It was just a battle between Wave Champion, but even Titans were focusing on it, and whatever they expected to see, it would be even more impressive. Zima Xtyre. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Kane Lorifer. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Fight. Kane and Zima looked into each other's eyes, and there was a coldness in them. The battle had officially started, but neither made a move since the first clash would not be physical. Red and golden fields emerged from the minds of both blood champions, like tsunamis, and lunged toward the one with insatiable might and power. As soon as the golden and red force fields collided, the superior ego wave showed itself immediately. Zima's willpower belonged to an early wave king, which was terrific for a 17-year-old man in every sense, but Kane's was way above that level. Kane had already evolved his willpower to the middle wave king level before coming to the Blood Sea, and his tribulation with the wave king assassin made it explode, touching upon the late stage and second realm. Solemn expression appeared in all the powerhouses across the empire that saw the might of that red force field. If there was one aspect in which Kane Lorifer stood above all other geniuses of the young generation in the collapsing lightning sector, was his willpower. Having an inborn ego eternal matrix and experiencing over a dozen life and death trials had pushed the young man's ego wave to the point that it would soon earn him the right to call himself a powerhouse at merely 16 years of age. Unlike the rest of the people that stared at Kane's ego wave with a solemn attitude, Shira showed a radiant smile. She knew just how hard Kane had fought to evolve that red force field, and seeing him unleash it made her happy since that was his purest state. Of course, the powerhouses of the integrationist path were thrilled to see the might of Kane's willpower. After all, he was on their side, and this was just more than a fight. It was a clash of thoughts, and what better to define the correct path than a greater resolution and determination? Zima saw how the red force field could push back his golden ego wave effortlessly, but just as it was about to be drowned by the willpower of his opponent, a smile appeared on his face. Crack! It was as if a seal had broken inside his mind. The next instant, the golden force field exploded with power, gaining the ability to stop the advance of Kane's ego wave before pushing it back. Surprise and confusion appeared in the people that saw the increase in power of the golden force field, since they did not understand precisely how it happened. Even powerhouses like Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 were shocked by the burst in the ego wave from Zima. Their knowledge about the ego eternal path of power was deep, but they were confused by the sudden turn of events. Still, they saw how now it was Zima's ego wave, the one in the lead. Kane saw how the golden force field was pushing his ego wave when he took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he remembered the feeling he had during the fight against the Wave King assassin. When he opened his eyes again, the red light in these exploded, generating a quality improvement in the red force field that seemed to be on the brink of evolution. Zima's eyes widened when he saw the might that Kane's ego wave could reach, and soon the coldness and killing intent in his heart exploded. The red force field pushed the golden to the middle of the battle arena, and both began to ascend into the sky. They were like nearly 5,000 meters long dragons clashing and rising into the air. Rumble. Storm clouds began to appear in the sky due to the clash of willpower. Although ego wave was immaterial, the reason why it could pass through solid objects with ease, once the willpower of life evolved to a high enough level, it could affect the wave. Its most basic deployment at this point was to use it as fuel for the astral wave or essence wave, but once your mastery reached a high enough level, you could manipulate the life wave in the air, using the world as your energy pool. The willpower of both youths was so immense that their clash could wreak havoc on the life wave in the sky and change the weather. Back in the Imperial Lightning Fort, the Pillars and Luther were seeing the clash between the willpowers of Kane and Zima with a frown on their faces. The mirror did not only show images, since it also allowed the people that saw it to perceive the energy and forces unleashed by the people in it. Zarak's eyes were sharp as he focused on Zima's ego wave. You also feel it, right? The one that spoke was Akira, the essence wave cultivator that granted Kane his license as a hypnosis master. Her voice was solemn as she stared at Zarak. Luther and the rest of the Pillars focused on the youngest of them. While Zarak was the weakest in terms of wave cultivation, his evolution and mastery over the ego eternal path of power was the highest, with him already taking a step into the third realm. Zarak did not answer immediately and took focus for a long time on the golden force field before opening his mouth. I have no idea how he managed to hide his ego wave and just unleash it with such strength the next second. It might be a unique skill I am unaware of. The ninth pillar did not pretend he had all the answers since he was far from reaching the peak of the ether in the ego-eternal path of power, so it might be that Zima just had a unique skill, and that was it. However, there was something disturbing. His willpower is old. It took a moment, but they all frowned when Luther and the pillars heard that. Age did not limit the might of your willpower, but it determined its ancientness. After all, it was based on your life experiences, and it did not make sense it would be older than you. Cheating. Olivian, the second pillar, spoke with a cold voice. He was not a master in the ego-eternal path of power, but having older willpower than your actual age was like having an older brain. It should not be possible. Zerat considered things for a long time before answering. Most likely, but I cannot offer any proof. Luther and the pillars sighed as they heard that. Even if Zima was cheating, if they could not prove it, they could do nothing to help Cain. This battle will be hard. Let's hope that Major Lorifer can rise as he has always done in the past. Luther spoke as he stared at the mirror along with the pillars. Storm clouds had already expanded for dozens of kilometers in the sky, covering the entire amphitheater in darkness. None of the fighters had thrown a punch, but people could not take their eyes off the battle arena and did not even dare to blink. Cain focused solely on his ego wave, but while he unleashed his willpower, the absolute life form system had another mission. Scanning target. Scan of target completed. Name. Zima Xtyre. Race. Godslayer humankind. Path of power. Astral rebirth, early wave champion. Lineage. Wave talent. Low tier 8. Stats. Strength. 17.5. Agility. 23.1. Vitality. 22.9. Wave. 22.3. Blood energy. 26.5. Marrow washing. 100% completion. Blood rebirth. Blue blood stage. Although Cain and Zima were both early wave champions, the latter was at the peak of that stage, while the first evolved less than a month ago. When it came to a clash between geniuses of the same level, those small differences in cultivation significantly impacted the battle. Cain was accustomed to relying on his ego wave and skills to overcome stronger opponents, but Zima had the same level of willpower and skills. He could handle the physical differences, but the disparity between their energy pools would make the fight much harder. It made sense. After all, Zima was older by a year, meaning he had more time to increase his astral wave and the number of blood runes. Of course, none of that truly mattered to Cain. So what if his opponent was older than him? Was he supposed to use it as an excuse in case of his defeat? What about all the people he manages to kill thanks to the absolute life form system? Should they come back to life since the fight was not fair? Only a coward would search for those justifications to feel about their defeat. This was a fight, and the only thing that mattered in the end was who would win. Boom! A lightning bolt landed right in the middle of the battle arena, marking the beginning of the true fight. Cain and Zima made their Astra wave burst as they flashed toward the other full of killing intent. Red lightning covered Zima's body as his skin adopted a crimson metallic color beneath his white armor, and his hands morphed into blood gem claws. Cain's skin also turned red due to activating second gear as an armor of the same color covered his body. His hands became blood gem claws, and his wave cloak began to vibrate due to the power of sonic armor, increasing his defenses. Boom! Their right fists collided in the middle of the battle arena, a sonic boom emerging from Cain's punch while a lightning blast arose in Zima's. There was no need for weapons. For warriors that trained blood hand, their punches were the most destructive artifacts of all, having the ability to twist silver artifacts with their bare hands. Coldness appeared in the duo's eyes as they saw that neither could overcome the other, and as they retracted their fists, they adopted a similar battle stance, raising their arms and spreading their legs. Boom! 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 Cain and Zima both used blood flow fury, exchanging punches and kicks in the middle of the battle arena, trying to push the other away. Zima's domain over the blood flow fury was surprisingly high, as if he had trained it for decades. That, plus his superb speed, allowed him to have the upper hand in terms of battle skill. However, while Kane's mastery over blood flow fury was lower, he seemed capable of predicting the Zima's moves, reacting just in time to dodge or block the blows. And while he could not surpass his opponent's speed, the strength of his punches and kicks was unmatched due to the torque of his body. Kane had to admit that he fell behind Zima when it came to battle skills. Luckily, he had virtual sight, and the AI chip module already deeply comprehended Zima's body and blood flow fury, so the predictions were very precise. Zima sent a vicious kick toward Kane's head, but this one was able to block it with his right arm before responding with his left elbow. Kane's elbow could break a hole into a thick steel plate like glass, but Zima managed to protect his chest using his right arm. Every time one sent an attack, the other would either dodge or block it before sending their own. There was sublime precision and control over their body movements, as expected from warriors that train their bodies to reach the peak. Zima's eyes narrowed as he saw that Kane was able to keep up with his skills, but soon he began to smile as he activated 4000% wave burst. The astral wave exploded with power, enhancing the wave cloak, which in turn improved every aspect of Zima's body. His speed, strength, and defenses rose exponentially. Usually, even great geniuses would have a problem performing 1000% wave burst, but someone with such powerful willpower as Zima could generate a much greater energy output. Kane immediately felt pressured as Zima's blows became faster and stronger, and he could only answer in the same way, also raising his wave burst to 4000%. The strength the duo's body began to unleash reached the standard of a late wave champion due to their bursting astral wave. Of course, there would be repercussions for such outlandish energy output, but having evolved to wave champion with void marrow and practicing a same technique as blood refinement art, their constitution could handle much more. A boom, a boom, a boom, a boom. Awe and admiration appeared in the people of the amphitheater watching the fight as the skill and power of the duo were truly superb. Streams of air covered Kane's body due to the constant rotation of his body, while Zima's lighting pushed his reflexes to an incredible level. A boom, a boom. A blast of astral wave emerged from Kane and Zima. The duo increased their wave burst, this time reaching 6000%. Now their physical abilities could compare to peak wave champions. Shira watched the fight with excitement as she saw that Kane could keep up with Zima, and she was sure that he would soon overcome the enemy, just like always. However, the young girl soon noticed the somber expressions of the powerhouses around her. Radin's grandmother noticed Shira's confusion and sighed briefly before speaking to the young girl. That young man's skill and ability are truly superb, but he just went through 9 battles. Even if he did not receive any wound, he must have already consumed over 75% of his astral wave. Using such an immense energy output would drain him extremely fast. A boom, a boom. Shira's focus returned to the battle as she saw that the wave burst of Kane and Zima rose once again, this time to 8000%. She focused on Kane's valiant face and could not help but clench her fists. Shira knew that Kane could not reduce his energy output, but he would not last much longer if he carried on like this. Knowing that Kane had to fight alone due to their weakness and inability to hide their whereabouts from assassins made Shira clench her fists so hard that they nearly bleed. Kane could imagine the thoughts in the powerhouses' minds. He had known Zima's plan since the moment he understood that all the blood champions only fought with the single goal of draining his energy and stamina. The exchange between the blows of Zima and Kane carried on with monstrous intensity until suddenly Kane's wave cloak trembled, losing its bursting state. That was a clear sign that Kane's astral wave had reached its limit and could no longer maintain such monstrous energy output. Zima's showed a cold smile as his eyes glowed with savagery. The instability in Kane's wave cloak meant a severe decrease in this one's speed and defense, something he was ready to exploit. Over 80% of Zima's astral wave concentrated on his right fist as he sent it toward Kane's head with all his strength. It was the time to give the finishing blow. Just as Zima's fist was ready to break every bone in Kane's face, he saw a smile appear on this one's face. A bad feeling assaulted the heart of the young blood champion of the purest path, and the next thing he saw was Kane's astral wave exploding with even more power than before. 10,000%. Shock appeared in not just Zima but also every other powerhouse that saw the battle. Kane's energy pool was larger than normal early wave champions but was not monstrous either, and it should have depleted by this point, so they could not understand how there was so much astral wave left on him. A meaningful light appeared in the eyes of Bloodless Number 1 and Zarak as they remembered the energy that flooded Kane's body for nearly a month and that emerged from his soul dimension. The duo was right. Kane did not care about Zima's plan because the gluttony module had been filling his body with energy and vitality from the start of the tournament. Kane had chosen to project the image of exhaustion and energy depletion so Zima would lower his guard and send an attack full of openings, exposing his body. Zima could do nothing to stop Kane from dodging his fist and landing an uppercut on his jaw, sending his body flying into the sky while making his brain tremble inside his skull. Kane would not stop and rose, making the astral wave focus on his arms and legs, especially his fists, feet, elbows, and knees. Flowing first. A barrage of blows landed point-blank on Zima. Tempest kick. Several kicks landed one after another on Zima's chest, pushing him even higher. Crimson elbows and knees. Elbows that had transformed into blood gems connected on Zima, cracking his white armor and making this one puke blood. Zima had risen over 3,000 meters into the air when he finally saw Kane vanish from beneath him. Yet, his instincts screamed terror as he felt two fists gently landing on his back. Sonic cannon. Boom. A massive shock wave spread across the sky, splitting the storm clouds apart as a mighty sonic cannon exploded point blank on Zima's chest, making this one puke a mouthful of blood while his body crashed into the ground at supersonic speed. Boom. The battle arena trembled when Zima's body crashed into it. Blood was everywhere in the young man's body as he used what little strength was left to turn around and look into the sky. Kane was still in the air and saw that Zima's eyes were about to lose consciousness. He did not understand why this one had yet to surrender, but killing intent exploded in his heart since it was his chance to make things even. With Zima, there would be two blood champions of the purest path that perished, avenging Radin and Martin. A boom. Sonic booms emerged from Kane's feet as he pushed his body to Mach 10 while his knees glowed with red light. He was ready to blast Zima's skull to pieces. However, just as he made his way down, Kane's vision was able to capture something. He saw the faces of the powerhouses of the purest path. While most were full of dread and panic, the High Blood Elder was still calm. Kane felt that something was wrong. He was just half a second away from blasting Zima's skull, but he jumped to the right without hesitation. The instant that happened, the eyes of Zima, who seemed to verge into unconsciousness, regained their focus, and he opened his mouth. A boom. An incredibly powerful dark lightning cannon emerged from Zima's mouth, rising into the sky with a might similar to a Wave King's spell. Shock and awe appeared in the eyes of everybody seeing the battle. The battle was supposed to have reached its end after Kane's devastating onslaught, but not only was Zima able to react, but he unleashed an attack that could have threatened the life of a Wave King. Even more shocking, it was a long-range attack, something an astral wave champion like Zima should not be able to perform. Kane's expression was solemn as he landed on the battle arena, more than 100 meters away from Zima. He had managed to avoid most of the damage but did not come unscratched since his left arm was scorched. A sharp light appeared in Kane's eyes as he saw Zima standing up. The damage that his last barrage did should have incapacitated this one, but it was clearly not the case. Zima managed to stand up as the wounds on his body stabilized, but that was far from all. His body grew larger and more muscular as scales covered his arms and part of his chest, and his pupils turned reptilian. It did not take long for him to reach 2.5 meters tall, and his arms and legs grew twice their original size. People grew confused by Zima's physical change. The Empire had draconic bloodlines that could explain Zima's transformation, but he was a member of the Blood Sea and had a Blood Sea lineage. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he stared at Zima and immediately understood the key behind his transformation and the burst in his physical strength. So that is your alter ego's power. Through your visualization technique, you see yourself as a dragon. Most people were still confused, but those that had already reached the first realm of the ego eternal path of power and awakened their alter egos understood what was happening with Zima. The alter ego might be a manifestation of your willpower, but through a visualization technique, one could harvest their power. It unleashed its force in the soul, the essence of someone's existence, so inducing a physical transformation was very normal. Powerhouses from both sides look at Zima with wonder, since even for Wave Kings, triggering the power of the alter ego was extremely hard, and most of those at the early stage could not do it. Not to mention that even for those that could trigger the power of their alter egos, it only worked as an auxiliary technique due to the disparity between their cultivation and willpower. Clearly, Zima was not the case, and the power that his alter ego granted him was his trump card. Ha ha ha, you are right. I was always fond of the tales of dragons of the old world, beasts of power and destruction that obey no one and rule above all. Since that is a perfect description, why don't I become a dragon myself? Zima showed a cold smile as he spoke to Cain, his body bursting with strength and vitality. I did not want to show this power, but you forced me. Your instincts are top-notch, being able to detect my attack so fast. Zima paused at this point as he focused on Cain's scorched left arm. But not fast enough. Cain noticed the mockery in Zima's voice, but he just smiled back. There is no need to worry about this minor wound that will heal in just a moment. Powerhouses could not help but frown as they heard Cain's words. Although the damage to his left arm was not catastrophic since the lightning only scorched the skin and muscles, it would still take a long time to heal. However, the next second, everybody saw a golden flame burst out of Cain's left arm, and the damaged tissues began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the burst of his willpower during the life and death battle against the Wave King assassin, the Sun Seed had grown more powerful. Although it did not gain another ability, the power of radiance of life evolved to the point it no longer just circulated through the inside of his body. Cain raised his left arm and clenched it, showing the strength of the extremity. In less than 20 seconds, all the damage the arm had taken vanished. A new wave of shock assaulted the powerhouses when they saw the golden flame of Cain. They figured it was the young man's alter ego, and its power was not any less impressive than Zima's. I guess it is time for the second round. Cain's words filled Shira and the people of the integrationist path with excitement. The battle had already been amazing before, but now that the duo unleashed their full power, it would grow to a whole new level. Zima saw the amazing healing ability of Cain, and while his body had grown much stronger, it was not like he had completely recovered from the point-blank sonic cannon. Yet, the smile on his face only grew wider. Although it would have been interesting to see what happens when an unstoppable force clashes with an unmovable object, I will pass. Zima's words confused Cain, as he did not understand the source of his enemy's confidence, but he got an answer the next second. Strange inscriptions appeared in the center of Zima's chest and soon expanded all over his body. Cain's eyes widened as he saw those inscriptions. He had never seen them before in a battle but had read about them. Those strange letters were runes, and what was covering Zima's body was a runic formation. As soon as Zima triggered, a strange power began to manifest in the battle arena, and blue lightning arcs began to course through his body. Those blue lightning arcs were not the result of a spell but the manifestation of the power of the laws. Just like genetic coders can create wave viruses that tap into the genetic power of an individual and grant them unique abilities, rune masters can engrave runic formations that summon the power of the laws. Rune crafting was a not well-known profession in the collapsing lightning sector, and the same could be said about the empire as a whole. The inheritance of the Godsailor humankind regarding genetic coding was superb but was only subpar regarding runes. Even if Cain's knowledge about runic formations was shallow, he knew that only a saint runic formation could summon the power of the laws. Of course, runic formations also needed energy to activate, but this one seemed to work perfectly with blood energy. The Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1 stared at the High Blood Elder after they saw that Saint Rune inscription on Zima, and there was no doubt in their minds now that this one was in cahoots with the organization. Unfortunately, the duo had no real proof of that, and shouting accusations without them would only make them look weak. Cain was also aware that there was something odd about that runic inscription, but something else was bothering him. With all of Zima's skill, this one could have chosen to have a direct fight from the beginning but instead chose a path that would have allowed him to keep all those secrets. A strong opponent was hard, but a scheming opponent was truly dangerous. Trying to figure out Zima's intentions and secrets would be a waste of time, so Kane only took a deep breath as he pushed his focus to the limit, ready to face anything thrown at him. Zima noticed Kane's battle stance and smiled before opening his mouth. Let's begin the final round. A thunderous sonic boom emerged from where Zima stood just an instant ago, making the ears of the people in the amphitheater tremble. However, that was nothing compared with the shock Kane felt as he saw that the massive body of Zima was already in front of him, sending a hook right to his head. Time seemed to slow down as Kane's brain was able to analyze Zima's condition. He saw how streams of electrically charged plasma covered the figure of this one, and that could only mean one thing. Hypersonic speed. When a body reaches a high enough speed, they break the chemical bonds that hold nitrogen and oxygen together, generating streams of electrically charged plasma. That speed goes by the name of hypersonic speed. In ether, the density of the air is much higher than that of the old world, so to reach hypersonic speed, you need to move much faster than just Mach 5 or 5 times the speed of sound. Hypersonic speed in ether requires your body to move at Mach 20. That was nearly 7,000 meters per second. A boom. A powerful blast echoed across the battle arena as Zima connected his fist to Kane. It had so much power that it seemed like a missile had just landed on its target. Everybody turned toward Kane since that blow was directed at his head, and it had more than enough power to be lethal for a wave champion. Luckily, while Kane could not dodge the blow, he managed to use his right arm as a shield. The forearm where Zima's punch landed immediately swollen due to the severe trauma, but golden flames soon fixed the damage. Kane felt blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Even after blocking the punch, it had enough strength to do internal damage. His eyes grew sharp as he went through the attack on his mind. Zima's punch lacked any technique, which made sense since such an absurd speed was more than what a wave champion's nervous system could smoothly handle. However, it mattered very little since the speed was something Kane could barely dodge, and its momentum was so much it nearly broke his arms. Ha ha ha, not bad. I thought everything would be over already, but as people say, cockroaches are very tenacious. I wonder how long you will manage to last. A boom. Another powerful sonic boom emerged as Zima flashed toward Kane, this time performing a downward kick that seemed capable of splitting a building in half. Virtual sight was useless at this point since the AI chip module predictions were not fast enough, so Kane could only act by instinct. He managed to move back just in time to avoid the kick from landing on his head, but that left him open to Zima's next attack. Ah! A silent scream emerged from Kane's mouth as Zima's punch landed point blank on his chest, pushing out all the air in his lungs and making him puke blood. That was just the start. For the next 30 seconds, the battle was completely unilateral. Kane did his best to handle the onslaught, but Zima was simply too fast. Powerhouses on the integrationist path clenched their fists as they saw how the battle was going. Kane's talent could be considered higher than Zima's, but he was overwhelmed by the Blood Champion's resources. Zima's power after activating the runic inscription was simply too high. Of course, it would not last long since he would soon run out of energy, but it was evident to everybody that Kane's body would break first. Bloodless number 1 and the Blood Duke stared coldly at the High Blood Elder. There was no other way to see this battle as one that would be won by external interest, something the purest path was essentially against. However, no matter how much they hated the High Blood Elder's hypocrisy, they could do nothing about it. Treasures were considered part of an individual's power, and since Zima could trigger the runic inscription, he had the right to enjoy its augmentations. Shira's eyes were distressed as she saw how Kane's body took more and more punishment. His body would have stopped moving long ago if it weren't for his golden flame. Faster, faster, faster. Kane kept repeating that word in his mind as he attempted to push his body to a level where he could respond to Zima's onslaught, but it was impossible. Something could not emerge from nothing, and his speed would not rise out of nowhere just because he wanted it to happen. Rage and unwillingness burned in Kane's eyes as he did all he could to stay in the fight, but the damage was becoming too much even for Radiance of Life. Not to mention that the powers of the Sun Seed were not endless, and he was consuming them at a staggering speed. A boom. Kane managed to block a blow to his stomach, but the potency of the attack sent him flying away. Still in midair, He saw Zima catching up to him and landing a knee strike right in his sternum, making him feel all his ribs shattered at the same time. The strike sent Kane to the edge of the battle arena, and while his body was still standing, he was looking down as if he no longer had the strength to raise his head. Zima's smile was full of coldness and viciousness. It was clear he had enjoyed playing around with Kane, but it was finally time to end things. Outsider, you gave me a very good time, so I will be merciless. Get down on your knees, and I will allow you to surrender. The mockery in Zima's voice was clear to everybody, but there was nothing Shira and the others could do. Of course, Kane did not have to kneel to surrender. Those words were just Zima's way of making fun of the defeated enemy. Zima was not actually expecting Kane to kneel, but neither did he expect this one to say nothing and keep looking down. If that is what you want. His killing intent exploded as he flashed toward Kane, ready to blast the head of this one open. Shock and anxiousness appeared in the eyes of Shira and many others as they saw that Kane was not surrendering. Even if he lost this last battle, there was no shame in accepting defeat, so they did not understand why he just stood silent when death was near. Zima was also surprised but only smiled as he visualized what would happen once his fists reached Kane's head. However, just as he was in front of the enemy and ready to fire the punch, pure dread appeared on his face. Immediately, Zima stopped his attack and flashed away from Kane, reaching all the way to the other edge of the battle arena. His breathing was rough, as he could not stop his body from trembling. Nothing short of absolute confusion permeated the mind of everybody seeing the battle since they did not understand what had just happened. Zima was ready to end the fight in Kane's life a second ago, but now he was as far from this one as possible, with pure terror on his face. Zima could not explain what was happening since even he failed to understand it. He was about to kill Kane when this one raised his face, showing eyes that belonged to no man. Those eyes had red pupils full of disdain, not to a man, but to the world, as if everything was beneath them. There was no way to describe them other than the eyes of a king. Where am I? What is happening? Kane did not understand what was happening. He found himself in a place full of shadows inside a red humanoid body without any distinctive features. In front of him was a golden humanoid, just like him, without any distinctive physical characteristics whatsoever. Before he could even try to comprehend what this place was, his body moved on its own, attacking the golden humanoid. Kane could feel everything the body did but could not control it. It was similar to his experience with his memories of his past life. The battle between the red and golden humanoids was pretty simple, only consisting of physical attacks. Kane's body was exponentially faster and stronger than the golden humanoid, but no matter how hard he fought or what trick he deployed, he never came even close to landing an attack. Somehow the golden humanoid could not only dodge all of Kane's attacks but also counter them with flawless precision. The battle only lasted a few seconds, and the red humanoid body received no damage despite all the counters. He stopped his attack and clasped his hands, and the golden humanoid responded the same. After that, the red and golden humanoids sat beside each other and began meditating. Kane still lacked any form of control, but he was able to hear words while knowledge was being engraved inside his soul. While Kane was in that wonderful state, Apex stared at the sun seed. There was a frown on his face when he saw waves of energy emerging from the dark side of the alter ego. Apex's power was great enough to understand that those were broken memories that could not affect Kane in any way to reveal information he should not know. In the end, those memories would only make Kane stronger and not proportionate any help for the Red King. The golden humanoid turned back and stared at the gargantuan gate covered in chains of white-black lightning and dark purple flames. What are you trying to do? The absolute life form system's origin involved forces greater than those that formed ether, and as the system spirit, Apex's wisdom was something no human in the world could match. Yet, the golden humanoid did not dare to even speculate about the schemes a monster like the Red King could elaborate. Ah, brat, I can only count on you to keep growing stronger regardless of the temptations in the future. Zima was able to stop his body trembling, and a sense of shame and embarrassment replaced the fear in his heart. People were only looking at him with confusion, but those eyes were full of mockery for him. You damn brat. A boom. A powerful sonic boom accompanied Zima's voice as he flashed at full speed toward Kane, channeling all his strength in his right fist. It was clear that he would not stop this time. No! Shira shouted as she saw Zima's fist about to land on Kane's head, killing him. There was a pressure in her heart she could not understand, and she wanted nothing more than to jump into the battle arena, but it was not possible. Boom mmmmmm. A massive shock wave spread across the battle arena, and blood tainted the ground, but it was not Kane's. Silence reigned in the amphitheater as they saw how Kane sent Zima flying away while puking blood. Wave Warriors and Wave Champion did not understand what happened since it was too fast for them. Only Wave Kings could see the exchange, but that did not diminish the shock in their hearts. The ones that saw it clearer than everybody else were the Blood Duke, Bloodless number 1, and the High Blood Elder. None of them could believe it, but it happened. Zima's punch was about to reach Kane's head when this one moved and responded with a counter that sent him flying away while puking blood. Up to a second ago, Kane had barely been able to block Zima's attack, but now he could perform counters. The trio could not understand what kind of monster the young man was. The people on the Blood Sea were not the only ones shocked by what they had just seen. Those in the Titan Tower of the Imperial Lightning Fort were also trying to understand how Kane did that. None of them could figure out how Kane's speed rose to such a ridiculous level from one moment to another. His alter ego? Olivian asked Zarak since that was the only possible explanation in his mind. Zarak was about to negate it since Kane's alter ego was focused on regeneration, but he then remembered the duality of that crimson sphere. I don't know. There was no way Zarak would reveal Kane's secret, but he was honestly confused and did not understand what was happening. Solemn expressions appeared in the pillars as they heard that and nodded, focusing on the mirror. Luther stared at Kane for a moment before using his AI chip to communicate with the collapsing Lightning Duke. In the castle of the Aegon family, Jonathan was looking at the crystal sphere with awe. Even for him, it would have been hard to perform that counter, yet Kane, who was just an early wave champion, could do it. That boy's speed is the same as before. Jonathan was surprised by those words, and he turned to the patriarch of the Aegon family with confusion. Then how did he counter that attack? If there wasn't an increase in Kane's speed, then Jonathan could not understand how this one managed to counter Zima's punch. Kane started moving before Zima even sent that punch, positioning himself in the perfect position to dodge it and send a counter. He was able to predict his opponent's movements before they even started. Jonathan's eyes widened as he turned toward Kane. If those words were right, it was even more impressive than moving at a higher speed. That boy, he is truly something. A smile appeared in the man as he focused on the crystal sphere with renowned interest in his eyes. Kane's eyes were shaking as he looked around him, trying to calm his heart. The fact that he sent Zima flying away with a counter mattered very little to him since he was having a hard time even thinking right now due to the state of the world. Everything was glowing. He could feel the movements of the earth, the dance of the winds, the waves of the sea, and that was just the beginning. People became a tapestry of colors and shades, as he could perceive the movement of their skin, muscles, bones, and tendons. All things in the universe are composed of particles that vibrate at specific frequencies. Once you comprehend that, you can understand their patterns and how to interpret them. Those words resonated in Kane's mind, along with waves of knowledge and insight that he could not even describe. He interacted with that golden figure in his past life, and this one taught him something unique. The flow. That was the name of the technique that Kane could learn due to the memories of his past self. Of course, he had just attained a shallow understanding, and it would be long before he could reach the flow's zenith. Kane focused on Zima and could now see the young man's every move before this one did it. It was not easy and put his brain under tremendous stress, but he only smiled. Finally, Kane had found a way to win this fight. You little bastard! Zima shouted in rage as he rose from the ground and cleaned the blood out of his mouth. His eyes were full of anger and confusion since he did not understand what just happened. I will kill you. A boom. A massive sonic boom echoed across the amphitheater as Zima flashed toward Kane and unleashed an onslaught of punches. Each of those attacks had a power and speed that no wave champion could counter, but Kane could move his head from one side to the other, dodging everything. Kane's pupils began to contract as the world around him turned dark, allowing his focus on Zima to reach its peak. That was an extremely dangerous situation since he could only hear and see the opponent before him, but it should not be a problem since this was a tournament battle. Zima clenched his teeth as he attacked with all he had, but his attacks could not touch Kane. It was as if this one could read his mind and dodge everything he launched. It did not take long for the evasion to turn into counters, with Kane landing blow after blow on Zima's face, slowly pushing this one back. The people on Bloodsea and all those around the Empire were baffled by what they saw. Kane Lorifer was already an extraordinary genius with a destiny that surpassed the average Wave King, but he had evolved into something much greater. Under the eyes of the entire Godslayer humankind empire, his destiny was rising to the level of gods and titans. Kane pulled Zima to the other edge of the battle arena one punch at a time. His eyes were bleeding, and there was a beeping sound in his ears due to the brain damage, but that only made his smile brighter. Zima's face was bloody, and he was already reaching his end since the runic inscription had already drained over 90% of his energy. The power of his alter ego was also running out, and it was just a matter of time before he was finally defeated. This cannot happen. All my plans and sacrifices are going to waste for a little child. Zima could not believe what was happening and that he could do nothing to stop it. He had planned for such a long time, and now all of it would fail due to a kid he had never heard of before. Impossible. That shout was the last thing Zima did before his knees could no longer endure the punishment and caved in. Kane's bloody eyes burst with killing intent as he was ready to send a downward kick at the top of Zima's head. I surrender. Unfortunately for Kane, Zima was faster and surrendered before he could perform the attack. Due to the state of his senses, Kane could not hear the mechanical referee's voice, but he was sure that he had attained victory. A cold light appeared in Kane's eyes as he stared at Zima's kneeling body before turning around. Zima's eyes showed a poisonous hatred as he saw Kane turn around, and his energy burst as he sent a punch to the back of this one's head. The rules of the tournament stopped mattering a long time ago for Zima, and the only thing he cared about right now was to kill Kane. Despite his rage and killing intent, Zima had managed to hide it all, so there was no way Kane could dodge it. Even Kane would have to admit that it was a good assassination strike, but there was one flaw, and that was that he was still in tune with the flow. Kane's eyes might be looking away, but he could still dodge Zima's strike before turning around and using the entire torque of his body to land a kick on this one's temple. Boom. The kick blasted Zima's head into the ground, but he did not have time to worry about the brain trauma as he saw Kane's murderous gaze. I am a kin. Zima was not able to finish his sentence before Kane's finger pierced his eyeball, reaching all the way into his brain. Death. That was the only outcome Kane would give those who attempted to take his life, especially if they did it in such a disgusting way as Zima's sneak attack. Kane was able to relax, allowing his senses to capture everything happening around, not just the enemy in front of him. He immediately felt a burning sensation on his face, as if the sun had suddenly burst with power, and his instincts were screaming danger like crazy. There was shock on his face as he looked into the sky and saw the High Blood Elder looking at him with wild rage and madness. The Titan had already made his energy explode and was in the process of sending what could only be described as a palm strike capable of splitting atoms. Kane knew that killing Zima would enrage the High Blood Elder but never expected things to escalate to this level. What he failed to see due to the state of his senses was that after countering Zima's sneak attack, the High Blood Elder rose to the sky, shouting for him to stop. Everybody was shocked by the actions of the High Blood Elder, and before they could react, Kane had already killed Zima, and the old man sent a palm strike whose power matched that of the surface of the old world's sun. The Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 were stunned by what was happening. Regardless of their personal feelings for the High Blood Elder, they always considered the old man a meticulous and cold-minded enemy. Never did they expect this one to act as a rabid dog, especially while the eyes of the Empire were in the Blood Sea. As soon as they saw that palm strike emerging from the High Blood Elder, the duo flashed out of their seat with so much speed and force that they broke them, using all their power to reach Kane. However, Every powerhouse watching the scene knew they would not make it in time. Kane stared at the plasma blood palm about to land on the battle arena, destroying everything, including him. This time, no one would save him, and he had finally reached the end of his journey. People reacted in many different ways when death arrived. Some felt fear and regret, while others shouted with fury and rage, but very few were able to rise above those primitive emotions. A small smile appeared on Kane's face as he saw that his end would come in the hands of a Titan's attack. He clenched his right fist and punched forward. It would not make a difference, but even in his last moment, he would fight. Boom mmmmmmmmmm. The moment the plasma palm reached the platform, it destroyed everything, leaving a sea of red plasma that hindered everybody's vision. No one could see the corpse of Kane, none that it mattered very much since that attack should have pulverized his body, just like the effect of a nuclear bomb on a normal human. Silence reigned after that blast since people in the amphitheater were still trying to process what had just happened. Even those in the purest path that hated Kane and wanted him dead could not believe what the High Blood Elder had done. The powerhouses on the podium of the purest path were the most concerned of all. They knew several forces across the Empire were seeing this battle, and the actions of the High Blood Elder had tainted the name of the Blood Sea and their movement. Even if they promulgated the ideology of being self-sufficient, the members of the purest path still understood they needed certain relationships with the rest of the Empire. However, who would trust and believe them now that their leader killed a young genius during a tantrum? That was just one of the problems since Kane was a member of the Imperial Lightning Fort and disciple of one of the 9 pillars. Everybody knew the temper of the collapsing Lightning Duke and Zarak Valentine, and there was no way those two would simply ignore the death of someone so important to them in the army. Just like the powerhouses of the purest path expected, Zarak did not react calmly to what he saw. At first, Zarak's eyes widened with shock, and as he felt the power of the sea of red plasma where the battle arena used to be, he understood that there was no way Kane could have survived them. Boom! Zarak's ego wave burst with power as a blue force field rose into the sky like the hand of a divine demon full of killing intent. As killing intent flooded the air, storm clouds covered the entire Imperial Lightning Fort, extending for hundreds of kilometers. The rest of the pillars saw Zarak's ego wave rising into the sky with shock and awe. It immediately reached 20,000 meters, but that was far from its limit. 25.000, 27.000, 29.000, 31.000, 32.400, 32.700, 32.900. Finally, Zarak's killing intent, rage, and determination reached their zenith, making his ego wave burst to the next level. 33.000. Zarak's ego wave experienced an evolutive change when the blue force field reached 33,000 meters. The rage vanished from his eyes, only to be replaced by a coldness that could freeze the blood of anyone that gazed at them. The blue force field soon pulled back into Zarak's body. As he contained and stabilized all that power inside his ego eternal matrix, he turned his eyes toward the Blood Sea, ready to march forward. Please, wait a moment. Just as Zarak was ready to march into the Blood Sea, Luther appeared in his path. Are you going to stop me? Zarak's voice was cold as he clenched his fists, and a monstrous blue light appeared in his eyes. Luther saw that, and his eyes narrowed before softly shaking his head. I can no longer stop you. However, there were plans put in motion by the collapsing Lightning Duke in case of something like this before Kane's departure. Just wait a few minutes, and you will understand. Bloodless number 1 stared at the plasma sea for a moment with shock before his face twisted with rage before he focused on the High Blood Elder. You fucking traitor. The rage in Bloodless number 1 heart was so much that he shouted those words without care for the ones listening. The Blood Duke did not say a word, but his eyes glowed with killing intent as he focused on the High Blood Elder. Under the cold gazes of the Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1, the High Blood Elder's eyes regained their focus, and there was a flash of shock. It was like he was just realizing what he had done. The old man stared at the Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1 for a moment before glancing at the powerhouses of the purest path, inciting this one to rise into the sky. Although the powerhouses of the purest path were disturbed by the actions of the High Blood Elder, they did not hesitate to answer his call. The actions of the powerhouses of the purest path incited a reaction from those of the integrationist path, and soon dozens of wave kings were in the sky of the Blood Sea. Bloodless number 1 saw a thin middle-aged man appear next to the High Blood Elder and could feel the power of this one matched his own. Second Blood Elder. Despite the enemy's strength, Bloodless number 1's coldness and killing intent did not diminish, and he was ready to fight. Do not haste. No one wants a fight that could harm the Blood Sea. The High Blood Elder spoke those words while looking at the people of the amphitheater, widening the eyes of all the powerhouses on both sides. Usually, when powerhouses of their level enter a battle, they would rise to the highest level of the sky, so innocent people would not become collateral damage. That was an unspoken rule among powerhouses that one would respect even when facing enemies from the dark races. The Blood Duke clenched his fists as he understood that the High Blood Elder would not simply rise into the sky but would have to be pushed there. Although he had the power, his attacks would send shock waves that might endanger the life of everybody that was not a wave king. Pure disdain appeared on the faces of the powerhouses of the integrationist path as they gazed at the High Blood Elder. That man had spent nearly 100 years shouting about the importance of keeping the Blood Sea safe but did not hesitate to use the life of their people as a shield. The High Blood Elder showed little concern with how those powerhouses saw him and focused on the Blood Duke. I understand that my actions will generate some troubles in the Blood Sea, but we must be wise about it. That boy's death is irrelevant to us, and I sincerely doubt someone would dare to antagonize us just for it. Just as the High Blood Elder prepared to continue his speech, a voice echoed across the amphitheater. Who are you calling dead, you old bastard? Who are you calling dead, you old bastard? Shock appeared in the eyes of everybody who heard those words, and as they turned toward the sea of blood plasma, they saw Cain rising from it. I am. Impossible. The High Blood Elder could not believe what he was seeing. Although he was still confused about the temporary madness that took over him when he attacked Cain, he knew that the palm strike contained his true power, capable of pulverizing even a wave king. No matter how lucky or talented Cain was, he should have died instantly once the palm strike landed in the battle area. Yet, that was clearly not the case. In the Titan Tower from the Imperial Lightning Fort, the pillars, including Zarak, were shocked as they saw Cain alive and well. The only one with a calm smile on his face was Luther. Before Cain left for the Blood Sea, the collapsing Lightning Duke had engraved a powerful rune in this one. It was a defensive spell that would automatically activate in case of an attack from someone above the Wave King's level. Luther's eyes suddenly widened as he heard a message and glanced at the rest of the people in the room. Zarak could not help but smile as he saw that Cain was still alive, but soon his eyes grew sharp again. We must march immediately into the Blood Sea and take him out. The High Blood Elder might want to finish the job. Luther immediately shook his head as he heard Zarak's concerns. The collapsing lightning cocoon will remain over Cain's body for 30 minutes. Someone is already going to the Blood Sea to take him back, so there is no need to worry about. What? A wave of shock assaulted Luther as he saw Cain's actions in the mirror and could not believe it. It was not just Luther, since Cain's next move filled with utter shock to everybody that saw him across the empire. Cain's willpower burst with an incredible might as it began showing true domain over the wave surrounding him. The near-death experience and his resolve to fight even in the face of hopelessness allowed his ego wave to break through, reaching the late Wave King's level and evolving into the second realm. Cain had been controlling the power of mind over wave for a while now, so as soon as his willpower reached the late stage, it was easy for him to evolve from mind over body to the next level instantly. Since he could now use the wave in the sky and earth as his personal energy pool, Cain's power grew much higher. Of course, his battle power was not at a level he could influence the fighting between the dozens of powerhouses of the purest path and integrationist path. However, right now, an extremely powerful wave surrounded his body in the form of a cocoon of lightning, and using his willpower, he could manipulate it. Cain could not transform it into a new spell or use it to enhance his astral wave, but he could unleash it all in a single direction, which was his plan. His arms could not endure the power of the collapsing Lightning Duke's wave, but there was a weapon inside his right capable of doing that. Slaughter appeared in Kane's hands, and his eyes burst with red light as he raised the machete, channeling all the dark lightning around him into it, before waving the weapon down. All of that took a long time to describe, but Kane had put it in motion since the moment he emerged from the sea of red plasma, using the shock on the powerhouse to take them by surprise. Crack! The machete shattered into dozens of small pieces, and all the bones in Kane's arms broke, but he managed to fire an energy cannon of the Titan level toward the High Blood Elder. Boom mmmmmmmmmmmm. Despite being an attack fired by a wave champion, it was essentially the full power of the collapsing Lightning Duke's spell, so its speed and power were higher than an old world's nuclear weapon. The High Blood Elder's eyes widened as he saw that energy cannon, and he could do nothing but put his arms above his chest, making two white bestial claws materialize in front of him in the form of a shield. A boom. As if understanding Kane's intent, the energy cannon did not explode when it landed on the High Blood Elder, instead pushing this one hundreds of kilometers into the sky. Pure awe and astonishment assaulted the heart of everybody across the Empire when they saw how a young man managed to send a mighty Titan flying away. It cost him a natural holy weapon but would make his name echo across the entire Godslayer humankind empire. A boom. Not even a second had passed when another blast occurred. This time the responsible was Bloodless Number 1, who took the chance to land a kick on the second Blood Elder, also pushing this one into the sky before chasing after him. The Blood Duke's mind was working at full power as he attempted to decide his next step, but Bloodless Number 1 had already taken that decision from his hand. He glanced at the young man that initiated all this havoc and nodded. It is war. No more words were spoken as the Blood Duke flashed into the sky, going after the High Blood Elder. The Wave Kings of the Integrationist Path and Purist Path heard those words and felt the burst of energy in the sky hundreds of kilometers above them. Bloodless Number 1 and the Blood Duke were full of killing intent, going after the High Blood Elder and Second Blood Elder. That made everything clear for everybody else. Since their leaders were fighting with murderous intent, it was finally time to shred all pretenses and fight to the death as well. The animosity between both sides had reached a point where words could not fix things anymore. This was not the first clash between the Purist Path and Integrationist Path since many battles with lethal outcomes had carried on over the last couple of years, but it was the first time they escalated things to the point of a civil war. The powerhouses of both sides rose dozens of kilometers into the air, reaching a point where they could fight using all their power without endangering the weak ones. A boom. Before the first clash between the Wave Kings in the sky could happen, they heard a thunderous sonic boom. As they looked down, they saw Kane flashing away from the amphitheater. Although it was true that Kane was severely wounded and no one expected him to meddle in the fight of the Wave Kings, running away before the battle even started did not leave a very good image. Mocking smiles appeared in the eyes of the people of the Purist Path as they saw Kane running away. In some measure, the young man had become the emblem of the Integrationist Path, so seeing him running away was humorous. However, all those smiles froze when they saw Kane heading into Blood Island, specifically to the Blood Pagoda. Right now, no one controlled the power of the Blood Pagoda since the Blood Duke and High Blood Elder neutralized each other's domain over the artifact. None of the Wave Kings could do something about it, so they just ignored it, but when they saw Kane moving toward the pagoda, they remembered something. All the Wave Kings had already investigated the young man who came out of nowhere and managed to take down a Wave King assassin, and hacking was among his skills. Although it was preposterous even to think that a Wave champion could hack into a Titan artifact like the Blood Pagoda, over and over again, Kane had proved to be capable of the impossible. Stop him. Protect him. The Wave Kings of the Purist Path and Integrationist Path shouted as they started their fight, using everything they had to kill the other side. Once they heard that command, the people in the amphitheater were the first to react. All of the Purist Path members rose into the air and were ready to flash after Kane. Even if none of them could match his strength, he had drained most of his energy and left with severe wounds, so together, they had a chance. Ametria, the Blood Maiden of the Purist Path, was at the lead of the hundreds of Wave champions of the Purist Path, ready to go after Kane. However, she had not even taken a step when a group just as large as her blocked their path. Shira was leading the force of the Integrationist Path, and her eyes were full of killing intent as she glanced at Ametria and everybody else. Take one more step, and we will kill everybody. Ametria was surprised by Shira's coldness and killing aura, but she was not weakling. Her eyes grew cold as he led her force into battle. It was shocking news for the Empire. The Blood Sea, a power that could equal an entire sector, began a civil war. Kane's eyes grew sharp as he focused on the Blood Pagoda and flashed at full speed toward this one. He could feel the battle behind him involving hundreds of wave champions, but he could not afford to distract. Shira had led the people of the integrationist path that attended the final Blood Champion tournament into a defensive position, so the other side could not interrupt him. However, hundreds of wave champions and wave warriors were still in Blood Island and Blood City. Both sides had heard the order from the powerhouses, so battles did not take long to emerge across the city and island, with one side wanting to stop Kane's from reaching the Blood Pagoda and the other protecting him. Kane's ego wave showed him the ongoing battles and how the collateral damage would not take long to start affecting civilians and children. That only made him push himself even harder to reach the Blood Pagoda. Warriors of the integrationist path were doing all they could to give Kane an unobstructed path toward the Blood Pagoda, but some people of the purest path still managed to rise into the sky. For those weak wave champions, it was practically suicide to face Kane head-on, and they knew it. However, in their minds, they were protecting their home and families from the evil outsider, and that was something worth dying for. Kane's eyes were cold as he saw people flashing toward him. There was fear in their eyes, but they were readying to sacrifice all in order to delay him. Ah! A small sight came out of Kane's mouth as he pushed his mind to the limit, activating the flow. He could read every move and action those warriors did, allowing him to pass through them without harming them. Shock and confusion appeared on the warriors of the purest path as they saw Kane simply flashing past them, dodging all their attacks and spells as he made his way into the Blood Pagoda. Everybody saw the battles of the tournament, and it was clear that Kane did not have a problem killing people, but they failed to understand the reason behind his actions. Kane's nature was that of a hero. It might be a twisted one fueled by revenge and murderous intent, but that is how he saw himself, and just killing people that wanted to protect their homes was not something he would do. The Blood Pagoda was already within his reach, and just as nearly a dozen of the attacks were about to clash with him, he made the astral wave on the sole of his feet explode, propelling his body like a rock, dodging everything and allowing him to reach the structure. Powerhouses of both sides saw that, and while smiles appeared on those of the integrationist path and anxiety on those of the purest path, none of them got overexcited. Even if Kane could hack the Blood Pagoda, it would take him a long time to do that, and it would also mean that hundreds, if not thousands, of people would die fighting around him. ZNNNNNN. However, once again, Kane did what everybody else thought was impossible, hacking the Blood Pagoda less than 5 seconds after touching this one. It cannot be happening. One of the strongest powerhouses of the purest path shouted when he saw that. Kane was simply too fast, and now that he had control over the Blood Pagoda, the casualties of the warriors of the purest path would rise exponentially. 4,000 Destiny Force used to raise the potency of the hacking tool. Hacking of Blood Pagoda completed. Vessel has complete control over the structure. Kane smiled as he gained access to the Blood Pagoda. He had lost a lot of the Destiny Force he had just gained by obtaining the flow, raising to the second realm, and attacking the High Blood Elder, but it was worth it. Not wasting a single second, he immediately activated the powers of the Blood Pagoda. Everybody saw how the Blood Pagoda's energy burst, but a massive red plasma net emerged from the structure instead of 100 lethal energy beams. The net was incredibly fast, encompassing everybody beneath the Wave King level in it. Shira had no idea what was happening, but the red plasma net covered her and all the warriors of the integrationist path, just like it did with those of the purest path. People were confused since it did not make sense for Kane to attack everybody, but soon they understood that the plasma net was not a weapon. Once the plasma net had covered every man, woman, and child in the Blood Sea that was not a Wave King, it suppressed their powers, stopping them from fighting before contracting itself. In less than a minute, millions of people were all stuck together around the Blood Pagoda, covered in a red cocoon capable of enduring the attacks of a Titan, much less the collateral damage of a fight between Wave Kings. Shock appeared in the eyes of the powerhouses when they saw the way Kane used the Blood Pagoda. It did not take long for that emotion to change into something else. In the case of the integrationist path, it was pride and admiration. They were proud of following a path that accepted people like Cain in their home. As for those on the purist path, there was nothing but shame. How could they justify their views when even outsiders cared more about their common people than their own leader? The fight between the powerhouses did not stop, but while the fighting spirit of the integrationist path burned, many on the purist path were finding it hard to focus. It was only at this point that Cain finally allowed himself to relax. His entire body was tense as he stood on the top of the blood pagoda and focused on the battles in the distance. The battle between the nearly 100 powerhouses from the integrationist path and purist path was truly a sight to behold. A wave king had similar power to a small nuclear weapon, so dozens of them fighting was like seeing the entire military force of the two greatest nations in the old world clashing head-on. Just the shock waves their battle unleashed was incredible. The amphitheater made to resist the fight between P.E.K.K.A wave champions had shattered to pieces after 10 minutes, despite no direct attack landing on it. Boom mmmmmm. However, even that mighty display of power between the powerhouses fell short compared to the fight occurring thousands of kilometers above sea level. The Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 were fighting against the High Blood Elder and Second Blood Elder, and by the might of those explosions, it was clear that neither side was holding back. If Titans were to fight in the old world, they would have the power to burn the atmosphere, killing the entire world. There was no way to describe them other than weapons of planetary destruction. Only a world like Ether could hold fighting between this type of monster without suffering actual damage. Cain's arms were healing at a shocking speed under the power of the radiance of life. The sunset had grown even more powerful after the evolution of the ego-eternal path of power to the second realm. Channeling the attack of the collapsing Lightning Duke's energy into a cannon did a lot of damage to his arms, but since the one that took the brunt of the recoil was Slaughter, there was no irreversible damage. And he was not just healing his arms. Several mid-quality wave crystals went into his devourer dimension, while at the same time sending some into his stomach. Finally, he was also increasing his mastery of mind over wave. His willpower had risen to the point where he could channel it into his own astral wave or take control of the life wave in the surroundings. Both paths granted him a much greater endurance and a great burst of battle power. It took Cain less than 15 minutes to fully heal the arm damage. Although his energy pool had not fully recovered, it was enough to rejoin the fray. His eyes grew sharp, and he took a deep breath. Wait. Just as Cain was about to march into the battlefield, he heard a voice and looked down at the people inside the red plasma net. Shira was looking at him with eyes full of fear. She knew Cain and what this one would do after healing his injuries, but she did not want him to once again risk his life. It is too dangerous. Don't do it. Cain's eyes showed a little surprise when he heard that. The woman knew what he was about to do. A small smile appeared on his face as he saw the dread and worry in Shira's face, but he simply shook his head. It is in my nature. Those were his last words before he flashed to the sky, ready to join the Wave King's battlefield. Jason Samson, the grandfather of Jeremy, the first blood champion that Cain killed, was viciously attacking Aslan Jarms, Martin's father. Both men followed the astral rebirth path of power, but Aslan was at the middle Wave King level while Jason only reached the early level. In a one-on-one fight, Aslan would have the upper hand without a problem, but that was not the case. Aslan's flaming fist clashed with Jason's stone hand, sending this one flying away, but before he could chase after his enemy, a giant tail bathed in blood came crashing down on him. That attack came from a middle-aged woman. Her essence wave displayed the might of the Middle Wave King, and her spells were extremely fast and carried a formidable force. Aslan's eyes grew sharp as he clasped his hand, making his body glow before a blast of blood fire emerged from his body, shattering the tail. However, he had just taken care of that threat when a stone fist landed on his chest, sending him flying away. Jason showed a vicious smile as he saw the felt bones cracking under the might of his fist and flashed toward Aslan, ready to unleash a devastating onslaught. However, just as Jason was about to reach striking distance, his eyes widened. He felt a presence appear out of nowhere, and while he could not dodge it, he managed to focus his astral wave on his back, protecting it from the incoming kick. Ah! A scream of pain emerged from Jason, but that was just the beginning since the kick sent him toward Aslan, who would not waste the chance. Ah! Jason shouted even louder as a fire downward kick landed on his left shoulder, fracturing it and sending his body diving down into the blood sea. Aslan glanced at the newcomer and saw it was no other than Cain. The duo exchanged glances, but just as the middle-aged man turned toward the blood sea, he felt a coldness coming from the young man. Aslan nodded before turning toward the middle-aged woman and flashing toward her. Jason was no longer his prey. Cain's eyes were cold as he activated the flow, focusing on the figure rising from the blood sea. Everything around him grew dark as his mind focused on a single target. Of course, he had already learned his lesson about the danger of focusing only on the enemy in front of you, but he was not alone. Apex was already on the lookout, using the scan force field to analyze the battlefield and ready to guide Cain in case an external threat emerged. His astral wave burst with more and more power as his ego wave took control of the life wave in the air and made it his own power. Brat! You dare! Jason roared with rage as he rose into the sky, and his eyes burned with silver light as he stared at Cain. He could not believe that a young man would dare to attack him and, even worse, dare to fight against him alone. There was no way he could cleanse that shame without killing Cain. Bloodstone Giant. Jason activated his ultimate card, and his body began to mutate. His skin transformed into bloodstones, and the chance was not just external since even his inner organs were covered in them, pushing the strength and endurance of his body to the next level. Cain could feel the strength of Jason and was sure that this one was even stronger than the Wave King assassin, especially in a direct battle. He had already used the initial clash to scan this one, and the system was displaying that information for him now. Scanning target. ... Scan of target completed. ... Name. Jason Samson. Race. Godslayer humankind. Path of power. Astral rebirth early wave king. Lineage. Wave talent. Limit tier 7. ... Stats. Strength. 61.1. Agility. 47.8. Vitality. 68.1. Wave. 60.1. Blood energy. 51.4. During his fight with Zima, Cain's battle power only reached the bottom of the Wave King's level, and those that came from great powers like the Blood Sea had access to superb techniques, making their strength even greater. Luckily for Cain, the evolution of his ego wave did not just come with domain over the life wave surrounding him. His sun seed had also evolved, awakening the second skill from the Empyrean sun visualization technique. Right now, the radiance of life flooded his body with energy and vitality, but a sun was much more than just life. Radiance of power. Cain's words ignited a dark golden force that raised his body's strength and hardness. His muscles bulged as it grew stronger, growing nearly 20 centimeters. Vessel's physical strength and endurance improved by 250%. Although the size of Cain's body could not compare with the 4-meter-tall stone giant, his aura did not fall behind. Jason's eyes widened as he felt the strength of Cain's body, and the killing intent in his heart burst as he flashed forward. Cain did not just wait, and his eyes grew sharp as he clenched his fist, flashing toward his enemy as a sonic power gathered on his blood claw. Sonic Blood Fist. Bloodstone Punch. A boom. A resounding blast echoed across the battlefield when Cain and Jason's fists clashed. The first was forced to move 7 steps back while the second only had 4, making it clear how it had greater strength, but that was not important at this moment. The powerhouses of both sides saw when Cain entered the battlefield, and while some were wondering about the pertinence of a 16-year-old young man in this place, that punch erased any doubt. Cain just showed everybody that he had the right to participate in this battlefield and to call himself a powerhouse. Smiles appeared on the warriors of the integrationist path as they welcomed the new addition to their forces, while those of the purist path could not help but frown. Jason trembled as he saw that Cain managed to push him back, and the shame in his heart exploded. I will kill you. The middle-aged man's energy pool burst as he unleashed all he had, flashing back into the fray. Cain's eyes were sharp since he could not afford to lose focus. The flow showed every move that Jason would make, but that did not mean he could dodge and counter everything. It was easier in Zima's case since the young man used simple attacks, but Jason used blood flow fury at a very high level. As they exchanged blows, Kane's aura grew more pronounced as the red light in his eyes burst with power, pushing his ego wave to the limit. The radiance of power coursed through his veins, enhancing his physical attributes to superhuman levels. His muscles bulged with newfound strength, his every movement exuding power. Jason, driven by a mix of fury and determination, managed to take the blood flow fury technique to a new level during the fight. His attacks became a storm of blood and stone, an onslaught that seemed nearly impossible to evade. Yet, Kane's agility allowed him to dodge and weave through the attack, his movements guided by the flow. Kane's pupils narrowed as he saw an opening. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance between himself and Jason. His blood claw ignited with sonic energy as he unleashed the sonic blood fist. A boom. Crack. The punch struck Jason's stone form with a deafening boom, cracking the bloodstone exterior and causing the ground to tremble. Ah! Jason roared in pain and frustration, with blood leaking from his mouth. He retaliated with a powerful bloodstone punch, aiming for Kane's head. Unfortunately for the stone giant, Kane saw the attack's pattern thanks to the flow. His reflexes were pushed to the limit, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow before countering with an uppercut. That blow should have shaken Jason's brain inside his skull, but the bloodstone giant strengthened the middle-aged man's spine. He clenched his teeth and endured the pain before connecting a punch in Kane's chest. Kane's eyes widened as he felt his ribs cracking before being sent flying away. He regained control over his body immediately, and the radiance of life healed the small cracks on his bones, but that blow told him just how dangerous Jason was. Jason would have wanted to unleash a barrage of attacks on Kane, but while that last attack did not paralyze him, it did weaken him. Kane and Jason glanced at each other, and there was no question in their eyes. Both saw the killing intent of the other before flashing forward. The battle between the duo was impressive, but dozens like it were happening across the sky of the Blood Sea, and the one above them was even more shocking. From time to time, flashes of light would illuminate the sky for hundreds of kilometers as the titans in the sky were unleashing their full-power attacks. It was like seeing dozens of nuclear weapons explode every minute.